everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Thank you all for the love and support you've shown me and the channel.
Dimensional chat group starting on Warhammer 40k, Chapter 101 to 150, Chapter 111 63 words. People always say that once you're drunk, you're more likely to make mistakes, like you've gone muddle-headed. Like you can't control yourself. But in reality, alcohol numbs you. It blows your desires out of proportion, and it loosens the everyday restraints of law, morality, and social norms. Isn't there a saying, booze makes the timid brave? Once you're truly tipsy, you get emotional. Things that wouldn't normally get under your skin, things you wouldn't normally take seriously, suddenly start working. You start going along with other people, chiming in, running your mouth. And that's why it's also the easiest time to be led into saying things you didn't mean to reveal. Of course, it's also the easiest time to be provoked into doing something you'd never dare do sober, because ethics and shame usually keep you in check. Especially right now, when both sides are trying to one-up each other. Looks like we're out of booze. Shizuka looked around at the sea of empty bottles and then let out a big hiccup. There's plenty. Didn't we haul a whole cart back from that big shopping center? Ray said it, then staggered to her feet, swaying as she tried to go downstairs to fetch more. Normally, she was one of the good kids. She wasn't even legally old enough to drink. Under normal circumstances, she never would have touched alcohol. But she couldn't resist her teacher's relentless coaxing once the teacher got going, and her own feelings were complicated enough that she decided to drown them for a while, too. The worry wasn't about her family, though. Her parents had already been found at the Third Center Elementary School. And the reason they hadn't come over to the Takagi household was simple: too many people had survived at the school, and the Takagi side couldn't possibly absorb them all. So instead, they were helping clear out the dead around the school, transporting supplies, and delivering some earth elixir over there. Once they'd cleared a wider perimeter near the Takagi area and stabilized things, they could gather everyone together properly. Under normal circumstances, Ray should have stayed by her parents' side. In a world like this, anyone would want to cling to their family. But for some reason, she couldn't bring herself to leave this team behind. So she kept following along. Then, after Seiko's confession and that candlelit dinner she'd prepared for him, Ray finally understood why. And she couldn't help letting out a bitter little laugh. Not at Seiko. At herself, laughing at how fickle she'd been. First Hisashi, then Takashi, and now him. Was she really that shameless? That wasn't right. She wasn't. If she truly were shameless, she wouldn't still be a virgin. She wouldn't still have never even shared a lover's kiss. Mikoto, go help carry the booze up. Tonight I'm drinking those three under the table. That was Yuko. In an apocalypse, you should stay clear-headed. Instead, she'd gotten competitive, gotten heated, and gone all in. Maybe, deep down, she believed they were safe because that man was here. Either way, she'd decided one thing: she was going to knock out Rika and Shizuka. You guys, seriously, enough. Mikoto rubbed her head, genuinely miserable. She really did have a headache, and she was dizzy too because she'd had plenty herself. Mostly because Yuko had dragged her into it. The other side had 3 people, and with only her and Yuko, they couldn't keep up without help. I know. Mikoto pushed herself upright, wobbling, and before she could even steady her footing, wah! A body pitched into her. Ray, drunk out of her mind, couldn't even walk straight anymore. Honestly. Mikoto let out a small yelp. The collision knocked her into a small crate beside her, tipping it over and spilling a bunch of earth elixir doses across the floor. Thank goodness they weren't in glass. Otherwise it would have shattered everywhere. Mikoto, you're not doing so great either, are you? Yuko said it, sounding far too smug for someone in her own state. You've got some nerve saying that. Mikoto shot her a look, and Yuko crouched down to help pick everything up. Then Yuko paused, holding one dose up close, staring at it like she'd fallen into thought. What, you hooked on that smell now? That comment came from Rika. Mikoto blinked, not understanding at first. Earth elixir wasn't addictive. How could anyone hook on it? A beat later, her alcohol-numbed brain finally caught up. Rika wasn't talking about Earth elixir at all. She meant that other stuff, something that looked similar, something they'd accidentally swallowed earlier. Rika, I've got a better way to compete. You got the guts? Yuko's voice sharpened, and her eyes gleamed. As long as you dare, why wouldn't I? Then fine. We drink this. She was seriously using Earth elixir as booze. Kane had warned them not to take more than 2 doses if they could help it, or something could go wrong. So Mikoto rushed forward, trying to stop Yuko. No. Yuko corrected herself, and Mikoto's cheek twitched. The stuff that looks like it. So it really was that. You in or not? I told you if you dare, I dare. Then we race to extract it the fastest, and we see who gets more. After that, we drink it right there in front of each other. Shizuka chimed in boldly. No, she probably didn't even understand. She was just hazy and tagging along, like she'd heard the word contest, and her body moved before her brain did. Then let's go find him. The 3 of them lurched up immediately. You've got to be kidding. Mikoto tried to argue to talk them down, but they were beyond reasoning now. These 3 drunken idiots had to have broken something inside their heads. Still, maybe it would be fine. If they wanted that stuff, it didn't mean he'd actually give it to them. Even so, Mikoto didn't feel safe letting them go alone, so she followed after them. Rika kicked the door open with brute force. Mikoto's head throbbed. Anyone inside was definitely going to be startled. And it wasn't hard to tell there was someone in there. There was light. Mikoto was terrified the person inside might mistake them for enemies and reflexively shoot. 1 bullet and all 3 of these fools would be dead on the spot. So she grabbed Rika before she could charge in, and stepped through first. Kane, I'm sorry, this is, her voice cut off. Mikoto had braced herself for seeing something she shouldn't. But the scene in front of her still hit hard enough to leave her completely scrambled. It was worse, way worse than she'd imagined. And right there, watching the chaos unfold without stopping it at all, was Saya. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 102, Permanent Event Announcement. Hi, as a continuation of the announcement I did yesterday. This will be a permanent event that will be used on all my fanfics. It is the only way I can think of rewarding my most supporting readers, ha ha ha. Basically, the most power stones you give to a fanfic, the highest is your place in the power stones ranking on that FIC. You can check it just down of the synopsis, inside fans, see all, and you can check the ranking, and depending on your rank, you get a reward when the fanfic end. It will be when it ends on Patreon, so I can give you the reward early and the winners can read the end on advance. The rewards: first place, 6 months $20 Patreon membership valued at $120. Second place, 4 months $20 Patreon membership valued at $80. Third place, 2 months $20 Patreon membership valued at $40. Fourth to 10th place, 1 month $15 Patreon membership valued at $15. Plus 7 days period of 50% discount to the $15 Patreon membership. This will happen to all my fanfics, so if you want to win, keep using your power stones, and get first place. Anyway, thanks to all of you that support me every day, and I hope I can give you fun fanfics for a long time. Chapter 103, Chapter 101 1175 words. Now, there were less than half an hour left until they returned to the Warhammer side world. Kane opened a vial of Earth elixir and drank it down. Don't get the wrong idea. It wasn't to restore stamina, or anything. After all, after nearly 5 straight hours of indescribable activity, he was definitely feeling a little hollowed out. This was purely so his body could be saturated with even more power ahead of time. That way, once he was back over there, he'd have a better chance of withstanding that ugly situation waiting for him. As for why he didn't wait until the last few minutes before the transfer, because if he drank Earth elixir right before the teleport, a handful of seconds probably wouldn't be enough for the medicine's energy to fully bloom. This really does suit you. The gentle, slightly seductive voice came from soft lips right in front of him, while two hands reached up again to smooth out his collar. 293. She looked like a dutiful wife, tidying up her husband's appearance before he went out. So Kane glanced at the full-length mirror beside them. He wasn't dressed in some crisp suit looked more of a gothic style, instead. Honestly, Seiko's instincts were on point. This kind of outfit fit the world he was heading back to. Though once he got back, it'd probably be burned to ash immediately. By the way, Seiko said, eyes glinting, you really want to use that other place, don't you? Kane didn't process what she meant at first. The place Mrs. Takagi almost used by mistake at the beginning. That made Kane's expression stiffen, the embarrassment on his face impossible to hide. But it wasn't just because Seiko had noticed. With that teasing look of hers, it was like she was saying, back then, he'd looked like he wanted Yuriko to just go with it, and that her whole type made him even more fired up. So now that Seiko had caught him apparently thinking about the lady of the house too, it made him feel guilty in a way he couldn't quite shake. As for Saya's request asking him to temporarily become that man, in Yuriko's delusional world, Kane didn't really feel guilty about that part. If he truly had guilt, he would have refused from the start. He didn't want to be that fake. Even so, it was still a little fake, because he'd acted like he was doing it only because Saya had asked, like he had no choice. A deliberately staged cough rang out. When Kane looked over, the glasses-wearing girl with twin tails was staring back, turning her head with a puzzled expression. She'd clearly heard Seiko's line. After a brief silence, you'll come back. Saya's eyes, still simmering with anger, shifted into something much more complicated. Of course he'll come back, Seiko cut in smoothly. He's probably already thinking about some kind of rice bowl feast. If you promise him that right now, Takagi, he'll fight like hell to stay alive and come back for it. Kane stared at Seiko, speechless. How did she even know that kind of meme? Kuroneko, most likely. And no, she was slandering him. He wasn't thinking that. Maybe just a tiny bit. Still, Seiko's interruption did exactly what it was meant to do. He swallowed the words he'd been about to say, the words that would have dragged the mood into something heavy and suffocating. Seiko was doing it on purpose. She didn't want him to say it. Because whatever he was about to say would have sounded like the classic anime, raising a flag, the kind of line that jinxes you the moment it leaves your mouth. Seiko might not know the exact flag meme, but she clearly understood the shape of what he was about to say, like it would invite bad luck, so she forcibly cut him off, twisting the atmosphere into something else. Why, you pervert? What the hell are you even thinking about? Saya looked so furious she was practically shaking, her twin tails bristling like they were about to stand straight up. She bared her little fangs, grinding them, like she was about to march over and bite him hard. Then, in the next second, Saya snatched up an empty aluminum can and hurled it at the doorway, startling whoever was there. Two people were hiding by the door, two girls who, to Kane's eyes, had oddly similar character designs. One was Kiba Mikoto. The other was Rei Miyamoto. We didn't hear anything, Mikoto said, immediately stepping in from the doorway the moment she was discovered, blurting out the most suspicious thing possible. Nobody had even asked what she heard. She'd just outed herself on reflex. Didn't hear anything about rice, Rei added, her face stiff. She really was bad with words. And it was probably the alcohol, too, making it way too easy for her to let her thoughts slip. Her mind couldn't help replaying what she'd witnessed earlier, leaving her feelings a tangled mess. When Shizuka-sensei and the others stormed into that competition, they weren't shocked by the scene they actually joined in. And that made Rei think, despite herself. Why hadn't she gotten heated and jumped in, too? Why hadn't she gotten just a little more drunk? After that, the room fell into a strange, delicate silence. Time kept moving, creeping closer and closer to 4 a.m. The closer it got, the more restlessness showed on everyone's faces. Except two people stayed relatively calm. One was Kane. The other was Siko. Saya abruptly swallowed the last word before it could come out. She'd been about to say, "Don't die," but it felt like saying it would jinx him, like raising the worst kind of flag. And the reason she was so unsettled was obvious. After his casual, flippant wording, she'd suddenly realized what it really meant. She was smart. She immediately understood that once he left, the place he was returning to would throw him into something beyond imagination, something that would injure him right away, forcing him to burn through multiple vials of spirit medicine early. 10 seconds, Siko suddenly said. Saya's face changed. She snapped her eyes to the clock. There were clearly still 3 minutes until 4 o'clock. And then she realized what that meant, and her blood ran cold. Mikoto, too, tensed up, eyes wide, refusing to blink. She wanted to see how this mysterious man, this man who felt like he came from the future, was going to leave. 10 seconds. Ray froze, lips parting. What was she supposed to say? "If you come back, then I promise." Her voice was shy and mortifyingly small, trailing off. Then, right when she was about to reach the crucial part, it was cut off as if someone had pinched the sound in midair. Because Kane vanished without warning. And the girl whose words had been cut off just stood there, blank and stunned. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 Power Stones, 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 104, Chapter 102. 1222 words. It had been a full day since logging into Sword Art Online SAO. Yuki Asuna still couldn't log out. There was no log out button anywhere. She'd added a few people as friends just to confirm their situation. The result, almost everyone was still online. Almost not all. Because one person's icon had changed, and then that person never showed up again. And Asuna hadn't seen her at the respawn point, either. So what was the truth? Had she logged out? Or had she actually died? Like Schrodinger's cat, it was impossible to tell unless you tested it yourself. But if you got it wrong, that test meant the end of your life. Who would dare? Some people did. On day 1, Asuna had watched a handful of players refuse to believe Akihiko Kaiba. One of them walked straight to the edge of the massive floating castle and jumped. So after a full day, almost nobody was stupid enough to try that again. Over 10,000 players had been stuck online for more than 24 hours. This wasn't some official prank anymore. In the real world, it would be a massive incident, total chaos. Still, some people clung to hope. In novels and anime, time often didn't flow the same way in virtual worlds. Maybe, just maybe, hardly any real-world time had passed. Watching the sky darken toward night again, Asuna started thinking seriously about the possibility of being trapped for nearly 2 years and what she'd need to do to survive. First of all, she couldn't do nothing. She couldn't just sit around and wait for rescue. Sure, she could stay in the safe zone and not worry about monsters killing her, but even then she needed somewhere to rest, right? Fine, she could sleep on the street if she had to. But this game had a setting for hunger. If you didn't eat, you probably wouldn't literally starve to death, but the gnawing emptiness was miserable. You could push through it for a short while. Long term? No chance. Which meant she needed food. And food wasn't free. It cost money. So where would money come from? It couldn't appear out of thin air. Even if you had some starting funds, you'd eventually run out. That meant she'd have to earn the game's currency somehow. And in games, there were plenty of ways to make money. Some quests didn't even require going out into the field running errands for NPCs, doing minor chores, that sort of thing. But the rewards for those were obviously small. And there were over 10,000 players packed into the town of beginnings right now. Where were there enough little errands for everyone to take? In the end, that left only one real option. Go outside and hunt monsters. So starting tomorrow, Asuna planned to begin monster hunting. It should be fine. When she first logged in yesterday, she'd fought field monsters and managed to take them down. If the monsters out there were still around that same strength, she should be okay. She just had to be more careful. Killing monsters wouldn't just earn money. It would earn EXP, too, letting her grow stronger. And she needed to level up. She had to. If Kayaba wanted this world to become the true fantasy adventure he imagined, then sooner or later he might even make the starting town unsafe, forcing everyone to fight. So building strength mattered. Gulp, gulp. Water slid down her throat, and the emptiness in her stomach eased even more. The scrap of paper that had been wrapping her bread vanished the moment she finished eating. And the bread itself had tasted like nothing at all. Come to think of it, that live stream feature was the progress on the energy meter tied to plot development. More like, when the story hit a dramatic high point like a novel or anime reaching a peak, the bar jumped more noticeably. Yesterday's stream had started in the afternoon, and ran until late night, and it had climbed by 5%. But from this morning until just now, it had only climbed by 1%. Now it even displayed a percentage. Kuroneko-san had said it didn't show that before. So after finishing dinner, Asuna decided to log in and see if anything had changed. She logged into the hyperdimensional channel. She blinked, surprised. A lot of people were online this time, almost everyone, by the look of it. Was it because of the member with the ID, Mr. Golden Toilet? He was the one who'd crossed worlds into Seiko's world, and now he was about to return to his own. So naturally, his stream would draw attention. And he was also the person most likely to be able to help Asuna. But Kuroneko-san had warned her his situation was terrible. His world was in absolute crisis, and he was basically struggling on the edge of death. She hadn't explained the details. She'd only told Asuna to watch the stream when the time came. If he could still start the stream at all, Asuna would see what was happening. Also, Seiko and Mr. Golden Toilet weren't online. That was probably fine. It just meant they hadn't logged in. Asuna entered a live stream room, one opened by the Martian girl. Inside, the Martian girl was asking Whisper-san to help her analyze a group of people. She was sharing information through the stream so everyone could see, including a recorded video of a meeting she'd had yesterday with a count. As Asuna watched, she gradually understood who the Martian girl really was. She dressed like a princess, and apparently she actually was one. A princess of the Mars Empire. Her world had advanced far enough that people could migrate to Mars. But it wasn't peaceful there either. Mars and Earth had fought a war, one that had even blown the moon apart. Golden Toilet seemed to know her world's situation. He'd told her that a second war was probably coming soon, which had left the princess completely panicked. She was desperately looking for a way to break the deadlock. Even though these were people from her own world, she still had to rely on outsiders, people watching through a screen, to judge who she could trust. Hard to put into words. Then, suddenly, the Martian princess said they'd stop the discussion there. She said the time was almost up. What time? After Kuroneko-san spoke, Asuna understood. It was time for Mr. Golden Toilet to return to his own world. Everyone left the stream and went back to the main public channel. Busujima Kendo style, 10 seconds. The entire channel fell silent. Asuna started counting down in her head. The instant it hit 0, nothing happened. 5 seconds passed. The atmosphere grew heavy. Suffocating. Then, in the next moment, an ID came online and a live stream began. Asuna immediately clicked in. The screen was filled with fire. There were piercing alarm sounds, mixed with screams that sounded like metal twisting in agony. What was happening? It lasted about 5 seconds. The flames seemed to dim. Then, like someone bursting out of a blazing inferno, the image finally cleared. And the instant Asuna saw what it was, her breathing hitched. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem, Every 300 power stones, 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 105, Chapter 103, 1149 words. Its hull was screaming, its armor plating taking a relentless barrage of dense fall impacts. It hadn't been caught by the ground shockwave, the kind that could fracture whole tectonic plates, but the spray of debris was unavoidable. Countless shards born from that world-shaking collision slammed into its body like a hailstorm flowing upstream, hammering it without pause. The impacts weren't strong enough to punch straight through in a single hit, but at that kind of per-second density, it felt like the frame would be battered apart in just a few breaths. And with the heat baking it, the once hard exterior was softening, making it even easier to tear apart. Still, it refused to accept this. It refused to die here like this. Ever since an imperial noble had modified it, it hadn't been allowed to revel in slaughter on the battlefield. It hadn't been allowed to unleash the full force a weapon like it was meant to wield. Instead, it had been treated like some kind of display piece. That resentment boiled over. The sheer unwillingness to die drove it to let out a bigger roar, its engines, the only way it could speak to the outside world, howling with a deeper, fiercer thunder. It unleashed the full output its body was meant to have past 100%, forcing itself higher, clawing for altitude. A few seconds later, it broke through the hellfire rising from the ground that was trying to swallow it whole. It saw the sky again. It saw the stars again. And it shuddered with something like delight. That tremor seemed to startle its pilot for a split second. No, actually, the pilot was impressive. The best of all the ones it had ever carried, the one it respected most. Strong, like it was. There was no way they were dying here. Kane, punching through the firestorm surging up from the ground, felt something that made him ignore the agony of his full body burns for a moment as he froze. Had he just sensed emotion from the Thunderhawk? Was this the so-called machine spirit? That brief shove of acceleration beyond what this airframe should have been capable of, was that a machine spirit buff? He didn't have time to think. Several vials of Earth elixir went down his throat, forcing regeneration harder, dragging his consciousness back from the edge of blacking out. At the same time, he forced the Thunderhawk to detour, angling toward the back side of the falling fortress. Because the fortress wasn't a true bomb. The destruction it caused when it struck the ground didn't radiate evenly in all directions. So Kane's plan was to get behind it where the shock would be weaker, where most of the force would be absorbed by the fortress's own colossal mass. He rolled the Thunderhawk hard, flipping into an inverted, tail-first reverse flight so he could stare straight down. The entire hive looked like a gigantic anthill that had been crushed flat. The land itself had caved in, brutally. The shockwave of the impact became a small-scale crustal tsunami. He could see the surface ripple and warp like ocean swells, spreading outward in expanding rings. Everything it touched was erased and remade into ruin. At the same time, magma from within the planet's crust, like it had been squeezed by an immense fist, erupted up through the crater. Or maybe it wasn't purely natural magma. Maybe it was a hive's internal power infrastructure, plus the fortress's own detonation fire, like a tidal wave melting material into a molten flood. Either way, that magma surge spread outward with the crustal tsunami, racing across the land. For an instant, it felt like he wasn't just hearing the death screams of countless people. It felt like he could hear the planet itself screaming. Then a massive shadow swept over him. A bad feeling crawled up Kane's spine. He rolled the Thunderhawk again and looked up. Don't tell me another fortress is coming down. It didn't look like it would hit here. The trajectory was no. No. It was heading toward where his starship was. That might be the only ship he had left right now, one of the superlative crystallizations of the Golden Age, the thing that gave him even a sliver of confidence to move through a universe crawling with monsters and mad gods. Asuna might be a sheltered young lady, but she wasn't the kind who needed servants to feed her and dress her. Her upbringing wouldn't allow it. Her parents had raised her to become someone her father could be proud of, capable, disciplined, exceptional. So yes, Asuna could cook. Of course, cooking had to be learned, and nobody starts out good at it. When she first learned, she'd produce some truly awful dishes. Once, while learning to grill meat, she'd overcooked it. The meat didn't turn into pure charcoal, but it half-melted, sticky and fused together in a way that made your skin crawl. And now, what Asuna was seeing on the live stream made her scalp go cold. If you put a person into a massive oven and roasted them through, it would probably look like this. But the person wasn't dead. He was still alive. The chair he'd been sitting in had apparently weakened from the heat and snapped, collapsing to the ground. And the roasted man's flesh had adhered to the chair. When the chair broke and dropped, it tore a layer away with it like the skin was being ripped off alive. Asuna's stomach lurched. It was horrifying. But then she saw something even worse. Worse in a way that made her whole mind tremble. What is that? There was no easy way to describe a scene that catastrophic. It was the kind of devastation you only saw in sci-fi disaster movies, like an enormous construct had fallen from the sky into the earth, inflicting destruction on a scale that defied comprehension. Maybe only Mount Fuji erupting into a colossal detonation could compare. No, this wasn't a natural disaster. This was war. She could see aircraft still trading fire. She could see battle beyond the atmosphere. And the fighting itself was strange. Some of it was machine versus machine, but some of it involved things that looked organic. Creatures. Then something even larger crossed the sky, blotting out everything above the aircraft. A portion of that vast bulk glowed red, clearly from atmospheric friction. And the widening, burning area made one thing obvious: something impossibly heavy was falling. Something was about to slam into the surface of that planet. Only now did Asuna fully understand what Kuroneko-san had meant when she said that Mr. Golden Toilet was struggling on the edge of death. This wasn't just him. His whole world, his entire planet, was hanging on the edge of death. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones, 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 106, Chapter 104. 12-13 words. The fall of a single fortress, an impact that looked like it shattered heaven and earth, didn't stop the war. If anything, it only made it worse. The remnants of both sides that hadn't been annihilated by that world-ending collision went even more insane, tearing into each other with heightened fury. In the skies, once a fighter ran out of ammunition, it turned itself into a giant bullet. Engines pushed past safe limits, and it threw itself into a suicidal ramming run, smashing into the enemy. And in a battlefield that had completely lost its mind, a modified Thunderhawk gunship that refused to join either side might as well have been an enemy to everyone. So it wasn't just dodging Tyranid attacks. It also had to evade Imperial fighters' gunfire. At first, it hated having to dodge like this. Even without a proper weapon system, that didn't mean it couldn't fight. It could, for example, lure enemy fire and trick it into hitting their own allies. But gradually, it discovered that this was fun, too. Being hunted by both sides, weaving through lethal crossfire in a situation this vicious, it was a thrilling, high-stakes challenge. And the way it kept slipping away, over and over, like nothing could hit it, watching its pursuers grow furious and frantic. That was entertaining as well. So let it dance through the storm with its pilot. Use even more firepower to force its flight path into an even more beautiful choreography in the sky. A warhead detonated nearby. The shock made the airframe let out another ominous sound, like it was about to come apart. But the strange thing was, it felt like they were in a trap. According to the status readouts, some maneuvers should have been impossible for this craft, yet it pulled them off. And sometimes, when it should have been able to avoid a denser kill zone, it would suddenly act like the yoke had been slammed hard over, like it couldn't change course at all, and it would dive straight into the thickest fire. Then, a moment later, it would recover, and the gunship would fight like hell, threading between beams, lasers, and missiles where a single lapse meant destruction and death. So if this Thunderhawk really did have a machine spirit influencing it, then it was absolutely the kind that lived for extreme sports. It was probing the edge of death on purpose, walking a razor wire at full sprint, drifting along the boundary between life and oblivion, savoring the thrill. Thankfully, in the big picture, it was still advancing toward Kane's intended destination. As for what a machine spirit actually was, there were many explanations. In the Imperium's official definition, a machine spirit was simply what they called the automatic systems and operational mechanisms within their technology. But a machine spirit wasn't the same as forbidden abominable intelligence, because it didn't possess the ability to self-upgrade. An abominable intelligence was, in practical terms, AI artificial intelligence with true self-awareness. Humanity's golden age had ended with an AI rebellion that dragged mankind down from its throne, so now AI carried that name, and was treated as taboo, strictly forbidden to develop. Back to the machine spirit. The Adeptus Mechanicus believed machine spirits could be influenced through ritual, and that their nature was beast-like, capable of hatred, stubbornness, and other emotions. So through rites you could calm or guide a machine spirit, synchronize it more cleanly with its user, and sometimes even coax it into producing performance beyond its limits. For example, even after the ammunition was supposedly exhausted, a weapon might still keep firing purely because the machine spirit was delighted. Absurd, almost mystical. So if a phenomenon like this was happening here, then whatever was inside this machine spirit, Kane didn't believe it was merely a label for automation and mechanisms. In his eyes, this felt closer to an explanation he'd once read that actually fit. A simple analogy, the mythic concept that all things have spirit. An object, after enduring certain experiences or simply after existing for a long time, could develop a spark of awareness. Or you could understand the machine spirit as something like a vital essence life form, or a primal spirit body, or a resident wraith, something that could lodge itself within a physical object, gaining a will through that object. And if an item truly did develop a self-willed machine spirit, then if the user displeased it, they were going to suffer for it. Suddenly, Kane's vision caught something beyond the atmosphere, and his expression tightened. In the next instant, the fortress that looked like it was skipping along the upper air like a stone on water sent a violent shockwave rippling through the atmosphere. The region, glowing red-hot from friction, expanded by more than 100-fold in a blink, as if the fortress had suddenly sunk halfway down. And the cause was obvious. It had been struck by a heavy weapon. A macrocannon, most likely. As for what kind of macrocannon, he had no idea. He only knew that if it took a few more hits, it would probably be shot down outright and he'd be caught in the blast radius. The next moment, the friction-scorched region suddenly bloomed, like something inside had erupted. But it looked less like an internal detonation and more like it was being punched through by macrocannon fire. Then an unnatural flare of light burst outward. A miniature sun formed. A few seconds later, the sky itself looked like it was burning. With the naked eye, you could see the atmosphere had been blasted open like a sheet of paper ignited at the center, the burned hole continuously expanding as it kept burning wider. Was there some kind of special weapon aboard that fortress? One capable of igniting an atmosphere? But the flames seemed to be weakening. The hole had already grown too large, so it was more likely that some enormous internal power source had detonated and caused this effect. And beyond the burning atmosphere, the fortress's explosion had thrown out countless fragments, forming a dense meteor swarm that now rained toward the ground. More macrocannon strikes slammed into the mass, shattering large fragments into smaller ones. One macrocannon shot missed and kissed the surface directly. The blast light excavated the crust. Vaporized earth became a red haze, and superheated soil and debris were hurled thousands of meters into the sky in an instant. It looked like something heavy dropped into still water, spraying up mist and foam, except this time, it was the earth itself making waves. That entire region was absolutely going to be rewritten. What had been a mountain range stretching hundreds of kilometers was pulverized by that single hit, transformed into a horrifying ring-shaped crater. It looked like the strike had also hit near a continental plate boundary, splitting the ground open and creating a massive rift so deep you couldn't even see the bottom. A hive city built nearby, sitting right at the rift's edge, began sliding down into the abyss. If this planet kept getting pounded like this, and the situation deteriorated to its absolute worst, then Kane was afraid of the most brutal outcome possible. An imperial exterminatus. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 107. Chapter 105 1,100 words. Even though her world had beta gnawing away at it and the war against them meant the world map had to be updated constantly, that wasn't mainly because artillery had reshaped the terrain. The destructive power simply wasn't that ridiculous. The real reason was the beta themselves. Those alien organisms consumed and excavated everything everywhere they went, turning every region they passed through into something unrecognizable. So yes, her world's ecology had been getting worse and worse. But compared to what she was seeing in this live-streamed world, it was better by an absurd margin. Never mind the devastation from the current war. Just from what she could see of the landscape beyond the battlefront, it was obvious this world had already been in terrible shape even before the war started. This world was basically a factory. A gigantic factory that developed everything at any cost, until the planet's ecology had been almost completely ruined by the pollution and damage from that exploitation. Once the view moved far enough away from the space fortress impact zone, the surface looked outright hostile. She saw peaks that were clearly mountains of accumulated garbage. Garbage mountains everywhere, stretching and linking together into entire garbage ranges. At first, because the aircraft was still high up, Dr. Kazuki had genuinely thought she was looking at real mountain chains. Only after the altitude dropped did she realize the truth. Those were mountains made of trash ranges more magnificent than the largest mountain ranges back on her own Earth. This world's development had obviously been carried out with zero regard for consequences. Sure, if the planet had always been naturally harsh, you could argue they simply didn't care about the environment. Kazuki could tell from lingering traces that there had once been forests, river systems, even oceans. Yes, oceans. It was hard to believe. What kind of exploitation could drain even something like the sea? A world like this would be blanketed in polluted exhaust and toxic haze. Outside the steel forest megacities, the open world would be nothing but poison. Somewhere life itself could barely exist. Honestly, if someone from her world were suddenly teleported here, their first impression would be that this was a post-apocalyptic wasteland. And now, on top of a planet that was already this ruined, extraterrestrial life had invaded, and a war beyond imagination was raging. Just the destruction from that first fortress falling when she scaled it against her own world was enough to make Dr. Kazuki fall silent. It could wipe out every living thing on her island nation. It might even sink it. And then another fortress had started sliding down into the planet. She couldn't even imagine what kind of horror that one would cause. But before it could even reach the surface, an unthinkable bombardment blew that colossal mass apart. One shot even seemed to miss and strike the ground instead, pulverizing an entire mountain range and carving out a ring crater larger than the moon's Bailey crater. Bailey was the largest impact crater on the moon. Which meant that if weapons like this were used in carpet bombardment across a planetary surface, they really could break a world. They could punch through the crust. And that, inevitably, made Dr. Kazuki think of the weapon her own world was secretly developing to destroy the Beta's supposedly indestructible hives, the G-bomb. Rumor had it that, at maximum yield, just a few could sink the Asian plate. But using something like that was no different than forcing humanity into a dead end. If you could shatter a continental plate, the global fallout would be a disaster beyond comprehension. Could humans even survive it? Was the plan mutual annihilation? In truth, once the G-bomb was completed, it was meant to be used in coordination with Alternative V. That plan was to abandon Earth and emigrate to another planet. While the migration was underway, they would use the G-bomb to ruin the old world, taking the Beta down with it. But based on what Dr. Kazuki understood about her world's current technology level, once Alternative V began, interstellar migration would mean the overwhelming majority of humanity would be left behind. Their tech was only at that level. They could only carry a tiny fraction of people off-world. Then what's your objective? Staring at the moon on-screen, piloting that aircraft that looked like it could shake itself apart at any moment, still weaving through danger while fragments from the shattered fortress rained down. Dr. Kazuki couldn't help wondering what he was trying to reach. He didn't look like a soldier. And he didn't seem to have any deep attachment to this world, either. Which suggested he hadn't grown up here. Meaning humanity didn't exist on this planet alone. This was a colony world. And she could be sure this wasn't Earth. When he'd climbed to his highest altitude earlier, he'd almost broken through the atmosphere, and she'd caught a glimpse of the starfield along with a nearby planet. If this were Earth, the nearest planet wouldn't look that large, and it certainly wouldn't have such obvious rings. So this wasn't the solar system, either. That is, as his aircraft continued forward looking like it was about to arc around half the planet to the far side, she saw that this side, too, was burning with war. And there she saw something that made her blood run cold. It looked like an ugly flower of unimaginable shape, bursting up through the crust and blooming open. From that enormous, hideous flower hive, dense swarms of monsters poured out like a tide, surging toward the planet's human ground forces. Their shapes differed quite a bit from the beta in her world. Kazuki immediately noticed 3 points in common. First, these bug-featured monsters like the BETA devoured everything they could consume. Second, once they cleared open space on the battlefield, they immediately put what they'd eaten to use, building small-scale hives on the spot just like that earlier industrial elevator incubation structure, hatching new comrades and throwing them straight into the war. And third, when she looked closely at the grotesque flower hive punching through the ground, something about the area around its core felt eerily familiar. Just like the regions surrounding beta hives back home, everything useful in the surrounding land had been eaten clean. All that remained was bare, stone-like ground. So this world's invasion was the same in nature as the beta invasion. A plague of locusts. Devouring everything. Leaving behind a dead, silent stone planet. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 108, Chapter 106 1185 words. The creature with scything talons bounded across the battlefield on powerful hind legs. Each leap also drove the swing of its talons, making every cut sharper and more decisive. Soldiers who couldn't dodge in time were effortlessly hacked apart, dismembered by those blades. Then it used its fangs to tear further into the corpse, feasting greedily. It was a tyrannid bioform known as a hormigaunt. The hormigaunt didn't even get to finish eating. A tank tread rolled over it from head to tail, crushing it flat, and the vehicle rumbled on over the wreck of its body. On the tank's mount, the gunner poured out a storm of hellfire bolts. These weren't standard bolts. The core and tip had been replaced with a small vial of mutagenic acid, its surface studded with thousands of microneedles. When fired into clustered targets, the vial shattered, the needles separated and punched into flesh, injecting the acid into 913 targets to kill them. This ammunition had been developed specifically to punish dense swarms of organic enemies. The rounds plunged into the tide-like oncoming mass and dropped a wide swathe of the swarm. But that wide swathe was immediately swallowed by even more tyrannids behind it, like a handful of stones sinking into the sea, making it look as though nothing had been accomplished at all. Around the tank, PDF Planetary Defense Force infantry advanced in lockstep, their lasguns lancing into the onrushing horde. They kept pace with the vehicle, pushing forward without hesitation, determined to drive the bugs back into their nest. At the same time, countless streaks of fire were falling from the sky, fragments from a shattered orbital fortress, raining into the war zone in indiscriminate, carpet-like bombardment. In the face of that kind of random destruction, the soldiers didn't flinch. They executed their current orders. They would not waste a single round or shell trying to intercept whatever might hit them from above. Their ammunition had only one purpose: killing the swarm in front of them. Nor could they simply abandon their position. This was their line. That rigid adherence to orders didn't mean they were silent, machine-like statues, either. On the comms channel of the company holding the very front, curses and bitter complaints flowed back and forth. These damn bugs really know how to pick their timing. They waited until the guard levy got called up and shipped out. If those troops were still here, our strength would be 2-3 times what it is. And they chose the moment right after the tithe got collected, munitions stripped out too. What kind of sick joke is this? 2 tithes practically back to back. On Imperial worlds, the tithe is often divided into 2 categories. The first is the military tithe. 1/10 of the planet's PDF is handed over as new recruits for the Imperial Guard, under the authority of the Departamento Munitorum. And the soldiers sent off to become guardsmen are invariably the PDF's best. The second is the exacta, overseen by the Administratum's tax arm, the Departamento Exacta. On this planet, 1/10 of its military material had also been seized as the exacta and shipped up the chain. And when weapons were taken as payment, they went in clean, standardized consignments, crated, stamped, and accounted for. What remained, the other 9/10, was a mismatched mess. The planet's logistics officer in charge of armaments truly wanted to flog the responsible party's corpse. Because the culprit was already confirmed. Kia. Just how much had been skimmed and stolen? It's a mess, zzzt. As if the channel were being jammed, a harsh, razor-edged sound suddenly sliced through the feed. Now and then, something came through, clearly wet, tearing, like flesh being ripped apart, chewing, grinding, gulping. Mixed in were the distinct snaps of M35 Galaxy pattern lasguns, and M36 Cantrell pattern lasguns, at least, if you were a veteran who could recognize weapon patterns by sound. Alongside the loss fire were the heavier, deeper reports of bolt weapons, and artillery blasts so loud they threatened to rupture the commnet itself. That single detonation drowned out every other sound. Beneath a twisted slab of metal lay heaps of gore, blood-soaked paste churned together with dust and grit. Look closely and you could still pick out unmistakable fragments, bits of limbs, something that might have been human organs, severed hands along with shattered tyrannid parts. Both sides, locked in close combat, had been struck by the falling meteor. And this wasn't happening in just one place. The entire battlefield was taking sustained, indiscriminate bombardment from debris. One fragment in particular was different. It skipped across the ground like a stone, skimming, water, bouncing and sliding. And every ricochet burst more tyrannids apart in sprays of ichor. Still alive. A figure crawled out of a fighter that had been mangled beyond recognition, murmuring while taking in the swarm and the struggling melee around him. At least it hadn't dropped him deep into the enemy's formation. As for the aircraft machine, spirit or not, it was never invincible. It hadn't been shot down. The airframe had simply reached its limit and failed. The machine spirit felt strangely satisfied. He sensed the emotion faintly, and then it was gone. By crashing amid a rain of debris, he'd bought himself a momentary breath of space. In that gap, he glanced at the live stream interface and noticed something new. A recording function had appeared, but it required activation, and that meant spending energy coins to unlock it. It was like cloud storage. The free capacity was tiny, but if you paid, you could expand it and archive the videos properly. There was even a download option. Unfortunately, his current situation left him no time to mess with any of that. In the blink of an eye, he scavenged what he could from the field, changed his appearance and kit, and passed himself off as a PDF trooper, then merged into a nearby unit. A unit, because repeated waves had already chewed through the original formations. And despite the constant pressure, the line hadn't been pushed back. If anything, it was advancing. It was an advance paid for in bodies, layer after layer of lives piled into forward progress. At this rate, it would take about 3 days to reach the edge of the nest. And the location of his ship lay directly along the way. A Thunderhawk gunship, truly bristling with weapons, was coming down in a hard landing after concentrated fire bled off its speed. That wasn't the surprising part. Thunderhawks got shot out of the sky on this battlefield often enough. The real shock was what leapt out of it: several massive, hulking tin cans, and what looked like 1,000 suits of powered battle plate deploying in formation. The insignia salamanders. A moment later, his surrounding units' comms were overridden, and an order came through: support their action. The assignment was clear. Abandon the original step-by-step push. Collapse the line into a long triangular wedge like an arrowhead and drive it straight into the swarm, spearing directly toward the enemy nest. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 109, Chapter 107 1431 words. She was still just a junior high student. She still had classes to attend, so there was no way she could keep watching the live stream non-stop. Besides, the stream had been nothing but prolonged slaughter against the bugs for a long time now. If she stepped away for a while, it probably wouldn't suddenly spiral into disaster. At the very least, it was nowhere near the level of danger brought on by those earlier, earth-shaking acts of destruction. And it wasn't like he was fighting alone, either. There was also that little giant, warrior easily at least 2.5 meters tall battling alongside him. Those were the so-called Astartes, right? Every one of them monstrously powerful. After logging off, Kuroneko didn't go to sleep right away. Still a little dazed, she stared at her computer, one she'd bought with the money she'd saved from part-time work, a machine that had cost her several thousand. There was a new video file on it now, a clip downloaded from the live stream. Yes, downloaded directly from the Superdimensional Channel's stream. That new function had appeared out of nowhere. Live stream content could be saved and even downloaded. So Kuroneko tried it. The system prompted her to choose a real-world storage device, and she ultimately selected her own computer. But only content from this stream could be downloaded, everything from the moment he went live this time. None of the previous 3 broadcasts were available. It was probably because the feature had only just been enabled, so only this session onward could be recorded and archived. With that, she wouldn't have to worry about logging off and then coming back later, not knowing what might have happened during the gap. Even so, she couldn't download too much. The footage was ultra-high definition, and her computer simply didn't have the storage. Of course, that didn't mean she got nothing. The download tool let her freely select any segment within the full-time window from the start of the broadcast up to the present. After picking and repicking, Kuroneko finally settled on several sequences that looked the most hype, the kind of scenes that screamed insane production values. Then she stitched them together, did a little editing of her own, and rendered a new cut. When she played it back, it was genuinely good, more impactful, more shocking. Still, she felt like something was missing. The visuals alone didn't fully land the way she wanted. So she clicked through other videos and thought it over. It's the BGM. That was it. With the right background music, the atmosphere would hit harder. So she started hunting for a track that matched the footage. No, this still doesn't feel right. She swapped one track after another, but something always felt off. This one's good. But she couldn't just plaster BGM over the whole thing, either. That would drown out the original Battlefield audio, and that would actually make it worse. BGM only worked when used deliberately, punctuating key moments. She didn't know how long she worked like that, but eventually perfect. Kuroneko stared at the finished fan edit, momentarily spaced out. She was spaced out because she'd pulled an all-nighter. And content this intense would feel a little wasted if she were the only one watching it. So she uploaded it to a video site, and immediately collapsed into bed. In the blink of an eye, time really flew. Somehow it was already evening. Don't get her wrong, she hadn't slept all the way until evening. She'd still gone to school. It was just that she'd been nodding off through class, and then she'd fallen asleep during lunch break and practically slept straight into the end of the day. Now, after school, her brain still felt foggy. She logged back in and took a look. The stream was still going. He hadn't stopped broadcasting since he went live. And now he seemed to be deep inside the enemy's interior, with even more skin-crawling monsters appearing. From bits of dialogue she caught, the enemy was an alien species called the Tyranids. Something soft and springy suddenly slammed into her face. The impact was weirdly comfortable, bouncy, and plush, but Kuroneko's irritation flared instantly. More importantly, someone abruptly hugged her, pressing her face even tighter into whatever it was. Kuroneko, sure. That excited voice exploded right by her ear, yanking her attention fully back to reality. Now she understood why she was annoyed. She was being hugged by Saori. The person clinging to her was an online friend she'd met, Saori Bajina. Kuroneko had no idea what kind of feed this girl had been raised on. Saori was a full year younger than her, and yet she was built like a giant, nearly 180 centimeters tall, with a ruthless, supermodel-like figure that was frankly infuriating. Kuroneko shoved her off, still scowling as she looked at Saori in confusion. Saori looked like she'd just gotten out of school, and sprinted straight here to ambush her at the school gates. What was so urgent? Kuroneko, sure, that video, what's going on? Where did you get something like that? This is bad. I've never seen a clip that budget burning in my life. You didn't accidentally leak some company's CG or promo footage, did you? You'll get sued for that. Stop. What are you even talking about? Goku-Ruri hurriedly cut her off. The barrage of questions had her completely lost. The video you uploaded. It looks like a future war, this brutal fight against some alien creatures, and then that scene, where a space fortress gets destroyed and the ground gets obliterated. It's insane. It's genuinely shocking. Wait, hold on, wait. Ruri stopped the overexcited Saori, whose round glasses were about to slide right off her face. Why had Saori seen the video? Ruri remembered. She'd uploaded it. That was awful. She hadn't gotten the original creator's permission. Why had she even uploaded it? Because she'd been too fired up. She'd spent real time making a careful fan edit, and it felt like a crime to let footage like that sit unseen. In the heat of the moment, she'd posted it. Then she'd passed out. When she woke up, she'd been late and rushed to school, and she'd completely forgotten about it. So what, it really was some company's unreleased blockbuster footage, and you secretly put it online. Saori, stop talking for a second. Ruri needed to apologize. She'd downloaded it privately and then uploaded it. If the other side found out, that could go very badly. So, after she re-entered the channel, her first instinct was to send an apology. But she immediately cursed herself for being stupid. At a time like this, how would he have the attention to read her message? And she shouldn't distract him with her own noise, either. What was this? Her personal live stream option was flashing. When she clicked it, it wasn't that she was live, she hadn't started streaming. But she could see an energy bar there, and it was flickering. When she tapped it, the explanation that popped up made Kuroneko go rigid. How to put it? It was like when someone takes another person's video, edits it into a transformative fan work, uploads it, and then the video suddenly starts generating revenue. The platform recognizes its derivative content and asks whether the uploader wants to share a portion of the earnings with the original creator. When Kuroneko snapped back to herself and understood what was happening, she chose to give everything to the original creator without hesitation. She couldn't give it all. At most, she could transfer 80% to him. The remaining 20% was withheld, part of it apparently tied to some mainline breakthrough anchor for the superdimensional channel. On top of that, the interface said the transfer itself would cost him 10% to receive. Even so, there was nothing else to do. Kuroneko pushed the transfer to the maximum she was allowed and sent it. Once she confirmed, her own energy bar jumped. Her 1/10 share now showed clear progress. It rose by a full 11%. Which meant that if she sold everything she got, she'd be able to obtain 1 energy coin. She didn't regret it for a second. It wasn't hers to begin with, so she had no right to cling to it. Now she needed to confirm one thing: what exactly was the relationship between that progress bar increase and the video she'd uploaded. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones, 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 110. Chapter 108. 12:20 words. Night had already fallen, but the warfire blanketing the world below showed no sign of dying down. The flames relit what should have been swallowed by darkness, and against the black sky the fighting looked even more savage than it had in daylight. All of a sudden, something burst up from a hole in the ground. Before a single soldier could react, there was a sick little sound, something punching into flesh. Just as the thing that had surfaced tried to fire again, a monomolecular blade flashed down, chopping off the gun in its hands along with half its neck. The attacker twisted in a way that looked like it should have snapped a normal person's spine, and in that impossible contortion, dodged several shots at point-blank range. Bang, bang, bang. The autogun in the attacker's hands barked in rapid bursts. You could hear wet pops, rounds tearing something open, gun gaunt flesh splitting under impacts. Gun gaunts were about 2 meters long. They looked a bit like small dinosaurs, except their forelimbs weren't stunted at all, thick, powerful, and evolved to carry symbiotic weapons. That rifle wasn't a machine-made gun. The bullets it fired were living microorganisms. The gun itself was a nesting structure, essentially a tiny brood hive. Once launched, those parasites bored into a person's body and injected toxins that could devour tissue in moments. That was why the PDF soldier who'd been hit immediately drove a knife into his own wound, dug the parasite out, and crushed it. After that, it was luck. It depended on what strain had been fired. If it was a fast-acting neurotoxin type, infection spread so quickly you had to carve away a huge chunk of flesh immediately to keep it from racing outward. So if you were hit in an arm or leg, you might still live, amputate on the spot, and your chances were decent. If you were hit in the torso, you'd have to gouge out a fist-sized cavity to stop the toxin spread, and if it was too close to vital organs, that was basically suicide. And not all strains were just poison. Some detonated inside you. Some released strong acid. Some implanted eggs feeding on blood as they hatched, multiplying and spreading through your body until there was nothing left but a hollowed-out shell. Right now, large numbers of gun gaunts were lurking all around. They were quick and cunning, using underground tunnels and whatever cover they could find to take potshots from the dark. And inside those tunnels lurked the tyranids that had dug them, snake-bodied horrors known as raveners. They had 6 razor-sharp forelimbs that let them rip through earth and carve tunnels with ease. Those 6 claws, whipping back and forth, were a meat grinder in their own right. Anything they caught would be shredded into ribbons. Noticing movement, Kane glanced toward the salamanders. Over there they'd pinned a ravener. His eyes settled on one salamander's battle brother in particular. Unlike the others, this one had been carrying a metal case the whole way, something inside that looked like a specialized weapon, probably intended for cracking the nest itself. Then a notification popped up, and Kane froze for a beat. A live stream alert from the superdimensional channel. He spared a sliver of attention, and the message made him pause. He skimmed it quickly and understood the gist. Someone had taken his stream footage, made a derivative edit, earned rewards from it, and transferred the maximum share to him as the original creator. So that was possible. Leave Kuroneko a message. In a coffee shop, 2 junior high students from different schools were tucked into a corner table, hunched over a laptop. It was a brand new, top-of-the-line machine, something most ordinary families couldn't afford. The owner was the girl with the round glasses, Saori Makishima. She was from a wealthy family, so of course she could buy gear like this. Now she'd brought it out for Kuroneko to use, insisting she log in and see just how hot her uploaded video had become. Saori still couldn't figure out how Kuroneko had gotten her hands on footage like that. The image quality. The staging. The effects. It was genuinely jaw-dropping. Especially the orbital fortress smashing into the planet, the kind of spectacle that rattled you down to the bone. The only shame was that there wasn't an extended fortress falling sequence. The clip began right at impact. After that, the fighter pilot moved like he was walking a tightrope, threading through a storm of gunfire by the width of a hair. Then another fortress fragment slid down through the sky, got blown apart, and plunged straight toward the ground. No wonder the upload had exploded. Its popularity was spiking across the net, being reposted everywhere at a terrifying pace. People were speculating nonstop, some kind of AAA Studios game trailer CG, or leaked footage from an upcoming movie. Everyone was hungry to know what it was. The only thing Saori found mildly unsatisfying was the editing. A few cuts were awkward, and some of the background audio choices didn't quite land. The view count is this high. After logging in, Kuroneko clicked her tongue at the number of plays and at how many people were watching right now. Kuroneko, sure, are you sure you're okay? Yeah, I should be fine. Ruri knew what Saori was worried about. If this really was some company's unreleased material, there'd be lawyers involved. Closing her eyes, Ruri slipped back into the superdimensional channel. She checked her energy bar and realized it had ticked up again, by a tiny amount. Was it possible that the more popular her edited upload became, the more people watched it, the more her energy bar would rise? She entered Kane's live stream. He was still fighting Tyranids, and it didn't look immediately catastrophic. Only then did she glance at the stream's discussion panel. There was a message from him. Ruri stared. He was telling her that when she edited the footage, she should emphasize how cool he looked, especially the highlight moments. And any clips where he looked awkward. She should hide them. Which meant he knew she'd been downloading and re-editing his footage. He must have realized there were rewards involved. And with that message, he was basically saying she didn't need to hold back, she could download what she wanted and make derivative edits. In that case, she wouldn't hold back. Kuroneko, sure. Give me a second. Don't talk. I'm picking clips. She started selecting new segments, this time focusing mainly on Kane fighting the bugs. Download these and set the destination to this laptop. And just like that, something impossible happened. A multifaceted crystal icon appeared right on the desktop like a folder. She clicked it and the exact files she'd chosen were already inside. Kuroneko, sure. The trembling, stunned voice made Ruri look up. Saori's round glasses were practically sliding off her face. She was staring at Kuroneko, then staring at the screen. Ruri froze, then broke into a cold sweat. In her excitement, she'd clicked without thinking, and Saori had just watched a download from another world drop onto her laptop like it was the most normal thing in the world. How was she supposed to explain this? End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones, 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 111, Chapter 109, 1353 words. Saori Makishima was the administrator of an online community called Otaku Girls Assemble. And her screen name ID was Saori Bagina. The reason she used the Bagina surname was because it came from Quattro Bagina, a character from Mobile Suit Zeta Gundam. In other words, Saori was a hardcore Gundam fan. Kuroneko was an online friend she'd met through those circles, another anime and manga nerd, and Saori had even gone out of her way to track her down in person. And then, out of nowhere, Kuroneko had posted a completely outrageous video. It was honestly hard to believe Kuroneko had the connections to get footage like that. It wasn't that Saori looked down on her. It was just that this kind of thing didn't feel like something a normal person could obtain. Kuroneko had just done something right in front of her. Kuroneko had closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, she stared at Saori's laptop and an icon had appeared on the desktop out of thin air. When Saori opened it, it was a folder. And inside the folder, a video file had manifested out of nowhere. How was that even possible? Don't tell her Kuroneko had hacker skills. This didn't look like hacking at all. It looked supernatural. Saori stared hard at Kuroneko until Kuroneko's face started sweating, then calmly pushed her glasses up. Kuroneko, did you, like in those novels, get some kind of system? After she asked that, amused, Kuroneko-sha's reaction was priceless. She couldn't meet Saori's eyes at all. Her gaze kept drifting all over the place. That, this is actually me, like yeah, I secretly used a special program to send it to your computer ahead of time, and then. Kuroneko, don't you think you're acting way too guilty right now? You can barely get the words out. Besides, what if I ask you to demonstrate it again? So what system is it? Saori leaned in close, watching Kuroneko until Kuroneko turned her face completely away. Oh, right. Before you mentioned something called the superdimensional channel. Saori remembered that Kuroneko had brought up something that sounded incredibly Chuyuni. They'd talked about weird topics before, sure, but that conversation had felt different. And as Saori said it, she saw Kuroneko's small body go stiff. Her face was already turning into a waterfall of sweat. If what Kuroneko had said about the superdimensional channel was real, then this wasn't unbelievable anymore. So this video was sent to you by one of those cross-world friends, right? Faced with that question, Kuroneko pressed her lips together and stayed silent. Back then, when she'd told Saori about the superdimensional channel using the "I have a friend" excuse, it was because she genuinely thought she'd broken her brain with her Chuyuni nonsense and she'd needed to vent to someone. So Kuroneko, sure, you're planning to take works from other worlds and upload them in this world. Become an uploader? Let me calm down first. Kuroneko took a deep breath, then exhaled. Keeping up the act was pointless now. Can I trust you? Kuroneko's voice was painfully serious. She was still just a junior high student, but she already understood that some problems were way beyond what a middle schooler could handle alone. Do you think I'm not trustworthy? I trust you. Then trust me. Come on, we'll go somewhere else. Come to my place. Not long after, Kuroneko and Saori took a taxi to a high-end residential district, arriving in front of a 3-story house. Don't be nervous or stiff. I live here alone. You live alone? Kuroneko was stunned. A house this big, and Saori lived here by herself. Saori led her up to the 2nd floor. In the spacious living hall, glass display cases lined the room packed with figures. Robots were the majority. Gundam models dominated. There were so many that Kuroneko couldn't help clicking her tongue. This giant girl was absurdly rich. As for what Saori's family did, her surname basically answered that. A massive family enterprise, the kind that made your jaw drop. It was hard to imagine a young lady from that kind of household being a hardcore otaku. You can talk now, Kuroneko, sure. Saori sat properly, her expression unusually serious. Before, I told you about a friend writing a novel, and the setting was the superdimensional channel. Most of that was real. And we've confirmed that some of the members are people who exist inside works from our world. They're the protagonists. What works? Saori immediately lunged forward and grabbed Kuroneko, eyes blazing. Any Gundam? Calm down. Sorry. I got excited. One of them is Seikobu Sujima, from the recently serialized manga High School of the Dead. Saori knew that one. Which meant this was real. There really was a world where a zombie outbreak had happened. One is A2, from the Nier game series. I haven't heard of that. Wait, hold on. Kuroneko, sure, you mean she's a character from the 3rd Nier title, right? Saori pieced it together from the Nier game Kuroneko had borrowed from her before. Saori wanted to demand every detail immediately, but she forced herself to hold back. Kuroneko clearly wasn't finished. Next 2 are heavy hitters. Saori tensed. And magical girl Madoka. Saori's serious expression instantly cracked. Really? Asuna, the heroine from Sword Art Online, and Madoka from Puella Magi Madoka Magica. As she blurted it out, Saori spun around and walked straight to a display case. It was filled with magical girl figures, and the Madoka set took up a huge portion. So they really existed. Then Saori suddenly thought of something and her face went white. Then, what about their situation? She couldn't help it. These weren't fictional characters anymore. They were real people. Asuna and Madoka only joined 2 days ago. Asuna had just been trapped in SAO. As for Madoka, she hasn't met Kyubi yet. Kuroneko explained more about Madoka's situation. An exploit on the Wish. A battle of wits against an entire civilization. This was bad. Really bad. Finally, there's one more member. The only male in the group, and he joined earlier than Asuna and Madoka. That had to be the key person. The only male. That phrase alone made Saori immediately realize who it was, especially with how oddly high-class the framing felt whenever that male lead showed up in the footage. I don't know what work he's from. He hasn't given any details. But he seems to know everything about all of us. Everything. Meaning, he knows who you are too. So you're also someone from a work he's read, some character in a story. As Saori said that, her expression shifted again. Don't worry, Saori. He said the work we belong to is a youth, school life romantic comedy type. Kuroneko saw exactly why Saori's face had changed, and her shoulders loosened a little as she reassured her. And now. Kuroneko went on to explain the intel about cross-world invitation and the energy coins. She also explained that the video she'd uploaded seemed to work like this: the more views it got, the more popularity it gained, the more her own energy bar increased. So if she kept uploading this kind of content, and she didn't have anyone backing her up, she was going to be in trouble. With videos of this quality, people would absolutely come recruiting her, pushing business collaborations, or trying to pry into whatever filming or production method was supposedly used. And once that happened, Kuroneko would be the one getting crushed. But if Saori, who looked like a ridiculously wealthy young lady, helped her, then they could keep uploading more series from those cross-dimensional friends' worlds. And in doing so, they could also help the ones who were in truly desperate situations right now. So the two of them began talking as if they were building a short video studio together. Kuroneko would supply the footage. Saori would handle operations. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones, 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 112, Chapter 110, 1292 words. Saori Makishima had more or less put the pieces together. She just hadn't expected Kuroneko's unbelievable encounter to be this unbelievable. More importantly, the footage Kuroneko had just pulled again, the streamer on the other end was literally live streaming with his life on the line. Meaning he could log off permanently at any moment. Dead, stream cut, gone. And the only real way they could help him was by pushing the energy coins that accelerated the cross-world invitation enough to let him escape that hellish battlefield, even if only briefly. Those energy coins weren't just something he could earn from streaming. From the looks of it, helping spread the stream's content also sped up that energy bar. So they couldn't waste time. Saori immediately told Kuroneko to upload the segment she'd captured on-site just now as Episode 2. Episode 2 would start from the moment he crashed, right up through his first engagements with the Swarm. This software will work better. There were countless video editing programs online. What Kuroneko had used yesterday was the basic free kind, simple features, limited tools. But now, for footage ripped and parsed directly from a live stream, Saori had a more professional program on hand. This fight is way too fast. You can't see anything. It's all after images. The combat looked like someone had hit fast forward on a movie. If the entire video stayed like that, nobody's eyes could keep up. And if you couldn't see the details, it wouldn't feel impactful, it would just feel like a blur. So Saori needed to process it, slow it down to a level viewers could actually digest. And seeing those flickering, ghosted frames made one thing very clear to her: how dangerous it was out there, and just how terrifying those bugs were up close. In the marching unit the protagonist had blended into, even the most basic troops, the grunt-looking soldiers would be absolute top-tier elites if you dropped them into Saori's world. The kind you'd call the strongest soldiers, period. As for the protagonist himself, dual-wielding daggers, moving like a feral blur, his fight scenes felt like Wolverine. Let's just say that was the power level. Then there were the hulking figures in the thick armor, Astartes, each one probably around 2.5 meters tall. Little iron giants. Their brutality was ridiculous. Calling them human tanks wasn't just a metaphor here, it felt literal. And when they tore into the Swarm, it looked like a pack of Hulks rampaging through a crowd. Note, human tank was a label, not an exaggeration. Their weapons were obscene. When they shot a bug, a single round could blow the creature apart, but it was hard to judge raw firepower just from that, since Saori didn't have a benchmark for how tough a Tyranid body really was. But then she saw what happened when that same firepower hit a human. It was like being struck by a heavy autocannon. The body didn't just fall, it shattered into dozens of chunks. As for why they were hitting their own side at all, it was because some soldiers had already been grabbed and used as living shields. And it was obvious those soldiers were going to die in the bug's hands anyway. So this time, Saori even saw the Astartes hesitate for exactly 0 seconds before vaporizing the problem hostage and all. With that kind of output, a modern tank's armor would probably get punched through. And to the Astartes, that kind of firepower was just baseline kit. They had plenty worse. For example, they had a weapon that looked like a grenade launcher. The effect on impact was so violent it felt like a fuel-air explosive had gone off. Even so, more than half their kills didn't come from shooting at all. They killed by wading in and carving the bugs apart with swords and blades. Those weapons looked like cold steel, but soldiers with that level of technology were obviously not swinging normal blades in any common-sense way. Some of them carried weapons shaped like chainsaws, using high-speed chain teeth to do the work, though there was no way it was as simple as Saori's first impression. When those chain-bladed swords spun up, they screamed with a harsh, droning whine. It was so intense it felt like the air itself was being sliced apart. The teeth even glowed heat and light from friction at absurd rotational speed. Bug shells that regular rounds couldn't penetrate were torn open by those weapons with unsettling ease. And beyond the chain blades, there were also great swords that looked like pure, old-fashioned steel. Except the blade surface faintly shone, like it was wrapped in an energy field. If you described it in Magic World terms, it was basically a weapon with a buff enchantment slapped onto it. Those swords were just as terrifying, no weaker than the chain blades, and the damage they caused looked more like a beam edge cutting through matter. And that glowing sword seemed higher grade than the others, because among all those human tanks, only one person carried it, the squad leader. Meanwhile, lost guns were something the Astartes didn't seem especially interested in. Those were more the standard issue for the grunt line PDF soldiers. So if Saori could get more detailed info about the weapons and the bugs' actual names, actual specs, she could work that into the video and make it much more compelling. A world only really hooks people when it has details, when the setting rules and power scaling feel concrete. Otherwise, M35M, Galaxy Short Pattern. Kuroneko suddenly blurted that out. Saori happened to be working on a shot of a grunt firing a lost gun. Kuroneko stared at the frame and started rattling off additional data, as if she were reading it straight out of a database. Weight, 2, length, 90 centimeters. Fire modes, semi-auto, full auto, rate of fire, 220 rounds per minute. That was exactly the kind of detail Saori needed. Then what about this one? Saori pulled up another weapon from the video and showed it to Kuroneko. This would make the upload far more informative and far more addictive to watch. Unfortunately, not every weapon had a full spec sheet available. But they could still roughly identify categories. For instance, the teeth on a chain's word were described as monomolecular blade edges, and when it ran, it really did operate like a chainsaw, just at a level that bordered on the absurd. And as for the power sword, that was the scary one. Its blade was wrapped in a disintegration field, something that could break matter down at the molecular level. And those cans, no correction, those Astartes weren't wearing just thick armor. That was a high-tech product in its own right, power armor. The specific pattern wasn't explained clearly, but the material did give a general description of how formidable power armor was. And those Astartes were said to belong to the Imperium's Space Marine 18 Legion, created during the Great Crusade, the Salamanders. Anything else? What is that mech? That was the biggest monster on the protagonist's side right now. Saori looked up because Kuroneko's expression had suddenly tightened. What's wrong? Kuroneko's voice dropped, heavy. Something's not good. Over there. The reason he'd had time to share weapon details earlier was because the bugs had suddenly pulled back. Kuroneko hadn't asked, she couldn't risk distracting him. This was information he'd sent on his own. But now he'd gone quiet. And both he and the Astartes had clearly sensed something. They'd slipped into a level of alertness that was nothing like before. Which meant the retreat hadn't been good news. It was the calm before the storm. It meant the Tyranids were about to send something worse. Something much worse. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones, 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 113, Chapter 111. 1205 words. Even though the bugs had suddenly pulled back and the surroundings had quieted down, that quiet immediately deepened into something even more unnatural. So still it felt as if even the wind had stopped moving. So still it felt as if the planet's rotation had stopped too. And Kane could feel something approaching, something extremely bad. This sensation was probably the perception that came with entering a blank state. In that state, he was even sharper than most psychers, or anything even more sensitive than that. In fact, if he had no scruples about it, he could push his untouchable constitution even further than a normal blank ever could. Because blanks made other people uncomfortable, dizziness, and the like. Especially for psychers, a blank was like a psychic black hole that could swallow them whole. If he amplified it without restraint, the effect would probably resemble a One Piece style burst of Conqueror's haki. If he let it fully open like that, he could sense movements more clearly, but only if everyone around him was an enemy. Otherwise, he'd be hurting allies for no reason. So right now, he was holding it down, not intending to affect anyone else. Even with that restraint, he still picked up abnormal psychic fluctuations drawing closer. And the bugs had psychers among them, too. This wasn't the same layer as the cannon fodder organisms. This presence was on a completely different level. What was coming was likely something like a Tyranid battlefield command nexus, a dangerous individual. The ground began to tremble faintly. A subtle rumbling was rolling in from far to near. It looked like thousands upon thousands of heavily armored troops were charging this way. Then he saw the target's heavily armored Tyranids, bodies wrapped in thick plating, barreling forward in a savage, straight-line collision. These things were called carnifexes. Their job was to smash through everything, enemies and obstacles alike, by sheer mass and brute momentum. Even the dreadnought accompanying the salamanders wouldn't dare take a direct hit from one of these. However, the danger Kane felt wasn't from the carnifexes themselves. It was what followed behind them. Once these armored behemoths crashed into the line and threw everything into chaos, whatever was tailing them would exploit the confusion and harvest lives. So in order to keep them from breaking into the formation, the heavy weapons precious, with limited ammunition, finally began to roar. Suddenly, in the dust kicked up by the charge, and in the shadows swallowed by the night, several clusters of cold light flared at once. Kane dodged his original position without hesitation. Plasma beams grazed past him, nearly brushing his shoulder, and splashed into several Planetary Defense Force soldiers beside him. The beam was like an eraser. Most of the limbs of the soldiers caught by it simply vanished, as if rubbed away. An instant later, the beam struck farther back and erupted in a glare like a newborn star, venting heat and light. And it wasn't just one beam, there were several. A few seconds later, the sound arrived, a piercing shriek that felt like it would rupture eardrums. It was practically an ultrasonic attack. His goggles cracked from the vibration. Screamer killers, everyone, heads up. An Astartes bellowed the warning. Screamer killers were a special mutant strain within the Carnifex bioform. In battle, they emitted terrifying shrieks, generated by rasping plates in the Carnifex's esophagus. Those plates energized the bioplasma in its gut and discharged it. On top of that, they could form incandescent balls of bioplasma using the electrostatic field around their claws, then lob them like artillery into enemy formations. So Kane saw several blazing plasma orbs vault over the heads of the charging carnifexes, sailing straight into the isolated force that had pushed in too deep. At the same time, two beams briefly lighting the surroundings like daylight stabbed into two of the carnifexes. Limbs that even heavy bolt shells struggled to breach were punched straight through. Then, as if the beams ignited some bioplasma reaction inside, one of the monsters swelled like a balloon and burst, flame jetting out and catching nearby things alight. The other didn't ignite, but the lethal penetrating hit made its body seize, then pitch forward. Its charging momentum carved a deep furrow into the ground as it crashed. Those death beams had come from the dreadnought. Judging from the cannon barrel that looked like it was about to melt, it was firing at the absolute edge of overload. The Planetary Defense Force vehicle's heavy guns also hammered the Carnifex's heads, finishing off 2 more. But that obstacle was quickly smashed aside by more Carnifexes accelerating from the rear, and the variants came into view. And they were already closing in fast. And at this moment, the ominous crisis Kane had sensed was so close it felt almost within reach. It looked like the danger came from these variants. They really were deadly. But the real dash underground. His face changing, he shouted the warning so hard it felt like he'd tear his vocal cords. The Planetary Defense Force soldiers reacted, panicking and watching the ground. The Salamander's side seemed to ignore it. No, the dreadnought hesitated for a beat, as if Kane's warning had made it pause. In the next instant, one of the dreadnought's heavy guns loaded a special shell, the muzzle practically pressing into the earth. A wide section of ground bucked. Then the earth began to bulge and swell rapidly, cracking open into jagged fissures, and flames shot skyward. Before the fire erupted, the dreadnought and the Astartes around it, including Kane, had already pulled back. But several Planetary Defense Force soldiers didn't make it out of the blast radius in time. Then the ground collapsed inward. Inside was an orange-red glow, flowing light like the magma layer had been torn open. In truth, the underground had been melted into a molten pit. And from that magma, a massive shape staggered up, struggling, a serpent-like tyrannid. Before it could even thrash twice, the dreadnought's next round blew apart its limbs. A trigon. Trigons were serpent bioforms among the tyrannid's massive heavy-class organisms. They could travel rapidly underground, carving tunnels with frightening speed. So once you spotted one, the enemy you faced usually wasn't just that single trigon. There would be forces flooding through the tunnel it had opened. Sure enough, within the molten lake, Kane saw plenty of tyrannids. Among them were the same kind that had chased him through the Hive City before, lictors, the ones that loved ambushes and assassination. Using the Carnifex charge to mask the movement, then slipping underneath us. That was dangerous. If we'd hesitated even a little, they would have had it. Lawrence, go look after that king. So Kane, whose warning had mattered, earned himself a can assigned to watch him. But watching him didn't mean someone would die to protect him. He knew that much. Next came the breakthrough, because the situation was still viciously dangerous. And now, he was less than 50 kilometers from his destination. Close enough to taste it. If he could reach it, he'd be set. He could ascend to the Star Spirit. As long as he got within a certain range, he could be teleported directly into the ship. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on Key at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones, 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 114, Chapter 112. 1309 words at the Takagi residence. Because fallen angel Kuroneko had tipped her off, Sikobu Sujima also noticed the newly opened download function on the Hyperdimension channel live stream. That way, she could at least let the others know what kind of situation he was in. As for what Kuroneko suggested, editing the video and releasing it publicly so more people could see it, Siko had no intention of doing that for now. For one thing, this world had already fallen into apocalypse. Human society had collapsed, and the internet was crippled. Even if she wanted to spread it, there was nowhere to spread it to. And secondly, he had been to this world before, and Siko didn't want to expose too many of his secrets. Because even in a broken world, there would still be armed groups out there. If those people realized he had existed here and saw the video, they would start getting ideas. Siko believed he wouldn't fear them or worry about them. But they would target them instead, turning everyone here into his weakness. So at the very least, they needed to grow strong enough first. Even if they couldn't help him by boosting the stream's reach to raise that energy bar, Seiko would still do her best to become his support, like ensuring the supply of Earth Elixir, and pushing deeper development of it. Black Label's medical resources would also be used to further refine the drug. At the same time, research into the D99 virus would restart. That had been one of his recommendations to Black Label before he left. The world was already like this, after all. Redeveloping D99 didn't risk causing another apocalypse, and there was Earth Elixir as an insurance policy. So then play. So this is the hell he's in. The first to snap back to herself was Yuko Sajiri. This kind of world-ending devastation wasn't on the same level as the dead crisis in their world at all. It was a difference in dimensions. That terrifying man-made space fortress smashing into the ground made it feel like the planet itself was screaming. And he was trying to escape through that destruction, almost certain death. Watching him break through the flames, his whole body scorched to the point where skin and flesh peeled away with terrifying ease. It was impossible to imagine that kind of pain. And under that kind of agony, he still had to keep his mind locked in, flying that fighter, dodging the destructive aftershocks ripping across the surface, and dodging the crossfire of that all-out battle. He really is from the future. Kiba Mikoto murmured in a daze. Half a day after he left, Saya Takagi and Seiko had officially revealed that information to them. She hadn't expected it to be true that Man was from at least 13,000 years in the future. And in that future, humanity was fighting a brutal war against alien species. The planet in the video was probably a human colony world, and it was being invaded. The fighting looked so catastrophic it felt like it could destroy the planet itself. No wonder he has that kind of aura, like he crawled out of hell after slaughtering his way through. Rika Minami murmured as well. The sudden scream came from Shizuka Morikawa, because the man on screen had just run into an extremely dangerous moment. Luckily, he avoided it, and the heart that had leapt into her throat finally eased back down. By now, that man had completely thrown her feelings into chaos. Because when she got drunk, she'd ended up in a very ugly contest with Rika and Yuka, one where they really did use their mouths, hands, and everything else to extract what they wanted. If there'd been time, he could have stayed a few more hours, even if it meant barely crawling past that final line. Shizuka's peripheral vision drifted to a woman nearby, someone who looked only a few years older than her, and didn't look like the mother of a tall middle school-aged daughter at all, Yuriko Takagi. Yuriko had been even bolder. She'd truly crossed that line. Of course, she'd been drunk too, and she'd mistaken who he was, which was why her mood right now was also painfully complicated. Seiko-senpai. You can get real-time updates on him, right? Seiko didn't deny it, and she didn't seem surprised. With Saya's intelligence, it wasn't strange she'd figure it out. Of course, Seiko hadn't explained anything about the hyperdimension channel, and she hadn't said he was from another world. Saya understood it as the future of this world, so Seiko simply let her keep understanding it that way. What do you want me to pass him a message? Finish what you didn't get to say yesterday, tell him you'll provide. Saya cut Seiko off immediately. Couldn't she see her mom was right there? How was her mom supposed to look at her daughter who sold out her own mother? Don't be so rude. Yuriko, who had stayed silent until now, finally spoke. Her gaze on Saya was complicated. From the way Saya had interrupted Seiko just now and the guilty look she'd thrown toward her, Yuriko could tell that yesterday, when he was leaving, Saya had brought up something involving her. As for what had happened after Yuriko got drunk, something so absurd it felt unreal afterward, Saya had admitted it cleanly. She had let her mother lose control, and she'd even asked him to cooperate, to make a mistake together. Saya claimed it was all planned. Because that was something that had already happened in the future. Only if it happened would he exist in the future, return to this era, and save everyone. If they didn't make that mistake, then he wouldn't be able to cross time, wouldn't be able to change anything, and the Takagi household would die horribly. So why would making a mistake have anything to do with whether he existed in the future? Because after that mistake, Yuriko would later have another child. A child with a special impact on the future. A child who could be called his ancestor. Southwest to close the loop, Saya had ultimately calculated even her own mother. That was why Yuriko had to survive. Because that child might become humanity's savior in the future. Did Saya really think Yuriko was stupid? Did she think that because what she told Siko sounded plausible, she could fool her? There was one thing Yuriko couldn't be sure about. It really was possible she might be carrying his child. Even if it wasn't her danger window, once she'd taken Earth Elixir, who knew what that might change? And besides this time, the loop was gone. Saya's true goal was to make Yuriko develop feelings, to make it impossible for her to follow her husband and leave. So now, with Saya being scolded like that, she looked deeply uneasy. Her behavior had been too vile. She was terrified that once Yuriko sobered up completely, she'd explode. But the truth was, up until now, Yuriko still hadn't shown any anger toward Saya. Thinking that, Yuriko gave a bitter smile inside her heart. She didn't blame Saya. Because this was how much her child loved her. And because Saya, who had done such a thing, was suffering, too. Not just guilt toward her mother, but also having to watch the men she liked be that way with her mother. That kind of torment would break anyone. What was it that Saya had wanted to say to him at the farewell, but never finished? And why did it seem related to Yuriko? That thought stirred Yuriko's heart into a mess. If that man came back again, how was she supposed to face him? End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 115, Chapter 113. 1229 words. With a crackling hiss, the beast came charging, bioplasma orbs forming and sparking around it. The Planetary Defense Force troopers who couldn't dodge in time didn't get scorched into charcoal by stray arcs of light. They were simply hit. Slammed by raw, savage momentum until their bodies were crushed into something like wet pulp. Then, a battle tank, its bulk not much smaller than the beast itself, tried to block its path. The creature, having already fired its bioplasma orb, lifted its claws as it surged forward. Those claws punched through the tank's heavy armor as if it were paper, then yanked outward, and the tank was torn cleanly in half and flung aside. A melta round struck one of the tank halves. It had been aimed at Kane. Bang bang. More rounds hammered into the beast, the screamer killer, but didn't slow its charge at all. It sacrificed 2 scythe-like foreclaws to block the melta shot's destructive force from reaching its body. In the blink of an eye, it was so close Kane could almost feel it with his fingertips. At the same time, it unleashed that piercing shriek again. Its maw was charging, rings of light gathering, swelling into a concentrated orb. And in that shriek, Kane could almost hear mockery. As if it had already decided he was dead. Because right now, Kane's situation was this: he jumped to avoid the bioplasma orb that had just been lobbed at him, and he was still airborne. The screamer killer's charging speed was enough to hit him before he could touch the ground again, turning him into a splatter, like a mosquito slapped mid-flight. Unless those 2 melta rounds had killed it. But they hadn't. It had forced the shots onto its foreclaws and tanked them. And at this distance, if his melta rounds landed cleanly, especially on the bioplasma mass it was charging, he could kill it. He might even survive the impact, since the beast wouldn't physically slam into him. However, if it didn't smash into him, and his melta round hit its charging bioplasma core, the result would be an explosion. A bigger, denser bioplasma orb detonating right on top of him. He'd be erased without a trace. In other words, he was dead either way. Or turned to ash. He said it suddenly. Saying those 2 syllables cost him 1 second. 1 second was enough for the screamer killer to reach him, and yet Kane landed calmly on the ground. Then a heat wave rolled over him, so hot his skin felt like it might start sizzling. The screamer killer about to hit him was swallowed by a massive flash erupting from the ground beneath it. It was instantly vaporized. A melta mine. A melta mine he'd planted there. He'd gotten it during that brief moment of breathing room earlier teleported over from A2. The design was essentially 50 melta charges wired in parallel. When it detonated, it burst like cluster munitions, overlapping subatomic shear fields. The effective kill zone was wide enough to completely engulf a screamer killer's massive frame. Besides mines, there were grenade variants 2-cluster-style melta grenades. Each one hit with roughly 10 times the power of the melta grenades he'd originally brought to A2's world. Kane frowned. The ammo A2 could teleport into his personal space was almost depleted again. Of course, he could have A2 send more. And as for the energy coins, those were supplied by Kane. Right now, his account still had 13 left. Since returning and starting the stream again, he'd earned 14 in total. Which meant he could still purchase 13 more ammo deliveries. But this assault was consuming supplies far too quickly. At this rate, he'd burn through every coin in less than an hour. Of course, he could trigger Crossworld Invitation again and accelerate it go live again. But it wouldn't help. All that would do was give him another 100 hours of rest. When he came back, it would still be the same time, the same position, the same encirclement. Unless, within those 100 hours, he could obtain equipment strong enough to break this deadlock. And among the dimensional group, only A2's world could supply weapons. But even if they rushed for 100 hours, producing another set of that transformable powered armor plus upgrade wouldn't make it absurdly stronger overnight. It might be enough to change things. Escaping the battlefield was probably impossible. But reaching the location of his ship, that might be doable. And on a battlefield like this, how had his ship not been discovered? This was Tyranid territory. How could they not see it? Unless they truly couldn't see it. Couldn't touch it. After all, it was an advanced vessel from humanity's golden age. But for now, Kane wasn't planning to have A2 teleport another powered armor set over. Because he'd realized the Astartes' current route overlapped perfectly with his own destination. So that brought him back to the same problem. He was using melta mines and melta grenades way too often. Wasn't that suspicious? Wouldn't anyone wonder where it all came from? But right now, the Astartes weren't in the mood to argue about where he'd coincidentally found these things. He could claim they'd been buried here, or left behind in a previous battle and hidden by accident, and he'd stumbled on them. They knew he was lying. He knew they knew he was lying. But this wasn't the time to pursue it. As long as he could keep accidentally finding munitions, boosting the squad's firepower, they would temporarily look the other way. Lawrence found another box of melta grenades here. As he handed it over, several beams tore through the nearby darkness and speared 2 claws into the box seam. The attack came from the Dreadnought's laser cannon. The barrel looked like it hadn't rested at all, glowing red to an almost unnatural degree, as if it could overload and detonate at any moment. Lawrence, ordered by the squad leader to keep a bit of an eye on this kid, could only stare in wordless disbelief. This one looked so new it didn't even pretend to have been buried. Couldn't he at least make the camouflage a little more convincing? He had to admit these were better than the melta grenades they'd brought. Honestly, it was lucky Kane had run into them, the salamanders. If it had been another chapter, his weirdness would have gotten him into serious trouble. He also felt it was strange. For some reason, he felt an inexplicable sense of closeness to Kane, like Kane was one of the salamanders too. Almost as if he carried salamander's gene seed. Thinking of their mission, Lawrence began to consider another possibility. Could Kane be the recipient they were supposed to deliver to? They hadn't come to this planet as part of a sector-wide relief deployment. They'd come on a delivery mission. They'd just happened to arrive in the middle of this planetary crisis. Once they reached the destination and completed the drop, they were supposed to rendezvous with another Astartes force and assault the nest together. Suddenly, the squad channel crackled with the captain's voice and Lawrence's face changed. Exterminatus. The Imperium's going to abandon this planet. And when Kane heard Lawrence's shocked question, his own expression hardened. The worst-case scenario was still coming. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 116. Chapter 114 1420 words. Another new day. Asuna woke up inside one of the houses in the town of beginnings. The place she lived in was better than what over 99% of players had. The reason was simple. Every morning when she got up, she could enjoy a breakfast that had already been prepared for her. And most importantly, this place had a bathroom, an actual bathroom with a bathtub. Even though this was a virtual world, it still had a dust and grime system. And she had no idea what kind of technology made it possible, but people could even smell the unpleasant stink of being filthy. Especially if you went mining out in the field, or gathered plants and herbs, your body would end up like that. It was all meant to make the world feel more real. Back to the point, the place she stayed was actually the home of a female NPC. Asuna had accepted a quest from her, and after completing it, she received this kind of reward: permission to live here. She still had to pay rent, but it was cheaper than an inn, and the conditions were far better. And right now, for most players, even staying in an inn was difficult. A lot of them were forced to crowd into a single room, or just sleep out on the streets. Has it already been a month? Asuna opened the window and looked out at the scenery, murmuring to herself. It had been that long since they were trapped. At this point, no one still believed the officials were joking. And in this 1 month alone, the number of dead players by the statistics had already exceeded 2,000. Out of 10,000 plus players, that meant 1/5 were gone. In the peaceful era she'd grown up in, it was an unthinkable horror. And after so many deaths, as of now, this 100-floor floating castle, Aincrad, still hadn't been cleared. But in the last few days, people had finally begun organizing in earnest, preparing to challenge the first-floor boss. Should she join too? If she kept running, the moment she started running, fear would sink its teeth into her and eat her alive. If she had to die, then fine, die fighting. Tomorrow, there would be a strategy meeting. She'd heard that some strategy booklets would be released on-site, containing information about the boss. They were written by players from the closed beta. But as for exactly which player had written them, those beta testers were hiding even deeper now. Because if their identities got exposed, they'd become targets. Some people believed the beta testers should be held responsible for the 2,000 deaths. If they had stepped forward earlier and shared everything they knew, the sacrifices wouldn't have been this severe. But in the end, hardly anyone did. Everyone hid their identities out of selfishness. Asuna could understand it, at least a little. On one hand, beta testers had more information. That information could be used to survive in this deadly world. If they shared the secrets that kept them alive, resources would be split up, and that meant their own chances of living would drop. Pure self-interest was definitely part of it. And there was another issue: they feared their intel might be wrong. The closed beta and the official launch might not be identical. For example, maybe a monster's strength or attack pattern had changed after launch. If someone fought according to beta knowledge and died, then what? Who would take responsibility? In short, in this 1 month, a brutal gulf had formed between newbie players and beta testers. As for the first-floor boss data, Asuna already had it. Fallen angel Kuroneko had given it to her. According to Kuroneko, the first-floor boss really was different from the beta. More dangerous. Its weapon was something that only an elite monster from around floor 10 would use, and it had a special long-range slashing attack. Meaning, even beta testers didn't know this. If a raid went in blind, casualties were guaranteed. That was why Asuna was so troubled. How was she supposed to share this information? And because this was a virtual world, she couldn't just go to Kuroneko's live stream, download the files onto a computer, and store them. So now she could only memorize everything by brute force. Sure, you could find paper in the virtual world and write it down, but Asuna didn't dare do it. Because once it was written on paper, it would be recorded by the system. And if Kayaba Akihiko, the GM, noticed, he might realize something was wrong with her. Asuna logged into the hyperdimension channel to check the situation, and her expression sank with disappointment anyway. How could she have been so stupid? She wanted to go back to that day and slap herself across the face. It was because of her own stupid curiosity that the hyperdimension channel had broken. For instance, she opened Mr. Golden Toilet's live stream. It was live, but the screen looked almost frozen. If you stared long enough, you could tell it was still moving, just slowed down by an absurd factor. And the cause was this: after Kuroneko finished the intel and sent it to her, Asuna went to look at the crossworld invitation button again, and noticed a strange adjustment dial beside it, marked with a numbered scale. She got curious and turned it to scale 1. And then everything became like this. At first she thought the system had crashed. Later she realized it wasn't crashing at all. The hyperdimension channel's time had been slowed down. In the end, she calculated a terrifying possibility. At scale 1, one day inside the hyperdimension channel might equal 1 year on her side. Meaning, starting from the day she turned that dial, she wouldn't be able to normally watch and interact with everyone again until 3 years later. Realizing how dangerous that dial was, Asuna immediately posted a warning in the channel: "Don't touch it." That should be about right. Asuna adjusted Mr. Golden Toilet's stream playback speed, then started watching the story she'd effectively missed for about half a month. After setting the speed properly, she continued from where she'd stopped and caught up to the newest part. Golden Toilet's side, what had passed was about 2 hours. One of those hours was content she'd already seen, so she ended up replaying it too. The moment it started, the combat scenes made Asuna's heart surge violently along with them. He was fighting this hard just to survive. So she had to fight just as hard. Asuna felt a kind of kinship with him, like they were both sick with the same disease. Watching him struggle so desperately infected her with the same stubborn will. Every day, when she logged in, she checked that his live stream was still running. If it was, that meant he was still alive. Still struggling. And that, in its own way, became encouragement, motivation for her. That was close. Another razor-thin moment nearly made her heart leap out of her chest. And Asuna didn't even notice how much her concern had changed compared to 2 weeks ago. At first, it was just basic kindness worry for a stranger. Then it became the concern you'd have for a friend. And now, it had started to rot into something else. She felt like if he got seriously hurt, she'd actually feel pain. Exterminatus. What was that? She'd reached the end of what she could watch for now. In the stream, those Astartes mentioned Exterminatus, and in that instant, each of them looked grim. Golden Toilet's face turned heavy, too. She'd heard them say the Imperium was going to abandon the planet, but it clearly wasn't as simple as abandoning it. So if she waited for the stream to move forward by another day, she should be able to hear the follow-up right. It felt like watching a movie on a computer with a terrible internet connection. The loading was slow, the playback stuttered, and everything was slowed down by multiple factors. It was infuriating. So she decided to let it buffer for a while, then come back. By then, she'd know what Exterminatus really meant. Asuna closed the stream. She should get on with what she'd scheduled for herself today. Golden Toilet. Please, you have to live. She would live, too. Hang in there. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones, 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 117. Chapter 115. 1346 words. Exterminatus, an imperial term used for the sanctioned annihilation of an entire planetary biosphere, and all life upon that world. Put simply, it means turning a planet into a dead world. A bare rock. A ruined sphere with no remaining value. In most cases, exterminatus is not used unless the situation has reached an extreme. The usual prerequisite is that the planet contains an extinction-level strategic threat to the Imperium, something that could spread across the system, continuing to metastasize. Or, the cost of reclaiming the world has become so high that it exceeds the cost of executing exterminatus. In other words, when conventional means can no longer realistically retake the planet, exterminatus becomes the Imperium's final option. But in this case, the Tyranids' true invasion hadn't even properly begun yet. This was only the outbreak of dormant organisms and explosion of infiltrator broods throwing the entire planet into chaos. Under those circumstances, the planet shouldn't fall so quickly. It shouldn't be at the point where exterminatus is even on the table. Which meant something else had happened. Something abnormal. For example, a chaos incursion. After all, right after Kane dug up the STC, he'd run into a chaos incursion down in the hives under Hive, and he'd even lightly teased it while he was at it. And there had also been a Night Lord's Chaos Astartes, one of their brothers, showing up. The Night Lords might have fallen to chaos, but they were the sort of lunatics the Imperium didn't love, and the ruinous powers didn't particularly cherish either. They lived for slaughter and devastation, sowing pain and fear like a crop across every corner of the Imperium. Had those bastards done something huge, something that could force the Imperium into considering exterminatus? Then, from the Salamanders, Astartes specifically, the one who'd been keeping an eye on him, Kane got more information. Exterminatus wasn't fully confirmed yet. It depended on whether Imperial reinforcements could arrive in time. If the estimates said they wouldn't, then exterminatus would be authorized. And the crisis really was tied to a demonic incursion at the Hive City Kane had been in earlier. Because of a Planetary Defense Force commander's idiotic decision, a void fortress had been driven into the Hive in a catastrophic impact. The released energy was exploited by someone, tearing open a gap, a warp rift. And so the armies of chaos had begun forcing their way onto the planet. That meant the Tyranid threat and the warp incursion had collided on the same battlefield. The defenders simply didn't have the strength to handle both. At best, they could barely hold one front. If this dragged on, if reinforcements failed to arrive, if no one could seal the Hive and close the warp rift, then the hammer of destruction would fall. Exterminatus. Kane then used a comms device and brought up a virtual window, seeing the situation there for himself. When he'd left earlier, looking down from high altitude, it had been like a colossal volcanic crater had been blasted into existence, an enormous, brutal wound, with the ground swallowed by flames. Now, at the heart of that supercrater, the magma and fire looked as if they'd gone out. All that remained was an abnormal and enormous tear. That tear looked like it was exhaling fog into the world, but that fog was the manifestation of demonic incursion. Zoomed in, it resembled the barrier between reality and hell being shattered and ripped open like the far side of the crack truly was hell. And in a sense, calling it hell wasn't wrong. That was where the demons came from. Looking closer at the ground around the rift, he could already see creatures clawing up through the soil. He could also see half-buried, severed limbs twitching and writhing. Clearly, the Hive City and the satellite hives around it had become vessels for the demons of the warp. Normally, the energy from that kind of massive blast should have burned most bodies to ash. But judging by what he was seeing, that energy had been used instead, so the surrounding area hadn't been scorched cleanly and completely. Stop staring. The next wave is coming. The warning came from an Astartes brother. And Kane, already sensing movement, turned and saw something stirring in the darkness. Then the flares went up. This wave looked even more vicious than the last. And now, the distance to the area Kane needed to reach was down to 30 kilometers. The force that had driven deep behind enemy lines had been reduced to this, all Astartes still alive plus Kane and fewer than 100 surviving Planetary Defense Force soldiers. Kane also noticed the massive crate an Astartes had been carrying the whole time. They still hadn't used it. It was being guarded tightly. Was it some kind of special weapon? But now their route was drifting away from the Hive, and it overlapped perfectly with the area Kane needed to reach. We're still going to the destination. In this situation, how could there possibly be anyone there to receive the cargo? Kane's brow twitched. So the crate was the delivery. Captain message from the Death Watch. They want us to temporarily suspend the current objective and rendezvous with them. That single report made every Astartes fall silent. 30 kilometers. We reply after we reach the destination. So it really was the same area Kane needed to reach. Had something happened to his ship? 30 kilometers. If the Astartes went all out, they could reach it fast. The problem was the constant Tyranid attacks. It wasn't going to be that easy. On the way, they were almost guaranteed to hit worse dangers. At this pace, they might not even reach it in a full day. Just like earlier, after the Carnifexes appeared, 5 hours had passed, and they'd advanced only 20 kilometers. Suddenly, Kane felt pressure. The captain bareheaded looked at him and started walking over. That sheer size, that heavy power armor, the oppressive weight of it was stronger than the chaos Astartes Kane had encountered in the Underhive. "You're not PDF," the captain said. "And your objective seems to be the same as ours." After those words, the gaze that pinned Kane felt as if it had mass like the air itself was filling up, squeezing the breath out of him. "Maybe," Kane said, "I'm the receiver you're looking for." "Lance Plane." "That is the name of the person I was commissioned to deliver to," the captain replied evenly. "But prove you are Lance Plane." How was he supposed to prove that? It was like those ridiculous stories from his old life. Someone goes to a bank to withdraw money from a dead father's account, and the bank demands proof that your dad is your dad. A brief silence. A silence filled with gunfire, as the Tyranids surged in again, and the other Astartes held the line. As for how they'd found the location of his ship, Kane suspected it was because one of the tunnel borers he'd acquired carried some kind of GPS beacon. After all, that batch of tunnel bugs had been obtained through a trade connected to them, and his general operating area had been exposed more than once. And why hadn't the signal locked onto the hive? Probably because he'd self-detonated the tunnel bugs. No signal remained, so they went straight to the original source. When the tunnel bugs had emerged near it, the signal had gone out. Honestly, he was lucky he hadn't started digging directly around here in the first place, or he might have driven headfirst into a Tyranid nest. "The one who commissioned the delivery is Archmagos Belisarius Call, right?" The captain's expression didn't change. He simply stared, calm and heavy. After several seconds, he nodded toward the salamander's brother carrying the crate. That brother stepped forward, set down the metal container about the size of a wardrobe, then unlocked it. The latches disengaged. The crate began to open. What had the Archmagos sent him this time? Kane couldn't help feeling a flicker of anticipation. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones, 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 118, Chapter 116, 1355 words. Night had crept in at some point. So the villa was lit by indoor lights bright enough that it almost felt brighter than daytime. And the second floor of that villa was downright noisy. There were strange, shrill screeches. There were abnormal explosions. There was the crackle of arcing electricity. There were sounds like beams firing, and the chatter of autocannons. Put simply, it was like someone was playing a sci-fi blockbuster inside the house, like the battlefield audio of humans locked in a brutal fight against an army of monsters. After watching the edited, cut-together video she'd finished one more time, Saori's emotions still surged just as hard. This third re-edit, though, wasn't focused mainly on the protagonist's point of view anymore. It was more like a god's eye perspective centered on him, but with a camera that could stretch outward. Once Black Cat pulled the view farther back, she could capture more of the surrounding combat, then snip out those moments. Otherwise, if the god's eye view stayed locked on 277 alone, with him always centered on screen, it would get monotonous fast. Swapping to other scenes made the scale and carnage of the battlefield feel bigger, more real. Her phone was vibrating again. Saori picked it up and froze. It was a message from her older sister, the one who'd once claimed she was getting married and running off overseas. Not just one message, either. Tons of texts. And a whole pile of missed calls. Saori had ignored them because she'd been completely absorbed in making the fan edit. At first, Saori had actually believed it thought her sister had really married someone she liked. But the more she thought about it, the less it added up. Her sister had never introduced a boyfriend. If she actually had one, there was no way she wouldn't have said something. The truth was simpler: her sister had used that excuse to dodge their parents' marriage pressure, then slipped out of the country. Now her sister was blowing up her phone. Which meant she was asking Saori for help. Her sister was frighteningly smart. If Saori got her to handle the business side of this video, it would explode even harder and they'd be able to withstand the vultures circling for profit. Of course, Saori didn't plan on telling her sister anything about Black Cat. Her sister was curious, sure, but if Saori refused to talk, she wouldn't force it. She'd just nag them like crazy to update, that was all. Saori had already brought up asking her sister for help with Black Cat, and Black Cat had agreed. Saori opened the newest message. The contents made her blink in shock. Her sister said she'd be back tomorrow. Just one video, and it was enough to lure back the sister who'd abandoned her little sister for so long. Fine, then. Time to upload the third short video. Once it finished uploading, Saori watched the live viewer count climb fast, and the comments start flooding in. So she turned off the on-screen bullet comments, otherwise the entire image would be drowned in flying text. Black Cat, what is it? Black Cat had opened her eyes. The way her brows knit made Saori tense. Don't tell me the live stream went offline. Which would mean it's Asuna's side. Something went wrong. Kuroneko Goku Ruri explained the situation. If Asuna hadn't warned them, then when Black Cat noticed a strange dial had appeared beside the crossworld invitation button, she might have twisted it out of curiosity. But Asuna had accidentally touched it first, and now the time difference between worlds had become wildly skewed. It might be that one day passing on their side meant 1 year passing on Asuna's. Asuna sent a message to them. They'd see it and reply in what felt like minutes, but on Asuna's side, it might take days before she even received their response. So when that dial was adjusted to 1, did that mean everything would resync after 1 day? Or was it a continuous acceleration? Black Cat leaned toward the first interpretation: it should return to normal after a day. If it were continuous, then after a few months here, Asuna would already be dead of old age over there. Besides, according to Asuna, the dial was slowly winding back on its own like a spring slowly rewinding. A month had passed on her side, and the dial had turned back by about 1/12 of a full rotation. So Black Cat downloaded the newest segment, jumping straight to the streamer's current live timestamp, and when she saw the updated footage, he was wearing power armor now. He looked safer, at least. Which was why Black Cat immediately snapped her attention back to reality. She called Saori over to watch the newly downloaded half-hour together. Black Cat hadn't peeked ahead in the stream, she honestly didn't know what was in it, and she wanted to face it with Saori. She only went online now and then to confirm the stream was still running, and he was still alive. Then she'd focus on real life and help Saori with editing and uploads. It was another gut-twisting slaughter scene, and the unit was down to barely over 100 people. Now there was no retreat. They'd pushed too deep into the enemy's position, and bugs swarmed them from every direction. Exterminate us. Not a word you ever want to hear. Just from the dialogue alone, talk of possibly abandoning the planet, it was obvious this was a terrifying kind of order. Saori and Black Cat exchanged a look. They both seemed to reach the same conclusion. They were going to destroy the planet. If they were going to abandon it, there was no way they'd just hand it over. The answer was obvious: mutual destruction. If they couldn't hold it, then they'd wipe the planet clean and drag the enemy down with it. Even worse, there might not be any rescue, no, evacuate survivors, then destroy the world. Just immediate martyrdom. A whole planet dying, how many people would be buried with it? The thought made Saori's scalp prickle. Then a shot appeared and both of them felt a chill crawl up their spines. It was the Steel City where he'd been earlier, the place that had been smashed by a fortress impact. Now it truly looked like hell. Correction, it was hell not as a metaphor but as a literal noun. A rift had opened there, unmistakably leading into an infernal realm. Demons poured through in a mass invasion that made your skin crawl. Corpses that hadn't been burned to ash, bodies, still mostly intact, were crawling up out of magma-like ground. Some mutated into things that felt straight out of cosmic horror. Others took on more traditional devil forms. Hell's army was devouring this world. With the situation that much worse, the likelihood that exterminatus meant planetary destruction only climbed higher. But then the plot hit the real point. This Adeptus Astartes unit's mission was to deliver something. And he was the recipient. The name he gave to it sounded weirdly familiar. Alance Plane. Isn't that basically a mashup of Rance, the protagonist from the Rance game series, and Sil Plane, the heroine? Saori blurted it out as realization hit. Black Cat looked stunned too, like she'd been trying to place it for a while. This guy definitely knew the series, and he'd picked a ridiculous stitched-together name on purpose. Then both of them tensed because they were about to open the shipment. What were they even delivering? When a safe-like case finally opened, something flew out first, nearly making both of them jump. It was a skull. It looked mechanically modified. A moment later, they realized it was basically a drone just designed to look horrifying. But the skull shell itself felt disturbingly real, like it was made from an actual skull. It also carried a recorded message for the recipient, and it could project a hologram to introduce the delivered product. And the product was a suit of power armor. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones, 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 119. Chapter 117 1317 Words. Astartes power armor is not the same thing as the powered suits used by ordinary mortals or even nobles. It's a dedicated killing harness packed with functions stronger and more sophisticated than a standard human power suit. And to let an Astartes move with real agility inside such heavy plate, their augmentation includes a specific surgery. That surgery implants a black carapace beneath the skin connected to neural receptors and multiple interface ports. Those ports mesh precisely with a Battle Brothers power armor, transmitting the wearer's neural signals at high speed into the armor's artificial nerve network, driving its motion. That's why power armor is almost like a space marine's second skin, able to match his movements swiftly and accurately. In short, without the black carapace, an Astartes suit normally can't be properly operated. Human power suits, on the other hand, don't come with anywhere near that level of capability. And in general, ordinary people are rarely issued power armor in the first place. It isn't cost-effective. That's not to say human power armor doesn't exist. It's just usually inferior to Astartes plate. Especially among nobles, most of them won't undergo any kind of bodily modification just to fit power armor. At best, they'll have artisans develop power armor meant for baseline humans, but it still won't compare to what an Astartes wears. Of course, beyond nobles, the Imperium does have certain human forces equipped with power armor. For example, the Sisters of Battle. They don't need black carapaces implanted under their skin, and yet they're still issued power armor. The Sisters of Battle are an armed force under the Ecclesiarchy, and the funny part is that the Imperium officially forbids the imperial cult from maintaining standing military forces. This is the Ecclesiarchy slipping through a loophole. Supposedly, after reforms following the Age of Apostasy, an edict was enacted stating the Church could not maintain any men under arms, meant to restrain the Church's political power. The Church then exploited the wording by forming an all-female military order, sidestepping the restriction outright. In other words, it was a straight-up word game that forcibly secured them a force like the Sisters of Battle. Soaped. A half-crippled screamer killer, mauled by the Astartes, tried to wheel back toward him only for Kane to cut it down in his first true close-quarters kill. His power sword slid through the monster's body like it was butter. And the reason he dared to fight up close besides the high-grade weapon was the power armor he was wearing now. According to the servo skull, an eerie skull-shaped drone hovering beside him, the suit had been modified from a Mark X pattern. It fit his body because he'd previously provided his measurements, hoping to obtain power armor through that contact. He hadn't expected them to actually deliver a fairly advanced Mark X suit this time. It wasn't bulky at all. The weight had been reduced to the point that it didn't feel inferior to the powered suit he'd used before, the one from A2. That was thanks to successfully applying a new technology, a special reinforced coating that allowed the armor to be less thick and less heavy. And the exterior didn't look retro either. It had a distinctly more sci-fi feel. In terms of silhouette, it even resembled the Ignatus pattern power armor worn by members of the Inquisition, with rounded shield-like contouring and smooth arcs to the plating. And the material for that special reinforced coating came from the STC he'd traded earlier. According to the explanation, with this technology, the cost of mechanized armor could be drastically reduced. Where arming one suit used to cost what it cost, now that same expense could equip at least 3. And the coating wasn't just for power armor either. It could be applied across a wide range of equipment, tanks, aircraft, and more. So after obtaining the material, they'd rush to prepare the suit as an extra reward, on top of the original trade meant to make the great sage happy, or so the message joked. In the Servoskull's message, the sender clearly assumed he could deduce their identity, so they didn't bother hiding it. But there was no way this was only generosity. A big part of it was obvious. They wanted him to be the test pilot for this armor. That was why the Servoskull followed him collecting combat data. Even with the weight reduction, the Servoskull stated bluntly that if the suit could be driven at full capability, it would be the strongest power armor currently available. The catch was that he'd need a black carapace implant to fully access all systems. Since he didn't have the augmentation technique for that, the suit couldn't unleash everything it was capable of. Still, for him right now, the boost was enormous. In terms of mobility, it wasn't much worse than a 2's suit, and in terms of protection, it wasn't even in the same tier. The Screamer Killer's corpse detonated again as its bioplasma destabilized. The flash from the blast made the surroundings even brighter. And it was in that burst of light that Kane noticed something ahead, an unnatural patch of pitch black. It was wrong. The light seemed to vanish as it reached that area, as if a black hole were swallowing it whole. Even stranger, the closer they got to their destination, the fewer Tyranids were coming at them head-on. "Are you sure you can handle this hive?" The Salamander's captain suddenly cut in over comms. He was farther ahead and sounded grim-skeptical, like he'd seen something that didn't sit right. Kane had insisted they keep advancing with him because he claimed he had a way to deal with the hive. That was the only reason they'd fought their way here at his side. Then the Servoskull projected an image forwarded from the captain. Ahead was a bottomless-looking crater, a full 5 kilometers across. It looked like it had been created by an orbital strike, some kind of energy weapon. If it had been kinetic, the destruction wouldn't look like this. Kane answered without hesitation. He could confirm his parked ship was located at the crater's exact center. More precisely, hovering over the center. Based on his analysis, the ship looked higher than before, but the truth was the terrain had been eaten away by the swarm. The ground level here had dropped significantly compared to when he first landed. At the same time, movement surged all around behind them. The swarm was closing in. He even caught sight of larger specimens emerging. And yet the Tyranids didn't attack. Instead, the ground shuddered with an abnormal tremor, and Kane understood their plan. They were effectively standing on the edge of a cliff, and the Tyranids intended to collapse the lip and send them sliding into the abyss. Without hesitation, in full view of the Astartes' shocked stares, Kane launched himself toward the massive black void. As inertia and the suit's auxiliary boost began to fade just before free fall truly took over, he heard a voice sound inside his mind. And he finally let out the breath he'd been holding. To be honest, he'd been tense as hell that something might go wrong. But what happened next felt like coming home. The moment you reach your front door, your house's smart system detects you and greets you automatically. That kind of voice in your head, if this were a cultivation world, or a psychic setting, would feel like someone speaking to you directly by thought. But this was technology. Some kind of bioelectric signal, brainwave interface, whatever. He didn't understand the mechanism, only that it could speak straight into his head. So he issued a command through his ear-mounted transmitter, having the message relayed onward. A bioplasma beam was already screaming straight at him. Sorry, bug. You're one step too slow. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones, 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 120, Chapter 118. 1318 words. Out on the open ocean, a fleet had just finished a show of force exercise. It was a demonstration aimed squarely at their enemies. And exercises like this were guaranteed to draw hostile reconnaissance, so it was only natural that warships from the opposing camp were loitering beyond the training area, watching from a distance. Still, even an exercise demanded vigilance. Precautions had to be taken as if it were a real war plan. Because who knew? The other side might actually strike, and one likely method would be from below, via submarines. So the fleet's undersea assets were on alert in the surrounding waters. And yet, neither side noticed the enormous presence moving beneath the seabed, something so vast it slipped through the exercise zone like a ghost. How did they even plan this drill? That kind of oversight is ridiculous. With the threat eliminated, the young-looking captain, Tessa, leaned back in the captain's chair and slipped out of command mode, pouting and grumbling with the unfiltered emotion of a girl her apparent age. The warship under her command, the TDD-1, had successfully defused a crisis that could have spiraled out of control. During this exercise, someone had tried to provoke a catastrophic misjudgment between the two major global blocs and spark an outright war. Fortunately, Mithril caught the intel in time. Deep underwater, they dealt with the danger, neutralizing a warhead that had been planted in advance, and would have activated automatically at the chosen moment. As for who was behind it, the investigation had already confirmed it: Mithril's sworn enemy Amalgam. They too possessed technology ahead of the world's curve, and some of their developments even surpassed Mithril's own level. Their main operations were research, development, and production of new weapons, then quietly feeding them into regional conflicts as live-fire field tests. You could say most of the world's wars and unrest had Amalgam's fingerprints somewhere in the background. The organization had been growing for half a century. Its tentacles reached into every corner of the globe and every industry, covertly nudging the course of the world itself. That alone showed how powerful it was, so vast that even it couldn't fully grasp the true bodies of its membership. In the beginning, it had started from lofty ideals. But time corroded it. It rotted, bloated, and became ugly until it finally turned into a selfish apparatus devoted only to self-preservation. A massive malignant tumor on the world. Thank you. Tessa gave a polite nod to the man, who handed her a cup of coffee in the lounge. She took a slow sip, letting the caffeine jab at her tired nerves. Setting the cup down, Tessa's gaze slid to one person in particular: Lieutenant Commander Richard Mardukas, her executive officer. Tall and slender, glasses on his nose, skin a touch pale, he looked less like a soldier and more like a technician. Go on, Captain, Richard said, pushing up his glasses. Did you get some new technical support from Mr. Golden Toilet again? After speaking, he withdrew his eyes, set his own coffee down, and returned his attention to the documents in his hands. Judging by the way she hovered there with that half-girlish, half-reluctant expression, he was probably right. As for that earlier Earth elixir, they'd already tested it and they hadn't managed to reproduce it. But it hadn't been a complete waste, either. The experiments had unexpectedly produced a few new compounds, and those actually showed serious promise in medical applications. It's just... Tessa stalled, words catching in her throat. What she wanted to ask this time was... She was afraid they'd think she wasn't taking her job seriously. Now that Black Cat had confirmed it, making the live stream content public, letting more people watch, could increase the energy gauge, and she herself could get at least a tenth of that. Tessa wanted to do it, too. But she needed a justification. If she suddenly asked them to help launch something in the film and media space, they'd almost certainly assume she was slacking off. And come to think of it, if spreading Mr. Golden Toilet's world's live stream content could increase the energy gauge, then what about her own live stream? Could she download her own stream and publish it herself? No, sorry. Even if it were possible, Tessa couldn't do that. Mithril was an organization that could never be exposed. Doing something like that would be an act of spectacular stupidity, handing the world a clear view of who and what they were. So she could only download and distribute other people's footage. Suddenly, Tessa's expression hardened with resolve. Hesitation only made things worse. Lieutenant Commander Mardukas. Major Kalinin. In that instant she snapped fully back into captain mode, and the two officers she'd called rose at once, focused, serious, eyes locked on her. Come with me. Neither of them hesitated. Neither asked a question. They simply followed their captain. In the end, they arrived at the place Tessa considered the most secure on the ship, the Lady Chapel. No, more accurately, a place where eavesdropping simply wasn't possible. Even though Tessa trusted the crew, and didn't believe enemy moles could exist aboard, she still believed in caution. If she was going to say what she was about to say, it had to be in an environment where the conversation could not leak. She'd decided to reveal the secret. If one day, she performed a cross-world invitation with other members or had someone come to her world, then having preparation in advance would prevent panic and chaos. About the order I gave a month ago, Tessa began, when I commanded a full sterilization of the Lady Chapel. I never gave you the real reason. I'll explain it now. Back then, Tessa had been in the ship's heart, the Lady Chapel, where special equipment allowed her to synchronize with the vessel, as if the ship became her own body. Through it, she could directly access the deepest layers of the control system. She'd been just about finished with ship control, but instead of leaving immediately, she'd lingered feeling like a fish in the sea, swimming freely. Then she'd gone online for a moment. Chatted a little. And someone had invited her. Out of curiosity, without thinking, she accepted. Honestly, at the time, cross-world invitation sounded absurd. And yet she really was pulled over there. It scared the life out of her. When she returned, she still didn't leave right away. Instead, she gave the two of them an order that left them baffled: treat the entire area as an emergency response scenario for the highest grade bioweapon viral leak. Only after confirming there was no contamination did she finally leave. Now, before explaining the secret, Tessa planned to do something that would shock them first. Right in front of them, she was going to download a video onto the computer out of thin air. So she logged in, entering Mr. Golden Toilet's live stream. What was this? Tessa had been planning to download the footage first and then return to reality to brief them, but the scene on the stream hooked her instantly. He was wearing power armor. And it looked like he'd been driven into a corner, trapped. In the next second, Mr. Golden Toilet suddenly leapt toward a bottomless-looking pit. Even with power armor assisting his jump, he could only manage 400 or 500 meters at most. There was no way he could clear it. Worse, an abrupt beam of light lanced straight at him. In an instant, the live stream turned into a sheet of blinding white. Then the image went black. Tessa's heart clenched so hard it nearly stopped. Don't tell me he just The picture came back. And the moment the new scene filled the screen, Tessa froze. Golden Toilet was in a completely different environment now. It looked like end of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on key at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones, 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 121, Chapter 119, 11, 18 words. When in doubt, blame quantum mechanics. That pretty much described Kane's current situation. His transfer was built on quantum-related tech. If he wanted to teleport into the ship, he first had to enter a designated safe transfer radius before the system would lock on and pull him in. And the reason he jumped alone without having the Astartes leap with him was because they lacked authorization, or because they weren't logged into the ship. In a sense, they weren't logged in, but that didn't really matter here, and it wasn't going to disrupt whatever information uptime those guards were maintaining. The real issue was that a person's body needed a kind of quantum state marking, so they carried a particle entangled with the ship's internal system. Only then could the transfer occur through that so-called entanglement. Of course, quantum entanglement supposedly can't transmit information. Two entangled particles share a special correlation no matter how far apart they are, their states remain linked instantaneously. But that link isn't information being sent. For example, imagine you're given a pair of gloves sealed into two separate boxes, stored in two different places. Until you open one box, you have no idea which one contains the left glove, and which contains the right. The instant you open your box and see it's the left glove, you also know, immediately, that the other box must hold the right glove. Or maybe that's still not quite accurate. Some people would say it's more like this: you're told the two boxes contain gifts of the same category. When you open one and see a left glove, you can infer the other box also contains a glove but not necessarily the right glove. The color might match, the type matches, but the exact pairing isn't guaranteed. Quantum entanglement is something like that. Still, if there's such a special correlation, then there must be something there to exploit. And Kane's teleportation was exactly that: humanity of the Golden Age drilling deep into entanglement phenomena, and turning it into a working transfer system. Which meant that once he successfully returned to this Golden Age masterpiece, his survival odds skyrocketed. As the leader of a Salamander's squad tasked with delivering a shipment on behalf of the Great Sage, Captain Errett wasn't going to hand over the goods just because someone claimed a name, and happened to know who the sender was. In truth, when the Great Sage gave him the delivery mission, he hadn't described the recipient at all, just provided a name. With so little identifying info, how was Errett supposed to confirm the rightful recipient? When asked, the Great Sage had simply said, "You'll know when you see him. Trust your instinct." Still, the Great Sage did disclose a few things, enough that Errett wouldn't be completely in the dark. First, the recipient was a very special untouchable. As for what made him special, Errett would understand once they met. And once they did meet, Errett immediately sensed something strange about this blank. He seemed able to control the reach of his null aura at will. Sometimes, when the bugs got too thick, the field he released would spread wide enough to brush their own lines too. Second, the recipient had guessed who the delivery unit belonged to, which functioned as a kind of passphrase. That, at least, was correct. Third, the moment he put on the power armor, he didn't drop dead, and the suit ran cleanly. That alone was abnormal. He wore it and operated it like it was meant for him, no problems. And finally, the Great Sage had left explicit orders: if the recipient was ever in genuine danger, then even if the entire squad had to die, they were to get him out. That was why Errett had agreed to keep pushing into the objective zone once Kane claimed he had a way to deal with the hive. Then Kane did something that left them all reeling. He jumped toward the massive abyss. Even with the power armor's assisted thrust, there was no way he could cross a chasm several kilometers wide. Worse, while he was airborne, a Tyranid bioplasma beam lanced toward him. Errett's expression changed instantly. Protecting the recipient was the Great Sage's command. But at the exact moment the beam struck, Kane's body seemed to turn into a mirage, like a heat haze illusion, something unreal, something that wasn't actually there. Then, like mist being blown apart by wind, he dispersed. It happened too fast. For an instant, Errett thought it might have been a trick of the eye. Maybe Kane really had been vaporized by the bioplasma. That couldn't be right. With that kind of power armor, a single bioplasma beam couldn't just erase him without leaving a trace. And yet he was gone completely. No debris. Something was off. Errett didn't have time to dwell on it. The swarm surrounding them surged forward in a full charge, forcing the squad to compress their perimeter, as they were steadily pushed toward the abyss edge. At the same time, the ground tremors worsened. The bugs were undermining the cliff lip, trying to break the earth under their boots and drop them into the void. Then something changed. Rawls, the one Errett had tasked with keeping a close eye on the recipient, signaled urgently toward the rear and above. Errett felt it too. His armor's rear pictcam caught the image and projected it into a corner of his display. It was ere it snapped a look back and saw something descending 300 meters overhead, an object gradually shifting from invisible to visible. Like transparency turning into opacity. It looked like a vessel roughly 200 meters long. No, 200 meters was barely a warship. More like a large craft. Either way, it was a model he'd never seen before. As it became clearer and more real, it resembled some kind of civilian interstellar cargo ship, but no civilian ship should have been capable of this. Tyrannid bioplasma beams struck it, and passed through as if they'd hit a phantom image. The ship remained untouched. As though it could be seen, but wasn't fully present in real space. The craft drifted closer. Its aft end faced them and split open, revealing a smooth metallic surface. Eret blinked once and understanding hit. The outer hull was disguised. Then the smooth wall turned transparent, forming a true hatchway. Fall back. To the hatch. Eret immediately directed the squad to withdraw toward it. But just as they were nearly there, the ground beneath them gave way. The cliff edge collapsed. And everyone plunged into the abyss. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones, 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 122, Chapter 120, 1158 words. Eret reached the bridge. Every last Astartes in his squad and nearly 30 Planetary Defense Force troopers had made it. The collapsing ground had sent them sliding into the abyss, but the recipient had maneuvered his ship so that the open hatch swept in like the maw of some colossal beast, catching them mid-fall and swallowing them whole. Quantum Ghost Mode amplification in progress. 20% remaining until maximum amplification range. As the mechanical voice echoed through the bridge, Eret saw one of the main displays shift. It showed the ship and the surrounding external environment. Centered on the vessel, ripples pulsed outward in all directions, expanding like waves across reality itself, spreading until they nearly covered the entire region beneath them. The hive had sensed something was wrong. Bioplasma beams poured upward in a furious barrage. Eret stared, stunned, as the beams passed straight through the ship, through the bridge, through him, and yet he felt nothing. Not even heat. The ship seemed to have become non-physical, thinner than air, like pure void. The Tyrannid's attacks did absolutely nothing. Initiating a jump within the selected range will exceed the bearing limit of the quantum beacon at the chosen coordinates. At the controls, Kane's brow tightened. If that was the case, he couldn't be sure he'd be able to shift the entire hive. The so-called quantum beacon could be treated like an entangled particle, while its counterpart particle was housed on board the ship. That meant wherever the ship was, it could instantly jump to the beacon's coordinate. And beacons came in different grades. The higher the grade, the more mass could be moved in a single jump. Kane hadn't anticipated the STC excavation world turning into this. So the beacon he'd planted wasn't top grade. Of course, he didn't have just this one. There were other beacons, other star systems, and there were beacons of maximum capacity. The problem was, the farther the destination, the longer the jump preparation time. Right now, with the ship in this state, the hive's frantic fire was like shooting at empty air, but even this had a tolerance ceiling. Kane watched a small window on the display, an indicator showing how long the ship could sustain this condition under concentrated enemy fire. The effect reminded him of a scene from the three-body problem, when they were fleeing the droplet and accidentally slipped into another dimensional layer where contact with real space made the ship seem like air, where only an interference projection existed. It was almost like the relationship between the warp and the material universe had been inverted. If the ship weren't still amplifying, expanding its effect radius, the swarm wouldn't even be able to observe it. This amplification created spatial ripples, like light bending under a distortion, projecting a distant image, forming a mirage you could see but not touch. And the projection was visible only to the naked eye. Electronic instruments couldn't detect it at all. Like a ghost story, the spirit can't be captured on film. Only living beings with minds can see it. Anyway, this was all Kane's own trial and error. His best guesses and metaphors. As for the real technical principles, don't ask him. He didn't know. Coordinates locked. Hyperspatial quantum engine entering. The jump countdown began. Jump preparation complete. Kane still didn't execute immediately. The quantum ghost mode ring hadn't expanded to the beacon's load-bearing limit yet. He checked the ghost state timer again, how long this untouchable condition could still hold. The remaining time was shrinking. That remaining time wasn't just for the current state. It already included the energy cost of expanding quantum ghost mode to the preset radius, and pulling the entire region into that state, plus the margin left over for how long the ship could endure afterward. The moment the entire region entered that state, it meant the swarm and the ship would exist in the same dimensional layer again. At that point, the Tyranids' attacks could hit the hull. But Kane had already computed it based on the hive's current firepower. The ship's surface energy layer could tank it long enough. Maximum amplification range reached. Right then, Kane executed the jump without hesitation. Time felt like it vanished, like space itself turned into nothingness. But that was only how it felt. To the eye, reality changed like this. Everything became transparent, as if an endless, colorless expanse had wrapped around them. Then it felt like his awareness was stretched across an infinite duration, like he'd glimpsed the full, terrifying complexity of the cosmos in a single breath. When he snapped back, a fierce radiance flooded his vision, bright but not painful. That was because the ship filtered it. The next second, his vision stabilized. And what he saw made the bridge go dead silent. We moved too near a star. At this distance, the Astartes were shaken. A massive fireball filled the display, so vast it was beyond instinctive comprehension. If they'd been looking through a viewport, their senses would have failed them. It was too close, too unreal. They only understood how near they were because the ship's screens were feeding them the data. The corona roiled and erupted across the surface. It looked like the ship could be struck at any moment by violent ejections of stellar matter. And then they understood how the hive would be destroyed. They saw it. An enormous hive mass had been dragged along in the jump and appeared near the ship. The vessel shuddered a few times as incoming fire finally hit. But the shaking stopped almost immediately because countless Tyranids and the hive itself were being baked by stellar heat, and then pulled inexorably by the star's gravity. The ship, too, was being tugged. It seemed the untouchable state had been temporarily disabled. Skin could feel the interior temperature rising. But a moment later the ghost state reactivated and the ship stabilized again. Quantum beacon recovered. Once the recovery confirmed, Kane immediately took the ship away from the star. He didn't perform another quantum jump because that would mean leaving for a different star system. In this system, he'd only placed this single beacon. Now he needed to return to the planet and put the Astartes back down. He didn't plan to land. His hangar held 2 Thunderhawk gunships. He'd send them off and one gift it to them and have them take the item he was meant to deliver to the Great Sage. At sublight speed, it took half an hour to reach orbit above the planet's near side. Kane prepared to open the bay and launch the Thunderhawk already loaded with personnel. But a sudden anomaly froze his hand. His finger stopped a centimeter short of the final confirmation. He stared at the planet's abrupt transformation in absolute silence. Was he too late? He'd shifted the hive, and it looked like it had been unnecessary. But he'd still gone through with it. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones, 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 123, Chapter 121. 1131 words. Tessa exhaled in relief when she realized she hadn't been hit. Then she watched him operating something inside, what looked like the control center of some kind of warship. A spaceship. This was obviously nothing like the fighter craft from before. To confirm whether Mr. Golden Toilet had really appeared on some kind of bridge, she came up with a method: pull the camera back. She zoomed the current view out, farther and farther, until Mr. Golden Toilet's figure shrank to a speck and then vanished entirely, hidden by the overlay. At maximum zoom out, what entered Tessa's view was indeed a vessel completely different from the aircraft he'd been piloting earlier. That earlier fighter looked, at most, around 100 feet long. But this one was at least over 600 feet. It was about the same size as the most advanced submarine carrier in Tessa's world. The biggest difference was that 100 flew in the sky. And in this widest view she could only pull back to about 500 meters. The ship's exterior looked bizarrely mismatched with its interior. It was like if her world produced a ridiculous aircraft, the inside laid out like a cutting-edge modern cockpit, while the outside was a half-century-old antique patched and repaired, as if it could fall apart at any moment. Unreliable as hell. Even stranger, the ship could ignore the Tyranids' attacks entirely. Not because some flashy energy shield popped up and easily blocked plasma beams and bombardment. No, this was weirder. The warship looked like it had turned into a visible but untouchable phantom. Every shot passed straight through it, piercing nothing but an illusion. What kind of technology was this? It wasn't just good, it was straight up ignoring physics. Was this magic? Tessa almost forgot this world clearly had the supernatural. Demons had already shown up crawling out of hell, and possessing human bodies. So if something unscientific appeared, maybe that wasn't so unbelievable. But then she heard the ship's electronic voice mention something like a quantum ghost, and that sounded like technology again. And when the feed switched to footage inside the ship showing those Astartes, and the handful of remaining mortal soldiers, Tessa caught a few details that made the mismatch click. The outer shell was a disguise, a layer of antique skin wrapped over the real hull. After that, he started powering up something, like he meant to wipe out the entire hive. As the ship's sensors captured and projected the imagery, Tessa finally got her first clear look at what a Tyranid nest in her world truly looked like. It was a horror show of a lair. The kind that made your scalp crawl. As if it sensed danger, the nest reacted like an anthill that had just been kicked. Everything inside surged out at once. A dense, writhing flood that could trigger trypophobia on sight. More firepower concentrated on the ship. So many beams converged that it was almost swallowed by light. The interior feed turned into pure glare, and you couldn't even make out a person. So he activated something that seemed to filter out the visual pollution caused by the beams passing through the ship like the feed had been scrubbed clean. So how was he going to destroy the hive? A catastrophic weapon. A direct bombardment. Either way, the only thing to do was keep watching. Then the image jolted, and when he initiated the ship's jump, Tessa's pulse spiked. This was the real mark of interstellar navigation. The instant the jump began, she saw the warship turn rapidly transparent until it disappeared. Not just the ship, everything around it lost color. It didn't fade to white, it simply vanished. The effect lasted less than a second. Then the picture returned, like ripples forming on a perfectly still surface before an image resolved again. But the first second was blinding, like staring straight into sunlight. When her eyes adjusted, what filled the screen was where? Outside the warship and the hive, most of the frame was saturated with orange-red heat, and light, an ocean of flame. The flames were so dense they looked almost tangible. Not like plasma, but closer to liquid, forming a literal sea of fire. Then she saw it, the hive and countless Tyranids burning, melting, even vaporizing. And the hive itself was falling into that sea of fire. No, looking at it now, it wasn't falling. It was being dragged. Yanked fast, hauled away so quickly that the hive's overall shape became clearer, revealing how enormous it really was. With the camera capped at 500 meters, she'd been too close to grasp the full scale before. Her pupils tightened. The ship's outer disguise began to peel away, as if the sea of fire had an unimaginable magnetic pull, ripping the external metal off by force. And with that, the warship's true form was revealed. Its silhouette resembled a kind of fish from the ocean, a flying fish. A smooth, silver-black curve, exactly the kind of sleek sci-fi hull Tessa imagined for a vessel that could truly sail the sea of stars. And in that moment, Tessa finally understood what that irregularly flaring sea of fire probably was. The ship swung around. The wing-like fins like a flying fish's folded in close to its belly, and a dreamlike plume of something like a plasma thruster ignited at the tail. At the same time, the surrounding image warped in a way that felt unreal. In the blink of an eye, the hive vanished while the sea of fire remained, still swallowing most of the broadcast frame. But one thing was obvious, the ship was pulling away. Like a craft rising from the ocean, at first, the camera can still see the churning surface and crashing spray. But as the craft climbs higher, you stop seeing the individual waves, yet the ocean is still there, just less distinct. About half a minute later, the camera shifted to a god's eye angle, and Tessa could still see the sea of fire behind the ship. Except now it wasn't a sea anymore. It was a massive orange-red sphere. So her guess had been right. That was a star. And now she understood his method. The jump didn't only move the ship, it expanded to cover a wider volume, engulfing the hive as well. He had relocated the hive straight onto the star's surface, letting stellar heat bake it and stellar gravity drag it down into a blazing hell. At last, Mr. Golden Toilet had escaped hell, and the tight knot in Tessa's chest finally loosened. He should be fine, right? Half an hour later, because when she zoomed the camera back into the bridge, she heard that he'd returned to the original planet in roughly 30 minutes. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones, 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 124, Chapter 122, 1188 words as Mithril's Western Pacific Battle Group, TDD-1's Executive Officer Richard Mardukas. As Mithril's Western Pacific Battle Group Marine Special Response Team SRT Commander Andrei Sergeyevich Kalinin. The two of them had weathered more storms than most people could imagine. They'd witnessed the Cold War between the two superpowers at its hottest flashpoints, moments where the world felt one step away from annihilation. And yet, today, a 15 or 16-year-old girl told them a secret that cracked their iron composure wide open. Their faces, usually unmoved, shifted visibly with shock. Honestly, at first, they hadn't believed it. It sounded too ridiculous to be real. But the girl had already demonstrated abilities that looked blatantly supernatural. She could take an object out of thin air, stash it somewhere else, then retrieve it again like she was opening a pocket in space. "Captain," Richard said, pushing up his glasses with a wry half-smile, "you've just told us one hell of a secret. At this point, you're going to get us to stop drinking." He said it like a joke. At the same time, he was staring at a video on the computer, another impossible operation, from the captain, downloaded through some special channel. "I completely agree with Richard," Andrew added with a solemn nod. It sounded like banter, but they really were talking about quitting alcohol. Not that either of them drank on duty to begin with. They'd always kept public and private strictly separate, no touching alcohol while working, only having a little when they were certain they were in a safe environment. Even if they got a bit carried away, neither of them was the type to babble secrets while drunk. But this time, what Tessa had told them was too earth-shaking, far more outrageous than her identity as a whispered. From now on, to protect this secret properly, even the tiniest chance of leakage, no matter how remote, had to be eliminated. Even a 1 in a million risk was still unacceptable. About 20 minutes passed after Tessa shared the secret and explained the existence of other parallel worlds. "Captain," Richard said, his expression turning grave. The sudden seriousness made the girl tense up. "Have you considered this possibility?" What possibility?" Tessa's voice tightened. She shifted in her seat, restless. Was he about to say something that involved someone's safety? She didn't believe he would betray her, sell her out, hand her over to a lab table, anything like that. It felt more like he was worried the super dimension channel itself was dangerous. Worried that one day, someone she invited over might retaliate. Or that the trades could backfire, something transmitted over could be harmful. "It's all parallel worlds, right?" Richard asked. "In theory, that means the technology is transferable, right?" So that was it. He was worried that dangerous tech might be brought over and leaked to Amalgam, those lunatics, and poison this world. And tech didn't have to mean weapons. A virus could be a weapon too. Biological warfare was still warfare. So if the principles really carried over, then a bioweapon from over there might be manufacturable here. That also means the environment is the same, Richard pressed. Two parallel worlds, different development paths, but the underlying reality matches. Tessa nodded again. Just say it already, she thought. Don't drag it out. She could guess where he was going. But she didn't cut him off. Maybe he wanted to lay out the logic properly. Then isn't it possible? Richard paused, letting the dread hang for a beat. That the Tyranids, those extraterrestrial life forms, could also have emerged somewhere in our universe. Tessa hadn't expected that at all. It wasn't where her mind had gone. Richard pushed his glasses up again. You didn't think of that possibility. His tone was severe, nothing like his usual casual, teasing manner. I don't think. Tessa started. The word possible stuck in her throat. What Richard was suggesting wasn't impossible. It was just the worst possible kind of possible. From what she'd seen in the videos, if Tyranids broke out in her world, it wouldn't be a crisis. It would be humanity's end. And from the scraps of dialogue and hints she'd overheard, that world wasn't even experiencing a true Tyranid invasion yet. This was only the vanguard hidden organisms that had slipped in, cultivated, and then erupted into chaos. That level of destruction, and they called it chaos, meaning it still wasn't the real invasion. That chaos was just to create an opening for a Tyranid hive fleet. When the real force arrived, it wouldn't be a planetary ground war anymore. It would be interstellar war across entire star systems. Don't panic, Andrew said, cutting in. It's only a possibility. And if that world's Tyranid war happens far in the future, that suggests our current era should be safe. But can you guarantee they wouldn't arrive early? Richard countered, and the air turned colder. Parallel worlds differ in human development, so what if our universe also has Tyranids, and due to some divergence, they've already drifted into the Milky Way, wandering near our solar system? Tessa's face tightened again, jaw clenched. All right, Richard, Andrew said, frowning. You're getting a little too paranoid. It might be paranoid, Richard admitted, but we can't afford to ignore it. Besides, there's always been a theory that the Whispered's black technology came from a parallel world. Now that you, Captain, have something as absurd as the Super Dimension Channel, that theory feels even more plausible. Captain, look. That Martian world video, you didn't look closely at one part of it, did you? What part? It wasn't just Mr. Golden Toilet's footage she'd downloaded. She had downloaded the Martian one too. Richard adjusted the playback and jumped to a specific segment, an overview of that world's gigantic humanoid machines, referred to as armored troopers. They looked similar in concept to the large humanoid as developed in her world, different technology, same purpose, war. So this time, Tessa listened carefully. And as she did, her expression shifted into outright astonishment. She understood what Richard was pointing at. The Aldnoah drive technology in that world. She said slowly, disbelief creeping into her voice, and the Lambda driver system we're developing it similar. Both systems were driven by the user's will, activated by mental intent. And depending on the user's mindset, say, someone who felt unsafe and desperately wanted protection, the system could manifest an ability that matched that desire, deploying a special energy field to defend them. Which meant it was possible that her world's Lambda driver technology had, somehow, filtered over from that Martian world's Aldnoah drive technology. Or that both came from the same root source. Captain, Andrew warned, you're slipping into your sweet Tessa voice again. Oh right. Tessa snapped back, then quickly went online and opened the live stream. Perfect timing. He'd just returned to the original planet. With the hive's nest eliminated, the planet's defenders should have had their burden lightened. Dash. Tessa's brief, relieved calm was strangled in an instant. Was he about to destroy the planet? Blow the entire world apart? End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones, 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 125, Chapter 123, 1271 words. On this planet, it looked like all the water resources had been exploited to exhaustion. In reality, there was still some water on the surface, about 7% of the entire crust. That sounded small, but from orbit it was still obvious, a huge basin of water you could see with the naked eye. And that basin covering 7% of the surface was filthy beyond belief, like every factory on the planet had been dumping its wastewater into this one place. This was the kind of toxic sludge that even a purifier couldn't handle. If an Astartes fell in, they probably wouldn't last. Correction, they definitely wouldn't last. The only question would be how long they could hold out in the planet's largest, no-go zone, of filth, its ultimate forbidden mire. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The explosions of sound never stopped. The ground trembled as if the entire crust was groaning, and the planet's veins were roaring. In truth, it was the noise of colossal sewage conduits discharging wastewater pipes so massive they bordered on the unnatural. And it wasn't just one. Centered on that enormous basin, 8 primary discharge lines spread outward like spokes. From the planet's geosynchronous orbit, you could actually see the blood vessels exposed across the surface. Like arteries, they were webbed with countless smaller capillaries. All those minor lines fed into the 8 main trunks, funneling wastewater into the same Dead Sea. Right now, 4 of those main conduits seemed to have malfunctioned. Wastewater had stopped flowing. Has this one been destroyed too? A worker stationed at an outflow facility muttered as he stared at the crimson warning flashing across the system display. The line he was responsible for had gone down as well. Right in front of him, the wastewater torrent like a super waterfall had nearly stopped, reduced to a thin, intermittent trickle. The screen flagged the approximate failure point, a rupture. Sewage was leaking outward, spreading, and would further poison the ground. As the station lead, he immediately gathered the crew, grabbed repair tools, and prepared to head out for maintenance. Maintenance? Are you sure you mean maintenance and not a suicide run? Some of the crew openly resisted the order. Because whatever caused the failure could have been Tyranid sabotage or something worse. Other crews had gone to fix the lines that stopped discharging, too. Almost none of them came back. No reports. No message. Almost because a few extremely lucky ones survived, claiming they'd encountered demons. Some people didn't believe it. They'd never heard of demons existing in this universe, and assumed the survivors had been so terrified they'd hallucinated. After all, those alien bugs looked demonic enough. But the station lead knew demons were real. You just wouldn't learn that unless you'd reached a certain level, seen a wider world. It also wasn't intelligence the Imperium made public. Which, on the surface, seemed like a terrible idea. If people didn't know demons existed, they wouldn't know how to respond and they'd die horribly. But the station lead understood why the truth stayed buried. If you didn't believe in demons, you were less likely to draw their attention. If demons truly existed, then the more humanity obsessed over them, the easier it was to invite them in. Are you going or not? His tone was flat as he looked at the dissenters. The pressure hit like a physical weight. In the end, they nodded. He knew what this meant. Once they left, there was a high chance they wouldn't come back. They didn't have real weapons. If Tyranids were in the repair zone, they were dead. If demons were there, same outcome. If he had to choose between the two, he'd rather it be bugs than demons. And even knowing he might die, he still went. That was the responsibility on his shoulders. As long as he hadn't received new orders, his current directive was still to keep the discharge network operational, so he had to execute. As for how intense the war against the Tyranids was, or the war against the demons, he desperately wanted to know. But that wasn't his job. He wasn't supposed to get distracted caring about it. Tools loaded, they climbed into engineering trucks and drove out from the station. As they rolled off the outflow platform, they could see the shoreline less than 10 meters away, and 500 meters below it lay the Dead Sea. By all logic, with a discharge volume this immense, day and night, never stopping, the water level should have risen and the basin should have expanded. But it didn't. The level barely climbed at all. If anything, it was slowly dropping. because the water seeped downward into the ground. And then the planet's factories simply pumped the filtered water back up and reused it. They didn't build purification systems. They treated the planet itself as a giant filter, assuming it was more efficient that way. The real reason, of course, was cost. Building proper treatment infrastructure was expensive. They said there used to be purifiers back when the planet wasn't this rotten. But at some point no one even knew when it became an industrial world that squeezed everything dry, no matter the price. After exhaling, he inhaled again. Even with a gas mask on, it still felt like the foul air outside seeped through. The smell that entered his lungs was worse than raw sewage, so nauseating it could make your eyes water. New arrivals almost never avoided vomiting for the first while. He glanced again at that dead, black sea. The discharge carried so many impurities that the seabed was layered with sludge poison like a paste. If you plunged your hand into it, it wouldn't take 10 seconds before the flesh dissolved, leaving only charred bone. And for a human body, even parts that never touched the sludge would be killed anyway, poison spreading through the system, bringing violent agony. What is that? Someone in the convoy suddenly pointed at the sky. The station lead looked up into the gray, choking clouds and saw a bright point approaching. No more like debris. That wasn't debris. That was an attack. That was a missile. In a single breath, the projectile plunged straight into the center of the Dead Sea. There was no explosion. It sank like a stone, quiet, eerily quiet. So quiet that his heart tightened for no reason at all. His pupils shrank. Light blossomed at the impact point, then surged outward in a violent spread across the sea's surface. From the instrument readouts, the luminous field had already covered roughly half the Dead Sea. The Dead Sea began to churn, rolling and boiling. The water level dropped fast. Steam erupted into the air in thick, blinding fog. By the time the station lead understood what was happening, his vision was nearly gone. The sea was being evaporated. The heat wave reached him. His eyes felt like they were cooking. And his body wasn't far behind. In Tom and Jerry, they're always trying to kill each other, then somehow staying inseparable anyway. They toss around those cartoonish spherical bombs, light the fuse, and when the glow flares at the edge of detonation, they shove it into the other's hands. The other one doesn't have time to throw it back. Boom comedy. But what stood before y'all right now looked exactly like that. The bomb was the planet. The fuse's endpoint was that Dead Sea. And there was nothing funny about it. This world was heading for its end. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on Key at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones, 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 126. Chapter 124. 1138 words. The Imperium has multiple ways to carry out exterminatus. One method is orbital bombardment, using the Imperial Navy's conventional firepower to blanket the surface. The power of that strike can be adjusted, and it can also be made precise enough to hit every corner. But that kind of extermination requires an enormous fleet. And besides carpet bombing with a massive armada, there are also special weapons. First, the virus bomb. When deployed, it releases a specially engineered pathogen known as the Life-Eater virus. Its genome is designed to spread rapidly and destroy the cellular structure of all organic life it infects, reducing every living thing on the planet, animal and plant alike, into undifferentiated organic sludge, along with byproducts of biochemical matter and flammable organic gases. After that, all you have to do is ignite those gases, turning the entire atmosphere into a prison of fire, subjecting the world to a final, searing punishment that kills anything that might still be alive. Second, the cyclonic torpedo. There are multiple patterns of this large-scale, catastrophic weapon. One variant triggers a thermonuclear chain reaction that ignites all free oxygen in the atmosphere, burning the planet's air down into vacuum. Oceans are fully boiled away, leaving nothing but the barren bedrock of a dead world. Put simply, it's a planet-killing incendiary. In the end, the ground can be burned into glass. Seen from above, the planet looks like a bleached giant whale, still burning. And that burning is on a level beyond the follow-up ignition from a virus bomb. The virus bomb's atmospheric fire doesn't necessarily glass a world into a polished sphere. There are also specialized melt-pattern torpedoes that punch through the crust and mantle, directly affecting the core, melting a planet from the inside and cracking it apart. Beyond those, there are other methods as well. Right now, what Kane was witnessing didn't clearly match any single category. All he could see was the Dead Sea still glowing, still boiling away like a massive thermite charge, burning continuously at the bottom, vaporizing liquid without pause. Other than that, nothing else looked abnormal. Was this steaming the planet to death? Cooking every living thing on the surface until flesh rotted off the bone? He could see that aside from the obvious steam eruption over the Dead Sea, mist was also beginning to seep out from the ground in other regions. But with only this level of power, it couldn't possibly blanket the entire surface with lethal effect. Maybe most humans would be steamed and ruined, but how could certain specialized tyrannid organisms be boiled so easily? No, now the hive had basically been torn out, too. Which meant this was aimed at the demons that had forced their way into real space. To cleanse the demons, was he really going to pay any price, boiling every human on the planet into mush along with them? But if the goal was to cook demons into immobility, there was no way 300 degrees could be enough. And to keep driving steam temperatures higher, you'd also need sufficiently high atmospheric pressure. A pop-up window from the ship made Kane's pupils tighten. The ship was reporting that it was being affected by the planet's gravity and that pull was gradually increasing. The planet's gravity was rising. If that was true, then as gravity increased, the density of the atmosphere would also shift, which would, in turn, amplify the lethality of the steam. So it really was going to boil the planet's surface life into ruin. Of course, increased gravity would also impose crushing load on living bodies. Once it rose high enough, even humans would start to suffer internal pressure effects. So that special warhead from earlier wasn't just releasing extreme heat, it was also causing changes in the planetary core. And the planet's rotation was being affected as well, accelerating. For now, the acceleration wouldn't cause immediate catastrophic deformation, but at this rate, if it continued, within a day the planet's surface would be distorted beyond recognition. Are you carrying out exterminatus? The hive is gone, didn't you confirm that? A voice came through Kane's comm bead. Suppressed fury barely kept under control the captain of the Salamander's detachment. The moment he realized what was happening, the captain had tried to contact another Astartes, and only now had the line finally connected. Exterminatus is underway, the other side replied. And yes, we detected the hive's destruction immediately. Then why are you still doing it? Do you have any idea how many people you're killing? The Salamander's captain cut him off with a low snarl. The other side fell silent. After several seconds, sorry, the captain said, clearly forcing himself calmer. What's the situation, exactly? You sure you're calm? Look for yourself. Look at what? A data packet, obviously. Kane saw it too. He'd received the same intel, and it clearly hadn't come from the Death Watch. It was a forward from Captain Errett, copied to him. It was information on that warp rift. The gist: traitor Night Lords were behind it, using some kind of device to expand the breach. By the projected calculations, if it wasn't destroyed quickly, the warp rift would rapidly grow. The eventual scale was unknown, but tearing apart the entire star system wouldn't be a problem. And that raised the nightmare, the fear of yet another warp mega rift. It probably wouldn't reach the point of truly ripping the galaxy again, but even a gaping hole between real space and the warp, a second, smaller eye of terror, would be disastrous. It could easily become the last straw that finally broke the Imperium. In that context, authorizing exterminatus wasn't excessive at all. And the weapon being used for extermination was indeed a variant of the cyclonic torpedo. Part of its effect was heating and flashing off the planet's water. Another part bored deeper, altering the planet's gravity so the surface could be boiled under rising pressure. They couldn't use a more overtly destructive weapon, because the released energy might be absorbed and exploited. There was a real risk they wouldn't destroy the rift at all. and might even help it. That was also why they couldn't just drive a warship into the atmosphere and force entry. A warship carried massive power output, plus ammunition stores if they plunged in, and the mortal troops inside were corrupted by demons and turned, it would become a disaster of its own. The objective now was to boil the surface demons into ruin, eliminating more than 99% of them, so the Deathwatch could punch straight in. Otherwise, that tidal wave of demonic hordes would bog them down completely. Now, the Deathwatch was preparing to fire a second cyclonic torpedo on the far side of the comms. Fury turned ice cold. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 127, Chapter 125 1174 words. The Deathwatch was also a military force made up of Astartes. But it differed from other chapters in a crucial way. It was a chapter organization founded by the Inquisition and the Astartes to resist and eradicate any Xenos that threatened mankind. Because of that, its Astartes were drawn from many different chapters under many different Primarch lineages. And its membership wasn't permanent. It didn't recruit lifelong brothers the way other chapters did. Instead, other chapters seconded their own warriors more like a tour of duty, or a form of trial and refinement, creating what looked like a temporary chapter assembled for specific wars. So the Salamander's detachment's original mission was, by all logic, already complete. Now they could attach themselves to the Deathwatch on a provisional basis, and become part of this force. At that moment, the Deathwatch tactical element assigned to this system, this planet, was flying down from their warship, 3 Thunderhawk gunships, and 2 Thunderhawk transporters, driving hard toward a world that had already suffered half an exterminatus. They had planned to fire a second special cyclonic torpedo. But with the Salamanders offering special support, it might not be necessary to complete exterminatus in full. That special support clearly referred to whatever method had erased the hive. So the commander of this Deathwatch force stared again at the hololithic projection cast by a servo skull. It showed the Tyrannid hive's previous surface position. Where a grotesque structure like a bizarre flower that had stabbed up through the crust and bloomed had once existed, there was now nothing. Some unknown force had excavated the area into a smooth, bowl-shaped crater, as if someone had scooped out wet cement with a hemispherical spoon. With a gesture toward the hololith, the commander magnified the image further. He could see the hive pouring fire upward, frantically concentrating on something in the air. It made no sense. The feed showed nothing, no aircraft, no distortion, no silhouette in the sky. The Tyrannid's shots didn't look like they were striking anything at all. Yet they kept focusing on that low patch of empty air. Then, without warning, a strange ripple spread like ripples on calm water after something disturbed the surface. Except these ripples were in space itself, expanding in all directions at frightening speed. The air that was touched didn't look different, but the ground, the thick, rampant fungal mats on the surface began to fade, as if forgetting their own existence. In the blink of an eye, the hive was gone. What weapon could do that? How could the Salamanders have access to something like this? No, this wasn't the Salamander's weapon. If it were, they would have used it long ago. They would have informed the Deathwatch. Xenos power. A cold voice spoke from the side, the Ordo Xenos Inquisitor. This Inquisitor had opposed the Salamander's involvement from the start. Since they refused to fully explain themselves, the Inquisitor suspected collusion with aliens. The Inquisitor's stance was simple: drop the second cyclonic torpedo and carry exterminatus to completion. That suggestion was immediately rejected and actively blocked by the commander. It was straightforward. He trusted the Salamander's captain. And he knew the man personally because once, that captain had served in his own unit. Later, after he joined the Deathwatch, he'd handed command of the unit over to Eret. As for cooperating with Xenos, the Imperium was divided. One faction argued that limited, controlled cooperation could be tolerated in exceptional circumstances. The other insisted that any and all Xenos must be exterminated. The Inquisitor beside him belonged to the latter: zero tolerance, no exceptions. The commander could already imagine what kind of report this bastard would file to the Inquisition later. What kind of accusation he'd lodge? What kind of witch hunt he'd start? So Eret had better bring help that truly made it unnecessary for this planet to suffer a full exterminatus. If that happened, the commander would have an angle to relocate this Inquisitor and get someone else assigned. If possible. He wanted the Inquisitor dead. That worthless piece of trash had made a mistake during an intel investigation last time, nearly getting him and the entire unit wiped out. The commander had been furious enough to put a bolt round through the Inquisitor's skull. And it was this same fanatic's, no Xenos, ever behavior that had nearly caused an allied alien force barely cooperating against the Greenskins to open fire on them. So if this parasite could be removed, maybe the next Inquisitor would at least be competent. Sensing something, the commander made a quick flicking motion through empty air, like swatting a fly. The hololith vanished, and the servoskull drifted aside. He turned his attention to the Thunderhawk transporter's display. Demons were already incoming, ugly bat wings spread wide as they rose straight toward them. And beyond the demons wearing flesh, there were also shapes emerging directly from the warp rift, demons flying out to infest them. Apparently, the warp energy leaking into this region was becoming dense enough that they couldn't be bothered hunting for corpses as vessels. They were impatient. They wanted to play with the Astartes now. Psychers, the commander ordered, prepare to engage. But at that moment ripples appeared in the void ahead of the 5 Thunderhawks, like scattered droplets disturbing an invisible surface. Then a Thunderhawk gunship lurched backward out of something unseen, tumbling as if it had been spit out by the empty air itself. Commander, Eret's voice crackled over the vox. Have the Psychers ready. They're about to take a hit from an untouchable shock. We're ready, the commander snapped back. Whatever it is, use it now. Almost immediately, a wave of wrongness rolled over them. Everyone felt it. The strongest Psyker in the unit reacted the hardest, staggering, face tightening, like his soul itself was being yanked and scraped raw. When he forced himself back into focus, he saw what was happening. A Thunderhawk gunship out front was clearing a path for the Deathwatch. Chaos filth surged toward the man. The demons with physical bodies suddenly collapsed mid-flight, like their wings had been torn off. They dropped in a messy rain. As for the half-real demons formed from warp leakage, they screamed and then popped out of existence, like flash-burned ash scattered on the wind. Or it looked like some incomprehensible force had swept across them, and in an instant they were vaporized, broken down, dispersing like fog. So this was the support Eret meant. Had they developed some special weapon based on untouchables? Was this a new piece of kit the Archmagos had prepared for them? There were rumors this kill team was frequently tasked by the Archmagos delivering experimental weapons to the battlefield for live testing. This time, whatever they'd brought wasn't small. And it certainly wasn't meant to spare anyone. But with that power carving open a route, punching into the heart of the zone no longer looked impossible. They would cut down every last Imperial traitor inside. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 128, Chapter 126. 1393 words. He tossed a thermite charge into a pool, and released its energy, bringing the water to a boil, and throwing up a massive cloud of steam. For someone seeing a thermite charge used like that for the first time, the sight really was a little shocking. Especially at night when the pool itself started to glow from the thermite, it even looked strangely dreamlike. But what they were witnessing now wasn't some small pond. It was a lake sea that covered roughly 7% of the planet's surface. A single warhead nearly lit up the entire expanse, flaring without pause as it kept evaporating seawater. Steam poured out in staggering quantities, spreading in all directions. From a synchronous orbit, the scene looked like an unprecedented spectacle, almost a miracle in its own warped way. If you didn't know what you were looking at, you might even think it was beautiful, immortal mist drifting across the world. But once the camera zoomed in enough to make the ground-level details clear, it was hell. A unit that had been about to move out near the Dead Sea. Just over 300 people were caught closest to it. Their bodies were boiled alive by that terrifying steam. They were cooked into sludge, and when they collapsed, they softened and sagged like clay dolls left soaking in water. And somehow, watching people get boiled into mush didn't trigger the same violent nausea. Compared to earlier footage soldiers being ripped apart and chewed up by the bugs, this was, in a sick way, less viscerally horrifying. Then the ship shifted its view to the nearest city, a steel forest of towers. It was smaller than the one Mr. Golden Toilet had been in before, maybe a third the size. The death fog was rolling in like a tidal bore. At its current speed, it would arrive in less than a second. Yet the people in the city seemed not to have grasped the danger at all. They looked like they were still preparing to ship supplies to the front. That made Tessa go cold with urgency. Warn them now, tell them to brace for impact. In the next moment, the city's alarms seemed to finally sound. They'd realized something was wrong. But then she saw smoke rising from the base of the distant metropolis, an urban mass that from far away resembled a colossal iron anthill. Not smoke. It was superheated steam, so hot it was forcing its way up through the ground. A heartbeat later, fires broke out. Explosions followed in quick succession. Clearly the unimaginable heat had reached some facility and set off a chain reaction. Tessa watched as huge pipelines bulged and warped, then ruptured, blasting out jets of gas. Steam, she assumed. But when a lick of flame touched that jet, it ignited instantly, roaring into a towering pillar of fire like natural gas being vented from a drilling rig. And it wasn't just one place. It was everywhere. Even water mains, pipes meant for drinking and sanitation, turned into nightmare flamethrowers. Some kind of combustible gas leak, then. Wait, a possibility hit Tessa so hard it made her chest tighten. If water is boiled, evaporated, turned fully to vapor, and driven past a critical threshold, steam can dissociate into hydrogen and oxygen gases that are lethal and, worse, highly flammable in the right mix. And those sudden eruptions of fuel, those might be hydrogen and oxygen, separated from the steam, and swirling together, then ignited. The camera pulled back again. A vast swath of land was exhaling mist. Here and there, tiny sparks of fire winked into being, then vanished. And now Tessa could finally hear what had actually happened. An Imperial force called the Deathwatch had issued an exterminatus order. They had launched cyclonic torpedoes to annihilate all surface life on this planet. The function of the cyclonic torpedo was to boil the planet's water sources to keep driving the temperature higher until superheated steam blanketed the entire world, scalding and burning every living thing on the surface. Even the planet's deeper layers were affected. As the steam was compressed and forced past a threshold, it would break down into combustible gases. Then those gases would be ignited, torching the already cooked world in a second, final burn. The scattered flashes she was seeing now, those little, fleeting fires, were the earliest effects. The torpedo's initial energy release had dissociated nearby water into flammable gas on the spot. That gas mixed into the boiling steam and drifted outward. There wasn't much of it yet. It would burn out quickly, and it wouldn't cause a major firestorm. But once the steam's temperature kept rising, especially after the second cyclonic torpedo struck and accelerated the process, the planet would be cooked fast. Combustible gas would flood the atmosphere. And then the world could be set alight with terrifying ease. This was exterminatus. And on this planet, there were still nearly 20 billion Imperial civilians and soldiers. They would be boiled in agony, watching their own flesh cook, soften, and slew away, dying, quite literally, as something being prepared in a pot. And in the end, they would be burned again, erased like garbage tossed into a furnace. Such a monstrous order. Tessa's body trembled. The one who gave it was a butcher, a demon, a devil. She couldn't accept it. But after hearing the full context, she understood how dire the situation was, and she fell silent. The other side demons were trying to tear the hell rift wider. If it wasn't dealt with immediately, if their plan succeeded, that breach would tear open at least this entire star system. And the Imperium had precedent. They'd seen warp catastrophes before, like the Great Rift that had nearly split the galaxy in two. So for the safety of the Imperium, for the safety of the galaxy, destroying one planet and sacrificing 20 billion lives was worth it, compared to preserving the Imperium's million worlds. A classic trolley problem, only one track can be chosen. In that case, the person giving the order shouldn't be painted with pure malice. Because giving that order was torment, too. Even if it was to protect the Imperium, the fact remained, he had personally ordered the deaths of tens of billions of lives. That truth could never be erased. He would spend the rest of his life inside that guilt, inside nightmares. And so, as the second cyclonic torpedo was about to fire, Tessa felt pain on her lips. She'd been biting down too hard. She'd bitten through skin. She could taste blood. Then right at the brink of launch an opening appeared. The purpose of Exterminatus here was to clear the demon horde, allowing the Deathwatch to carve a direct path to the core of the Hell Rift. So if there was another way, another method to let Deathwatch reach the Rift's central point, without having to fight through oceans of demons, then stopping Exterminatus wasn't impossible. That alternative wasn't as simple as having his ship pick up the Deathwatch, and using that ghost-like phasing ability, jump directly to the target. There was a problem, his ship couldn't carry that many people. Correction, people, yes. But the Deathwatch carried significant equipment, and there was no way to haul it all aboard. As for expanding that wide area, spectral ability to cover them as a moving shield by his own account, the warp's interference made it impossible. He could only maintain it around the ship itself. There was still a way to open a road for the Deathwatch. He would use his nature as an untouchable to carve them a path. An untouchable. Tessa didn't fully understand. He hadn't explained it clearly, but it was a kind of person who countered psychic power. A natural bane to the warp. He demonstrated it. Even the salamanders around him looked violently uncomfortable, and most ordinary people nearly passed out on the spot. At first, Tessa didn't really grasp what that meant for fighting demons, what advantage it gave. Not until the moment they actually made contact with the enemy. Demons with physical bodies dropped out of the air like drones that had suddenly lost signal systems, dead, tumbling to the ground. And the ghost-like ones, the translucent, mist-thin demons, simply unraveled, collapsing like fog dispersed by a sudden wind. And then, the gates of hell, the rift, were right in front of them. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on Key at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones, 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 129, Chapter 127, 1087 words. Although an untouchable has a powerful effect on psychers and is especially effective at suppressing demons, Kane's null field was even stronger than that of a typical untouchable, with a wider effective radius. But that didn't mean he could act with absolute impunity. Cannon fodder tier enemies would collapse in droves when he unleashed his hockey without restraint, but demons weren't all cannon fodder. The kind of demon that could actually hurt an Astartes couldn't be simply driven off by a null field. Even so, it did leave them moving like they'd drunk themselves senseless, staggering like a vicious, hungover brawl. They weren't that hard to fight in that state. The problem was, there were a lot of them clinging to the gunship. The impacts kept coming in rapid succession. The Thunderhawk's cockpit canopy had long since become a useless slab. You couldn't see anything through it anymore. Right now, it was like a fighter jet plowing headfirst into a flock of crows so dense there wasn't a finger's width of air between them until the whole airframe was smeared in gore, warped into a flesh aircraft. What they were hitting, of course, were corporeal demons. Even when the autocannon shredded them, the sheer density meant chunks still slammed into the hull like a hail of meat. If you looked closely at the Thunderhawk's interior, you could see a 3-stage change taking place in real time. It was as if time itself had been accelerated. Metal surfaces were rusting, rotting, corrupting at a terrifying pace. And if you looked closer at the rust, you'd realize it wasn't inert. It was becoming like a microorganism, as though it were gaining life, turning sticky, starting to wriggle. Like primitive single-celled life. Worse, that evolution was visibly fast. The rust was multiplying, swelling, turning into blood-red flesh, spreading bit by bit as if it meant to colonize the cabin walls. Like something left too long in storage, finally blooming over with fungus, except this growth was meat. At the same time, the Thunderhawk systems flagged abnormalities. The air composition was changing. It was as if the inside was being terraformed into an environment where flesh could thrive. This was the corrosion of raw warp energy leaking out, trying to turn an inorganic war machine into a living, meat-bound organism. And this was with Kane's untouchable nature suppressing it. Without that suppression, the transformation would be even faster. For the Emperor, for the Imperium. A voice ragged, almost torn to shreds rang out. A gunshot echoed through the bay, and a body hit the deck. A PDF soldier. For mortals, the closer they got to a warp rift, the more brutally the Immaterium ate into them. Their bodies and minds were both subject to corrosion. He'd still looked human not long ago, now changes were beginning to show. And his mind was changing too, turning manic, craving slaughter, craving blood, yearning to spread terror. Before his soul could fall any further, he'd shouted his last and put a round through himself. And it wasn't the first corpse. The PDF who hadn't been overtaken yet began stripping ammunition from fallen comrades and loading it onto themselves. Some of the charges were from Kane bunkerbuster bricks, the rough equivalent of C4. Except the yield obviously wasn't in the same universe as C4. One brick could blow open even the thickest plating on a dreadnought. This was the kind of explosive Kane used for grave-robbing demolition work. If it went off inside the Thunderhawk, one mistake could bring the gunship down. And that was just a single brick. Right now they were carrying over 100. Kane had basically emptied half his armory. And the PDF's purpose in carrying them was simple. They intended to become human bombs. No one had ordered it. This was their own decision. They knew that in the coming slaughter against the demons, their combat power would be negligible, so they would make their final contribution count. Steel bit into flesh. A PDF trooper drove a knife into his own thigh, using pain to keep himself lucid. Then more gunshots. A Salamander's Astartes executed several soldiers on the deck, men who weren't fatally wounded yet. Once Kane stopped actively suppressing his null aura, those men hadn't been able to withstand it. They'd passed out instantly. Now they still hadn't woken, twitching like people trapped in nightmares, jerking and spasming in their sleep. Physically, Kane could reduce how much warp power damaged the flesh. But mentally no, spiritually that was harder to shield. Non-untouchables cast a reflection in the warp. The closer they got to the rift, the more clearly the reflection showed and the more easily demons could notice it. Suddenly sensing something, Kane snapped the Thunderhawk into a hard roll. A difference of less than a millisecond and a storm of metal screamed through the space the gunship had just vacated. He was the pilot, of course. Right now he was the only one fit to fly. Everyone else was varying degrees of airsick and half-conscious. Bearing. The call-out came immediately. The Astartes on weapons didn't hesitate. Orange-lit shells spat out with long, blazing tails, like lances of laser light ripping open masses of flesh. A heavy impact, something smashed into the Thunderhawk's hull, followed by a rapid series of blows. Like living in a cheap apartment with thin ceilings, someone upstairs is brawling so violently it feels like the whole floor is about to cave in. The truth was simpler. At some point, salamanders had moved to the exterior of the gunship and were fighting on the hull itself. And their opponents were Night Lords Astartes. The collisions, the roars, the shouted insults, everything carried through the plating into the cabin. Another tremendous hit. The Thunderhawk screamed, metal protesting. The frame had to be badly warped now. Then came an even greater impact, not another strike but ground contact. The Thunderhawk kissed the earth hard. It skidded, tearing a furrow more than 100 meters long through the surface before finally stopping. Straight ahead, less than 5 kilometers away, there was a strange light source, like some device had begun to activate. That was the target. The thing that had to be destroyed. 5 kilometers to an Astartes was practically arm's reach. But that was only true when nothing stood in the way. Now pairs upon pairs of lights brimming with malice, violence, slaughter, and blood were closing in from all sides. It was time to kill. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on Key at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones, 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 130, Chapter 128. 1145 words with less than 5 kilometers to the objective. the ferocity of the fighting was beyond imagination. The shriek of a power sword carving metal. The banshee whine of a chain's word chewing through ceramite. Bolt rounds hammering armor. Flesh being split. The ground trembling under impact. Beast-like roars. Detonations. Demons screaming, everything piled together into a single, incomprehensible storm. The battlefield was pure chaos. Boom. An explosion went off, and a blinding flare held for several seconds like a flashbang, bright enough to stab at the eyes. The blast itself didn't crater much, just punched a shallow pit into the ground. But the Planetary Defense Force trooper who triggered it was turned into fragments in an instant. Damn you! A corrupted Chaos Astartes bellowed in a fury that sounded like his vocal cords were half ruined. He was furious that an Astartes could be reduced to this by a mere mortal's bomb. His entire body was riddled through, as if something had taken bites out of him again and again. What did it was a moment's carelessness, and a bomb that was less than a tenth explosive. The rest of it was packed with specialized metal shards. When it detonated, those fragments sprayed in every direction, shredding even power armor. Without armor, it would have made him a literal honeycomb, then he'd have collapsed into a puddle of pulp. Suddenly sensing something, he yanked up his chain's word to guard behind his flank. In the next instant, sparks erupted. Metal screamed. Then the chain's word that had been with him for years split apart cleanly while a cold flash crossed his face. His vision turned strange. One figure became two. It took him less than a millisecond to understand what that meant. He'd been cleaved straight down the middle. His eyes were separating, and that was why the world had doubled. And somehow, his consciousness still hadn't ended. A massive force struck him. His body, already divided, was blasted into 4 chunks and launched away. Launched by his ally. That ally had surged in right after the vertical cleave, and swung in a waist-cutting sweep, trying to take Cain with him, trying to cut down the one who'd split his brother, even if it meant chopping through him as well. It failed. Because his back had already been opened. The ally drove forward anyway, slamming into him, and knocking the remains of his body clear. I regret it. Regret letting me go. Cain tightened his grip on his power sword as he answered, narrowly avoiding being bisected at the waist by the other man's blade. The Chaos Astartes in front of him, he'd fought this one on Valens. One arm and part of the shoulder that Cain had destroyed back then were now restored, but not as they'd been. It looked like something monstrous had been grafted on in their place. Worse, the arm felt alive, like it had its own will, locked into a parasitic symbiosis with its owner. Cain wasn't even wearing the same armor as before, yet the traitor still recognized him without hesitation. That wasn't strange. An untouchable who could warp the battlefield with a bizarre, shifting null radius, there was only one conclusion to draw. I regret it, yes. But I'm angrier than anything. Untouchables are hated in the Imperium, so why would you swear yourself to that false emperor? By the time he finished that sentence, Cain had already weathered countless strikes, almost all of it on the defensive. Every block felt like being hit by a heavy truck. The impact traveled through the armor into his bones until it felt like his skeleton itself was screaming. This enemy was stronger than before, almost certainly because of that new arm. It moved like rubber, stretching and retracting at will, snapping out like a whip fast enough to blur. And it looked like it could grow larger, too. It made Cain think of a certain straw-hatted kid who wanted to be Pirate King. No, this was closer to something else. More like venom. See that Inquisitor? Have you noticed how he looks at you? That's disgust. He's already halfway to classifying you as Xenos, like you're not even human. A Xenos hunting Inquisitor, huh? Cain had felt that gaze too. It made his skin crawl. And he could tell the Mun was planning something. In plain terms, when this was over, they weren't going to let him simply walk away. I can tell you're not truly with them. So do you know what they'll do to you after the mission? They'll make you wish you were dead. Nearby, a Salamander's warrior locked in combat with another traitor went tense with alarm. That bastard was trying to poison the kid's mind. If Kane actually wavered, the balance that was finally tipping toward victory could flip right back. And if Kane's nullfield influence vanished, the traitors would surge in strength. The Salamanders and Deathwatch were affected by the null aura too, but nothing like the traitors who'd thrown themselves into chaos. Get away from him. Are you panicking? If you're really worried about the kid, you shouldn't interfere. Once an Inquisitor decides you're Xenos, do you know what that ends like? Shut your mouth. With the roar, the Salamander's warrior jammed his bolt gun forward and it exploded like a spinning detonation. Not a shot detonating on the target. The weapon itself, its chamber blew out, as if every round had been set off at once. The blast tore away his arm. But the traitor opposite him lost half his body. A Salamander's trade, injury for injury without hesitation. The bolt gun's catastrophic detonation was deliberate. He'd forced it, igniting every round. Oh, right. There's another way, the traitor rasped. Just make the Inquisitor die. In a mess like this, who's going to prove what really, the words cut off. Rawl's chain axe tore through the traitor's skull. Even dying, the bastard had tried one last little shove, one last nudge to make Kane murder the Inquisitor. Rawls yanked the chain axe back and took a few steps forward, intending to go help the kid, and then a wave of crushing weakness hit him. He looked down. His abdomen had been ripped open into a savage gash. In his current state, charging in wouldn't help anyone. He'd only get in the way. He'd only become a burden. Where were the others? No one else could spare a hand. And worse, Deathwatch fighters were positioned at his side. The sight made Rawl's stomach sink. They'd taken the Inquisitor's hint. They were fighting near him, but the pattern was clear: they were isolating him from the Salamanders. If they decided he was compromised, if they questioned his loyalty, his fate would be the noose. They might not kill him outright. Not when they could study an untouchable's nature. But that would be worse. Much worse than death. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones, 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 131, Chapter 129, 1379 words. To be honest, Rawls wasn't too worried about Kane getting himself killed. If he really needed to, he could always disengage and retreat back to that flyer. What Rawls feared was something else. The kid's impression of the Imperium was about to sour even further, and that meant the deal with Archmagos Biologus Elemima might get cut off. Rawls pulled something out and, without hesitation, tossed it into his mouth. Back on the ship, the kid had handed it out and called it Earth Elixir, something to use when you were badly wounded. They had Medicae stimulants of their own, and they'd already used them. This was the last vial left, his vial, so he swallowed it. Rawls froze as the change hit him. He'd expected it to be good. He hadn't expected it to be this good. He pushed himself up, ready to charge back in, because the kid really did look more and more uneasy, like the traitor's words were sinking hooks into him. Rawls stopped instead of intervening. The kid was playing him. He was pretending to waver, showing cracks on purpose, using that shaken act to lull the enemy, all while quietly setting a trap. Rawls could tell it was a trap even though the traitor couldn't, because Kane's mistake was familiar. In the middle of trading blows, a piece seemed to shake loose from his power armor, something harmless looking, something that didn't feel threatening at all. Rawls had seen this exact trick back when they fought the Tyranids. Kane would magnet lock objects to his armor so they looked like part of the plating, then, in the chaos of melee, let them shear off like damaged outer plates flaking away. So when the traitor finally stepped fully into the trap, a burst of blazing orange light detonated. Ever hear the rule that villains die because they talk too much? Kane said it calmly, then pursued the bastard whose body had been blown half away by the Melta charge. His bolt gun barked, hammering Melta rounds into what remained, and the traitor's last half folded and ran like candle wax held to a flame. Honestly, that Night Lord's berserker type, he looked like all rage, and no reason, but he wasn't easy to fool at all. More than once he suspected the fallen parts were bait. And each time, Cain would deliberately act careless until he took a heavy kick that sent him flying. The impact looked strong enough to rupture organs even inside armor. For a moment he couldn't get up. The traitor went for the kill, sprinting forward and stepped on the part lying between them, the harmless-looking scrap that seemed to have blown off Cain's suit. Cain's gaze shifted ahead. The balance of the fight had tilted so hard their way that the outcome was basically settled. Then his eyes landed on one person. The Ordo Xenos Inquisitor. Cain decided right there, he was going to kill him. He'd looked like he was being led astray, but really, it was the Inquisitor who'd been poisoned, whispered into suspicion by the Chaos Astartes, until he trusted Cain less and less. By now, Cain could feel it. He'd made his decision. A few figures were edging closer, accidentally closing distance. They were getting ready to move on him. After all, even without Cain's interference, their side had the advantage now. And sure enough, after Cain finished off the last of those Chaos Knight Lords, those men walked toward him without bothering to hide it anymore. 4 huge suits of armor. 4 walking walls. They didn't attack. The Inquisitor gave an excuse even he didn't seem to believe. They were protecting Cain for his own safety. Under the close escort of those 4 bodyguards, they marched him to a secured site that looked like a ritual dais about the size of a soccer field. At its center stood a structure whose silhouette reminded Cain of a rift generator from an old strategy game he'd played. That was what was sustaining the warp rift and trying to expand it further. Deathwatch were hauling equipment up onto the platform, running a reversal operation on the tower because, yes, it might as well have been a rift generator. Meanwhile, several dreadnoughts and most of the Astartes were pouring fire into the rift itself while demons fought desperately to interfere. When the tower's upper mechanism shifted from forward rotation to reverse, the jagged black wound that seen from space looked like a hideous gash across the planet's surface began to shrink. That doorway between reality and hell under the control of an accompanying powerful psyker began to close like a surgical incision being stitched shut. As the flesh on both sides pulled tight and pressed together, the wound started sealing. And at the moment it fully closed and vanished, the psyker collapsed into a charcoal-blackened husk, falling without another sign of life. The crisis was over. But the air on the battlefield turned wrong. To be precise, there weren't many people truly standing with the Inquisitor. And yet the reason no one moved was simple: the sky. A shadow slid over them, an Imperial warship. The Inquisitor couldn't command Astartes, but he could command a warship. And the forces aboard, those directly under Inquisitorial authority, could obey him instantly. Now then, would you kindly come with us to the Inqui? He didn't finish. The 4 walls standing around Cain suddenly swayed, like drunk men losing their balance. The Inquisitor's pupils widened. He started to lift his bolt gun toward Cain and his brain felt like it had been struck by a sledgehammer, dizziness exploding behind his eyes. Not the body. Cain had retracted his null field earlier. Now he unleashed it again. Did it hit? The Inquisitor blinked, confused, then realized the smoking muzzle wasn't his. It was Cain's bolt gun. The Inquisitor looked down at his hand. It was gone. Calm down. The Deathwatch commander and the Salamander's captain reacted at once. They couldn't stop the Inquisitor from being seized, so they could only shout for Cain not to do anything irreversible. Killing an Inquisitor in the open like this was a direct slap in the face of the Inquisition. That was beyond bad. I am calm. Cain smiled, harmless as a saint in a mural, and hoisted the Inquisitor up like luggage. The man looked terrified, like some aristocrat who'd come to the front to gild his reputation, and had finally realized what war actually was. His whole body had gone slack. Of course, an Inquisitor shouldn't be this weak. The truth was that he wasn't. He was being subjected to unprecedented soul-shearing pressure so intense he couldn't even scream. All he could do was convulse. As for the 4 cans on the ground, Cain had simply tightened the radius of his null field until it covered only them. And he hadn't hit them with full force all at once. At first, it was barely noticeable. Then it rose gradually, like slow poisoning until the dose became overwhelming and they toppled, swaying like drunks. Kane slid one armored gauntlet off and extended his bare hand into open air, then reached out and touched the Inquisitor. Right now, Kane was like a stone saturated with lethal radiation, except this radiation was abnormal. It propagated more easily through living, embodied creatures, while spreading weaker through the air. A better description was poison. A toxin aimed at the soul. Entering this state took time, like a mage charging an ultimate spell. Until it was fully invoked, he couldn't move freely. And once invoked, it couldn't be maintained for long. Otherwise, he would have turned it on from the start and swept the battlefield. Which meant it needed training, more practice, more refinement. One day, he'd be able to chant while fighting. And eventually instant cast. As for this Inquisitor, he could go say hello to the Emperor. The moment Kane's bare hand made contact, the Inquisitor's body seemed to split into 3 ghostly vessels. Everyone saw it, after images, overlapping silhouettes. No. Not an illusion. His soul was being yanked outward. It didn't even finish being pulled free. It was too fragile, like wet flour paste, and it shattered in an instant, dispersing into the air. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones, 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 132, Chapter 130, 1194 words. The warp rift had been sealed, but the war still wasn't over. The demons that had already manifested in real space by possessing corpses still existed in enormous numbers. That surprise strike had wiped out maybe 1% at most. On top of that, the Tyranid threat still remained. The hive had been torn out, but plenty of bugs were still roaming the ground. They still had to be purged. And the cyclonic torpedo that had already been fired also had to be stopped. D-99 virus. The Salamander's captain accepted the box being handed to him. It looked like a safe, except it also looked oddly flimsy, like something made on a pre-space age world. The one delivering it explained that he'd found this D-99 virus on a certain world. On that world, the virus could trigger an abnormal immune response in a short time, but in exchange, it activated cells. That meant that for a long period, cells wouldn't necrose. They would keep proliferating rapidly, letting a body endure all kinds of transplant surgery without rejection. Hearing that, Eret finally understood just how absurd this was. Of course, the other men didn't guarantee it would work on Astartes' modifications. Which planet was it? I forgot. Besides, that place got destroyed for other reasons. These samples and the vaccine are all that's left. Eret didn't press further. And this. The other man handed over another small case. Inside were the same things he'd distributed during the earlier assault on the trader's Earth elixir. It was, without exaggeration, the best healing agent they'd ever used. As for the matter of the Ordo Xenos Inquisitor ending up dead, well, the Salamanders didn't see anything. If you wanted to check the recordings, the cameras malfunctioned. And the Deathwatch commander also stated that they hadn't been able to catch him, he'd slipped away. In short, everyone played dumb. Take this for research too. I'm also giving you some related formulas, but I can't promise they'll work. Some are tied to materials that only existed in older era environments. I don't know if those materials still exist now. They were formulas exported from the Earth Elixir system, lists of ingredients from different historical periods. If those materials still existed in this era, reproducing Earth Elixir shouldn't be difficult. Last thing, give this to Call the Dreamer. The Archmagos's name is wrong. Don't worry about it. The last thing was large. Eret had already seen 2 of them in the hangar, about the size of a Land Raider. It was definitely a tank, but not a pattern he recognized. This isn't a vehicle. It's an STC. Kane shrugged. It looked like a tank, but in reality it was part of an STC. Its design was more sci-fi, something like a hybrid between a prism tank and a magnetic tank. As for why there were 2 units, they weren't a single hole. It was more like he had two STC sets, neither complete. And after handing all this over, Kane didn't ask for anything in return. He only said that if D-99 really performed as outrageously as promised, then next time they brought him something, it would be even better because it would make him feel safer. After all, if he died, the Archmagos on their end would stop receiving good stuff too, so they'd naturally find ways to improve his safety. With the unloading done, he prepared to move on to his next stop. At that moment, the quantum communications system received a message, a note from Archmagos biologist LMMA. Kane had messaged the Archmagos earlier to brief him on what happened. As for why the reply arrived an hour later, it wasn't because the Archmagos received it late. The transmission arrived instantly. And it wasn't because the Archmagos only noticed it an hour later. It was because sending a reply required preparation time. The Archmagos had kept a quantum comm device Kane had given him, but it had a problem. In simple terms, the battery had failed. When Kane handed it over, it had barely still worked. After that, it died completely and became dead weight. Later, the Archmagos studied it himself and actually managed to power it again, but it took time, and communication was barely possible. Even then, it degraded from video calls down to something like pager messages. Send one message and then to send the next one, you might need days of preparation. Clearly it wasn't as simple as charging a battery. It involved some kind of energy conversion, something quantum, something difficult to sustain. This time, the message said that at Kane's next stop there was a private armory he'd left behind in the past. He could go there and pick up equipment. The rest of it was a request, see if he could get hold of that communications tech. If he could, the Archmagos could upgrade power armor again. Maybe they could even achieve perfect performance without having to implant the Astartes' black carapace. That made Kane pause. It wasn't impossible. Then again, was it possible the Archmagos had partially decoded how this comm system worked and used it to lock onto Kane's location? A pained sound slipped from Tessa's lips as she lost her footing and landed hard on her butt. Nearby, a bottle of shower gel rolled across the floor. After confirming that Mr. Golden Toilet's side had weathered the real crisis, and after finishing her discussion with the lieutenant colonel and major, she decided to shower and get ready for sleep. She was almost done drying the water from her body. Then, when she closed her eyes to go online and check something, she received that message. He wanted to come to her world. Just that line made her panic. Her hands went clumsy, and she slipped. The shower gel flew from her grip. Ignoring the pain in her backside, Tessa scrambled up, hurriedly dressed, and rushed back to her terminal. What do I do, XO? Should I accept? Should I refuse? Calm down. What does he want to do here? You didn't ask. I'll ask right now. Tessa forced a dry laugh. She'd been so flustered she forgot to ask. Once she learned his purpose, she froze for a beat, then relayed it to the lieutenant colonel and major. A short silence followed. If he isn't in a hurry, then sleep first. Invite him after you wake up. Right now, the captain needed real rest, enough clarity and stamina to think straight. Not just her. Richard and Andrew needed rest too. All three of them needed to be at peak condition, fully rational before dealing with a visitor from another world. He said that's fine. Then, Captain, go rest. Tessa understood why they were insisting she sleep. After handling the Pacific exercise crisis, she'd been awake for a full day and night. Exhaustion dulled judgment. People made stupid mistakes. She needed a clear head to meet him. Because he was coming to trade. And if her mind wasn't sharp, she could easily get taken advantage of. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones, 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 133, Chapter 131, 1371 words. In general, ships need resupply. Not supplies for the people living aboard, but energy for the ship itself. And up to this point, Kane's ship had never undergone an energy recharge. The ship's own power supply system was an infinite energy device. The first time he saw the energy generator inside the engine room, that cube had given him the illusion that it was something like the Tesseract. In reality, that seemingly cubic form was not the true shape of the energy body. It was more like a framework used to contain and stabilize an infinite energy mass. The real infinite power source was inside. As for what it actually was, of course he had no idea. And as for the next stop on his journey, the Emperor's great ball of light had said that another one of those things existed there too, and told him to go find it. As for the STCs he was currently being told to collect, no one had ever said he needed to hand them over to anyone. He just had to get them. It was said so casually that it felt like whatever he chose to do with them afterward was entirely up to him. Thinking about it now, Kane suspected that hyperdimensional channel might be connected to the Emperor. But Kane was more inclined to believe that the Emperor had seen the future, seen that he would connect to the system, and so had arranged for him to take the STCs to develop in other worlds, then use that growth to feed back into this one. As for why he was not being told to hand them over, or to develop things directly in this world, the answer was obvious. The current environment here was simply too hostile. Nothing would be able to develop smoothly. On one hand, the Imperium itself had obstacles like the Adeptus Mechanicus, which would never allow technology to spread freely, and had no interest in modularized manufacturing and production. On the other hand, the four Chaos Gods would interfere, and the other factions would hardly sit back and let the Imperium rise again through STC technology. They would most likely jump in to sabotage things as well. In short, if STC technology was ever going to function properly again, it would need an exceptionally stable environment. And in a place like Warhammer, where monsters and madmen were fighting everywhere, development on that scale was almost impossible. He entered another special room beside the engine chamber. This was the room he specifically used to contact the Emperor. Once activated, the room beyond the door was completely empty, containing nothing but a cold bed. After walking over and lying down on it, he pressed a button. The scenery in his vision began to disappear, as if it were turning transparent, or perhaps simply blurring away. Then came a sudden flash of light, and what appeared before his eyes was a blue celestial sphere. A lost warship. There was no spoken conversation. It was more like the glowing orb in the main god space, with the mission being transmitted directly into his mind. And lost warship was simply Kane's own description. Right after telling Miss Whisperer that he wanted to pay a visit, he had received a psychic summons from the Emperor telling him to come here again for another conversation. The Emperor informed him of a star region, where an experimental human warship developed during mankind's golden age still existed. It was similar to the ship he currently had, in that both were built with the most advanced technology available. He was told to go claim it immediately, because the special vault storing the warship did not have much time left before it would be exposed to open space. If he could not gain control of it and could not activate it, then he was to destroy it. As for how many more such warships and ships might still exist, lost somewhere in this universe, Kane had no idea. That was why he had given them the label Lost. Still, since it was a warship, it was obviously different from his own vessel. A warship was meant for battle, while his own ship had no weapon system at all, so calling it a ship was more accurate. That was not to say it truly could not attack. It had one special function. Once activated, it could, in a certain sense, turn the ship itself into an incredibly durable weapon, and ram directly into the enemy. But that function was also somewhat unstable, and he did not dare use it casually, because one slight mistake could punch straight through a planet. Calling it brute force with a brick was actually pretty fitting. That's it. No further details were given. Open the complete catalog of Tyrannid and Chaos Demon species for me. The moment those words left his mouth, the space around him began to change, as if things were appearing out of thin air, or perhaps being 3D, printed into existence. In the blink of an eye, he found himself standing inside a library, and every shelf was filled with material on demons and tyrannids. Next, he needed to download that knowledge into his brain. But this kind of downloading was not like Infinite Terror's main god space, where knowledge could simply be shoved into your head in an instant. Here, you had to read it yourself, like copying homework, transcribing it into your own mind. Fortunately, everything he saw here would stay with him. He could remember it all after a single glance, so there was no need to rely on brute force memorization. Back when he wanted to improve his ability to deal with whatever problems might arise while excavating STCs, he had asked for related knowledge, and the Emperor had created a complex simulated environment for him to practice in. To improve his survival ability and his ability to respond under pressure, countless harsh scenarios had also been created so he could learn how to handle them. Even his combat techniques had been learned here. Still, no matter how incredibly real it all felt, once he left, those experiences that resembled life inside a virtual network would remain only as knowledge, not true experience. Because the environments created here imposed their sense of reality upon the soul, not upon the body in any truly physical sense. So the so-called rewards he obtained here were really just knowledge downloaded from the Emperor. Of course, there was also the possibility of receiving physical rewards. For example, panaceas. But physical items were not given to him directly here. Instead, he was told where they were, and then he had to go find them and retrieve them himself. So his relationship with the Emperor was more like that of a boss and an employee. It was nothing like the main god space, where failure to complete a mission meant immediate erasure. But here, if he did not work seriously and just slacked off, then he would not receive any subsidies. And in a world like this, full of monsters and horrors, trying to survive without the boss's subsidies was unimaginably difficult. That was why, whenever he traveled around on business, he always asked the boss for every kind of support he could get. If he stayed here too long, he felt like he might go insane. That said, the Emperor himself now seemed more like a program than a living being. In the blink of an eye, the limited study and download period came to an end. He had replenished himself with even more information on demons and tyranids, which should make dealing with them easier in the future. Come to think of it, he had even seen some tyranid strains here that he had never heard of before. It felt like the Imperium did not even possess that information yet. It was not that the information was being withheld. The Emperor simply had not encountered them yet. No point thinking too much about it. He was preparing to head to another world. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on key at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones, 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 134, Chapter 132. 1246 words. The silver-haired girl rolled over in bed. Her face, which had looked so peacefully asleep, suddenly drew into a faint frown. In the end, she had no choice but to open her eyes. Still moving with the limp heaviness of a body that did not seem fully awake, she flopped upright, turned on the light, and looked at the clock. The hour hand was pointing at the number 2, but the minute hand seemed to be missing. No, it was almost completely overlapping with the hour hand. She rubbed her eyes a little, stretched, and let out a small yawn. The result was that her already shifted nightgown slipped down from one shoulder, revealing a glimpse of her fair, lovely skin. As she lowered her arms, her brain seemed to finish booting up, like a computer finally starting properly. Only 1 hour of sleep. Was her sleep quality really this bad? It was probably because Mr. Golden was coming tomorrow. She had been too excited, and even after getting into bed, she had tossed and turned for nearly an hour before finally falling asleep. This is bad. I'm getting more and more awake. Tessa murmured uneasily. Now that she was awake, she found herself becoming more alert by the second. Her drowsiness was fading fast. Originally, she had planned to get up at 6, wash up, and then make the formal invitation at 7. But in her current state, there was no way she would look fresh and well-rested by 7. She had to find a way to fall asleep again as quickly as possible. There was just one thing she needed to do first: go pick a flower. She had woken up because she needed to pee. That was strange too. Before going to sleep, She had specifically avoided drinking much water for exactly this reason, so why did it feel so urgent now, like she had somehow stored up an absurd amount anyway? A moment later, after finally relieving herself, she quickly climbed back into bed and shut her eyes again. She grabbed the alarm clock and adjusted it so it would ring at 6. She even tapped it lightly with her foot. Then she picked it up again and started setting the time. The time. Tessa blinked hard and stared carefully at the time displayed on the phone. She had not slept for just 1 hour at all. She had overslept clear past noon. She hurried through washing up, tied her hair into a braid, got dressed, and rushed out of the captain's quarters. And when she reached the bridge, "Lieutenant Commander, Major, why didn't you wake me up?" Tessa complained bitterly to the two of them. "Captain, didn't we already say so? We wanted you to be in your best possible condition." Without even turning his head, the executive officer answered in his usual calm tone. "I think you'd better fix your appearance first, Captain." The major, the commander of the special response team, gave her that reminder. Only then did Tessa notice that the other bridge personnel were all looking at her a little strangely. Quite a few strands of hair were sticking up, her ponytail was crooked, her clothes were slightly off, the buttons on her jacket were fastened wrong, and worst of all, the cap on her head was tilted so badly it was almost ridiculous. "Give me 5 minutes. I'll be back in order immediately." "Lieutenant Commander, Major, you two get ready too." 5 minutes later. "Correction, make that 7. Those extra 2 minutes were for Tessa, the lieutenant commander, and the major to head once more to the Lady Chapel. More precisely, they went to the corridor outside the Lady Chapel's core chamber, all the way to the first quarantine door. That section of space would serve as the area for his arrival. Originally, Tessa had wanted him to appear directly inside the Lady Chapel, but both the lieutenant commander and the major felt they still needed to be cautious. Most importantly, they did not want to let him into the core chamber itself. And that stretch of corridor had already been outfitted with some additional equipment by the two of them. Disinfection equipment. Normally, that would be rather rude to a guest, would it not? As for that, Tessa had already apologized in advance and explained everything clearly to him beforehand. He had said he understood and did not mind. "Lieutenant Commander, Major, I'm starting the invitation now." After she said that, both men nodded. It was obvious from the tension in their bodies that they were fully prepared to enter combat at any moment. As for the invitation itself, naturally that meant activating the cross-world invitation button. Since Tessa did not have any energy coins, the acceleration cost was paid by the other party. As the other side poured energy coins into it, the button charged up as if filling with power. Once it reached 100%, the cross-world invitation changed from gray to gold, even giving off a faint glow. Without the slightest hesitation, Tessa pressed it at once, directly locking onto him and confirming the summons. Then, within the quarantine corridor ahead, visible through the observation window, a young figure appeared without warning. He looked about the same age as her brother. At the same time, the disinfection system activated. He also removed the clothes he had been wearing, making Tessa blush. It was not that he was being indecent or anything like that. It was simply to ensure proper disinfection. He also placed his clothes into the cabinet that had been prepared inside. No, that was not a disinfection cabinet. It was a destruction cabinet. His clothes would be incinerated inside it. Of course, they had also prepared a fresh set of clothes for him, standard issue attire matching what personnel aboard the Tuatha de Danann wore. As for the fact that a person had suddenly appeared out of nowhere aboard the ship, some people might not notice at first. But a strange face would definitely attract attention, and someone would likely try to verify his identity. That problem, however, had already been handled by the lieutenant commander and the major. Using footage Tessa had downloaded, they had captured an image of him and forged identification records so that, on paper, he became a perfectly reasonable member of the submarine's crew. Naturally, if someone conducted a targeted, in-depth investigation, the false identity would never stand up to scrutiny. But then again, once the identity had been personally approved by the captain, the executive officer, and the commander of the special response team, no one else aboard would be foolish enough to question the judgment of those three. Once the disinfection process ended and he had changed into the new uniform, Tessa took a small breath, then confirmed the release. The quarantine door opened, and his full appearance came clearly into view. Seen from this close, he really did resemble her brother. Not in facial features but in build. He did not give off the impression of a warrior at all, but rather that of a technician or researcher. And yet, with that kind of body, he had gone through battles beyond imagination. "I'm Tessa Testarossa. Welcome to our side, Mr. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 135, Chapter 133 1474 words. The Lambda driver was one of the black technologies in Full Metal Panic. That technology converted the energy of human thought into physical energy. It was a form of psychic technology. Supposedly, the way it manifested as physical force could vary in many different ways. For example, when under intense attack, if the user's current state was a desperate desire for powerful protection and a sense of safety, then that mental force would usually be converted into a defensive energy shield. And because different people understood shield differently, the protective barriers they created could differ as well. Some produced a purely solid energy shield that simply resisted incoming attacks. Some formed something like a disintegration field, causing shells and other projectiles to break down into fundamental particles the instant they struck. Others were more like mirrors, reflecting attacks right back at the attacker. In short, what form that protective shield took depended mainly on the user's own will and way of thinking. Of course, that did not mean the shield would automatically become whatever type the brain imagined. But in theory, it seemed possible to reach that level. It would simply require the technology to be developed to its absolute limit, along with a user possessing unimaginable mental strength. Also, protecting oneself and gaining a greater sense of security did not necessarily require a shield at all. For example, if the converted energy became strong enough, it might be able to tear through space itself, or even allow spatial movement. That said, the technology in this work had not reached anything that outrageous. And it was not truly the case that all the energy came purely from human thoughts and willpower. In the process, mental force acted more like an ignition source, while the energy, fuel, and even part of the machine itself used by the operating device were consumed and transformed into highly efficient energy suited to the intended effect. And so-called thoughts and mental force were also interconnected. As for the current world's use and development of the Lambda driver, it was not a system that could be activated casually. To start it, the user needed a strong emotional reaction. Turning emotions into energy. Miss Tessa, doesn't that setting sound a little familiar to you? Kane, who was currently discussing the Lambda driver system with the young-looking captain, who appeared to be around 15 or 16, suddenly said that with a rather amused tone. In a sense, the technology was basically scientific magic. Familiar setting. Tessa froze for a second, unable to understand what he meant. Magical girls. That reminder made her eyes widen slightly. She immediately understood what he was referring to. You mean the Lambda driver system is kind of like the incubators in Madoka's world, using emotions like despair to convert them into energy? The moment she thought of that world's setting, Tessa began to feel uneasy as well. Could the development of the Lambda driver really be the opening of Pandora's box? No need to get too nervous. Everything has two sides. It all depends on the user. Even if you stop developing it, Amalgam will still keep developing it. Those words immediately changed Tessa's expression. How far has their Lambda driver development progressed? She pressed him urgently for an answer. I don't know that part exactly, but based on the plot of your world as I know it, both sides are actually progressing at about the same pace. The words "about the same pace" made Tessa let out a sigh of relief. But after thinking about it carefully, that made sense. If the other side were really that far ahead, they would probably have already put it into practical use by now. If that's the case, then we need to speed up our own Lambda driver development. Major Andrew said this in a low voice. They could not stop developing it just because it might bring destruction. Nothing in this world had ever advanced without risk. Just as he had said, whether something brought destruction or creation depended on the kind of person using it. And an organization like Amalgam would most likely misuse it. No, not most likely. Certainly. Because of that, they had to obtain enough power to stand against them. Their own development could not fall behind. At that moment, Executive Officer Richard walked over. Looking at his seemingly expressionless face, Andrew could still sense the shock in the old man's heart. His old friend had merely gone to open the gift the other party had brought with him, something that looked like a toy mini-submarine for children. Now, however, it seemed that the thing truly contained some astonishing technology. Kane, regarding the system in the Lady Chapel room that you want, even at the fastest possible speed, it will still take 10 days before we can deliver it. Richard said that with obvious difficulty. Normally, there was no way the core system of the Tuatha De Danann could be produced in just 10 days. The only reason it could be done that fast was because a second backup set had already been made partway, intended as a replacement in case something went wrong with the current warship. A message had already been sent out ordering them to finish it within 10 days as quickly as possible. But according to the captain, the other party could only stay in this world for 100 hours. That made things troublesome. That meant they would need to invite him 3 times. Would he really think the cost of 3 cross-world transfers was worth it? That's fine. I'll stay for 10 days. You're staying in our world for 10 days. Tessa read that meaning directly from his words. Didn't you notice? The function changed a little again. You can now insert coins to extend the stay. The problem was that the coin insertion did not work like paying for time at an internet cafe, where you could add time in small increments. Each extension was a full 100 hours at a time. That meant each use required 10 energy coins at once. And the number of energy coins Kane currently possessed had already exceeded 100, so he had more than enough. As for the system he wanted from the Tuatha De Danann's core chamber, it also involved the use of the Lambda driver, but in a different application. It was different from the way the system was used in the AS units developed in this world. The equipment inside the core chamber allowed the user's mind to become something like the soul of the submarine, while the submarine itself became the user's body, allowing it to be controlled freely. The reason Kane wanted this technology was to let the Archmagos Biologus LMMA examine it and see whether it could be integrated into power armor, so that there would be no need for surgery to implant the black carapace. As for why they were providing the finished product rather than the underlying technology, making it seem as though they were unwilling to transfer the technology, the reason was simple. Some aspects of this thing's technical principles could not really be spoken aloud or written down. Back when the second set had been built, Tessa herself had personally handled the core and carried out a number of operations she did not truly understand, and only then had it succeeded. And now, even if Tessa tried to explain it herself, she still could not put it into words. She alone could understand it, but she had no way to express that understanding so others could grasp it. Or rather, to be precise, it was not that she absolutely could not. She simply did not know how to explain it. Since you can stay for 10 days, Mr. Kane, would you be interested in joining this mission? Richard handed him a tablet. He felt sure the other man would participate. Because the person shown on it, according to the information Kane had provided, was confirmed to be a whispered, and one who possessed Lambda driver-related knowledge. She might even be more skilled than Tessa in using the facilities inside the Lady Chapel. That meant she might possess Lambda driver knowledge that was broader than the captain's, or perhaps another branch of it that could be made compatible. To put it simply, it was like a broad academic field split into several branches. The captain and that person each understood related branches, but in different directions. A mission? Kane took the tablet from the executive officer and looked at it. On the screen was information on a high school girl. It looked like he had arrived just in time for the beginning of the plot. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 136, Chapter 134. 1382 words. Mithril Pacific Squadron's SRT Armed Slave Combat Team, consisting of 3 members, had just received a special mission. The mission was to protect a high school girl named Kanaim Chidori. Judging from her profile, she seemed completely ordinary. Although her father was a senior UN official, the intelligence they had gathered showed that he had not provoked anyone recently, so secretly assigning protection to this high school girl was rather strange. More importantly, this mission had also assigned the team B-level equipment. In simple terms, that meant they were authorized to deploy armed slaves for the operation. Whoa, whoa, whoa. We're operating in a city, and we're still bringing AS units. That just proves this young lady isn't simple at all. The man speaking in that slightly flippant tone was a blonde soldier named Kurz Weber, one of the team members, rank Sergeant. Susuk, what do you think? Does this young lady have some kind of special background? Kurz patted the youngest member of the trio on the shoulder. In the country this young lady lived in, this guy was technically still underage. Interestingly enough, he had also been assigned to pose as a student at her school, also he could protect her more effectively. Susuk Sagra answered without even the slightest hesitation, blinking with that usual dead serious look in his eyes. Don't answer that fast without thinking. Do you think maybe this young lady might be one of those? One of what? I mean. With a dull thud of flesh taking a hit, Kurz was sent headfirst crashing into a pile of junk on the floor. If you've got time to run your mouth, hurry up and pack your gear. The one who had kicked the blonde idiot flying was the AS combat team's leader, Melissa Mao, rank Sergeant. All right, boss. Then let's switch to a more interesting topic. Have you heard? Our beautiful submarine captain has been acting kind of strange lately. Ever since that weird biohazard drill the other day, Tessa's been off. So boss, got any inside information? Kurz's question earned him a wrench flying straight at him. And just today, someone new showed up aboard the submarine. The captain's acting even stranger too. She's all tense and excited, like some teenage girl about to see a childhood friend she hasn't met in ages. She even dressed up prettier than usual. I noticed, all huge and dash, was she actually trying to kill him? So boss, got any details? Weren't you the one bringing Tessa her meal just now? It looked like it was for 2 people too. Did you see anything? If you're that desperate to know, go ask Tessa yourself. This time Melissa did not throw anything, because Tessa really had been acting very differently today. She had helped deliver the food, but she had not brought it directly to Tessa herself. Major Andrew had taken it from her midway, and carried it the rest of the way in. So in truth, she was extremely curious too. Just who was that young man who looked like a college student, the one dining together with Tessa? Suddenly, her communicator went off. It was Major Andrew. Sergeant Mao, the mission has changed. You 3 are to report to the SRT command room immediately. Understood. The other 2 had heard it too, and immediately dropped what they were doing. I bet this definitely has something to do with that guy. Think he's some big shot son from headquarters, here to pad his record. Kurz immediately started gossiping again. Otherwise, why authorize AS deployment? It's obviously just to boost his survival odds. Guy sure values his life. His tone turned openly mocking. The other 2 ignored him completely, which only left him more annoyed. But when they reached the command room door and pushed it open, all 3 top officers were present, and that made the trio pause. More importantly, there was one extra person there. The same man Kurz had maliciously guessed was here to pad his resume. Sergeant Mao, this is the revised mission assignment. Melissa took the tablet Major Andrew handed her, and read the updated information. At that moment, Melissa felt that maybe Kurz's nonsense was not entirely impossible. The newly added participant in this operation, the man named Kane, was the young man currently standing beside Tessa. And Melissa noticed a detail. Though his rank was also sergeant, the way he stood beside her carried none of the usual line between officer and subordinate. It felt more equal than that. And Lieutenant Commander Richard Mardukas, that somewhat rigid old man who was normally such a stickler for discipline, actually seemed unconcerned by the young man's lack of military bearing. How to put it? It was as if this guy's real identity was anything but ordinary, which was why both the lieutenant commander and the major, and even Captain Tessa, were treating him with a faint degree of respect. Could he really be here to pad his record? 5 members. After flipping to the next page, wait. What is this supposed to mean? Melissa's voice rose despite herself, because the 5th team member was the last person she had expected to see. Kurz leaned in and looked at the tablet too. The information displayed there was for their beautiful captain. What was that supposed to mean? Lieutenant Commander, Major, Tessa. Are you serious? Melissa's tone turned extremely stern. Tessa wanting to participate in the mission was not impossible for Melissa to understand. In private conversations, Tessa had mentioned before that she wanted to go out in the field with the 3 of them someday, and be active on the front lines like everyone else. But Tessa also understood perfectly well that she could not be that willful. And yet this time, she really was being that willful. Even more absurd, the lieutenant commander and the major had actually approved it. Melissa's gaze shot toward the young man named Kane. Tessa's decision to take part was absolutely connected to him. Did this guy not realize he was dragging her into danger too? Major, are you sure this arrangement is acceptable? Kurz spoke up too. No, more than spoke up. He was openly challenging it. No problem. If all of you officers are in agreement, then we don't have much to say about it. But I do object to this. Kurz jabbed a finger at one of the task assignments shown on the mission briefing. It stated that Tessa's protection would be Kane's responsibility. Was he really capable of that? I want him to prove that he has the ability to protect Tessa. As he said that, Kurz rolled his neck and shrugged his shoulders, producing a series of cracking sounds. The meaning was obvious. He wanted the man to show his skills. If he was not good enough, then sorry, but Kurz would make sure he could not join the mission at all. And if that happened, Tessa would not need to take the risk either. No problem. Sergeant Kane, let the 3 of them see what you can do. The 3 of them? That made Kurz frown, and beside him Melissa narrowed her eyes as well. Major Andrews' meaning was obvious. He wanted all 3 of them to come at him together. Was he looking down on them? Or was this young man really that extraordinary? Kane, please go easy on them. Even the captain said that. Kane stepped forward. And the moment he looked their way, his gaze changed. In that instant, Kurz and Melissa both had the terrifying illusion that they had already been killed. A freezing chill shot through them in a flash, surpassing mere cold and sinking straight into their souls. At that moment it felt as if they were being stared at by death itself, not as a figure of speech but the real thing. So strong was their instinctive drive to survive that their bodies reacted before their brains could even catch up. The gunshot echoed through the meeting room with deafening force. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 137, Chapter 135. 1408 words. They had only asked for a spar to test his strength. No one had expected such a sudden burst of action, much less for someone to draw and fire immediately. As a result, everyone in the command room was stunned by the gunshot echoing through it. So once they snapped back to themselves, Kurz and Melissa both frantically looked at their own hands. It had not been either of them who had fired. But both of them had been making the same move, going for their pistols. When they turned to Sasuk, they saw that he had been the fastest to draw and fire. Judging from the angle of the shot, it had very obviously been aimed straight at the other man's head. Fortunately, Kurz and Melissa did not see anything happen to him. It looked as if the bullet had simply missed. But no, it had not just missed. It had missed by far too much, striking the floor a full 10 centimeters in front of him. It was not that Sasuke had fired wide. The bullet had been knocked off course. The proof was the standard-issue single-edged military knife in the other man's hand, identical to the ones the three of them carried. At some point, without any of them noticing, he had drawn it and made a slashing motion too fast for them to follow. Now he was just withdrawing the blade. And from the look of the movement, he had chopped downward in front of himself. The marks on the knife made it clear. He had done it with the back of the blade. Sergeant Sasuke Sagra, what are you doing? Tessa's voice came out shrill with panic. Her face, usually so fair, had now gone so pale it looked completely drained of blood. He had fired so suddenly, and from the look of it, with the clear intent to kill. What was Mr. Kane supposed to think after that? Sasuke Sagra gave his apology. Then he voluntarily removed his gun, and assumed a completely defenseless posture, as though ready to be arrested. Kane, Sergeant Sasuke Sagra, he probably didn't mean it probably. Tessa could not even finish explaining it herself. She was too flustered to speak properly. He didn't do it on purpose. Calm down, Tessa. As Kane answered, he also softened his entire demeanor until he seemed completely harmless, then reached out and gently patted the anxious captain on the head. Her eyes were already beginning to glisten, as if she might start crying at any second. He could understand a reaction like this. Back in Busujima Siko's case, Kiba Mikoto had reacted much the same way. So then, what do you want to test? I can't pilot an armed slave, but anything else is fine. We don't need to test AS operation. What matters more than that? Melissa trailed off, but the meaning of her words was already clear. She was conceding. She had not expected that one day she herself would judge someone by appearances, so she turned and gave Kurz a hard kick. Why are you kicking me, boss? That question earned him an immediate death glare. He had not expected this guy to be such a master of disguise either, hiding behind that harmless appearance. Who could have guessed he was actually this terrifying? They did not even need to fight him directly. Just from the way his presence had triggered that instinctive reaction, their bodies moving ahead of their minds, as if they had encountered certain death, it was already obvious how frightening he was. He felt like some kind of monster wearing human skin, as if in the next instant he would swallow their lives whole, and force all three of them into a pure survival response. And Sasuke had simply been the fastest to react. If he had been even a little slower, the one who would have fired would have been Kurz himself. When Melissa looked toward Major Andrew, she saw that he too had slightly relaxed. It seemed he had originally intended for the three of them to witness Kane's ability, but he had not expected such an extreme response from them. Sergeant Kurz Weber, write me a 100,000-word self-criticism. That was the punishment Andrew handed down. And in that very moment, he himself also realized the real issue with the men Tessa had invited over. He had already seen the videos. In them, Kane was powerful enough to resemble a humanoid tyrannosaur, someone who looked like he could probably fight an armed slave head-on. Given that kind of strength, Andrew had already expected that if Kurz and the others fought him, they would simply be crushed. But he had never imagined that before they even exchanged blows, they would react like this. Clearly, he had still underestimated how terrifying the man was. His presence alone was probably enough to leave ordinary people too frightened to move. For one instant, Andrew had even had the illusion that some kind of demon lurked inside him, ready to lunge out. It was as if he had clawed his way out of slaughter in hell itself, and stepped into the real world. That was not just a metaphor. His past really was that horrific. 100,000 words. Wait, just me. That made Kurz let out a miserable wail. It has to be submitted before the mission ends. Which meant that during the mission, every spare moment he had would have to be spent writing his self-criticism. Major, what about my punishment? Kurz shot Sasuke an exasperated look. That guy really was a one-track mind. You don't need punishment. After all, Mr. Kane hasn't blamed you for anything. Then I request another match with him. Andrew was not surprised by that at all, because Sasuke Sagara had been brought here by him personally. In a sense, he was Andrew's own protégé, and Andrew knew exactly what kind of personality he had. It was not that Sasuke refused to accept defeat. He simply wanted to verify for himself whether the other men truly had the ability to protect Tessa. Sergeant Sasuke Sagara, you. No problem. Kane cut Tessa off. It was exactly this kind of behavior from the boy that made him admire him more. He might seem rigid, but people like that were the ones most worthy of trust. The sort you could safely entrust your back to without hesitation. Then boss, how many moves do you think Sasuke can last? They had moved to a more open area. Kane had even allowed Sasuke to use any weapon he wanted, so long as it was not a firearm. After all, they were inside a submarine. There was no way they could just use guns casually. Cold weapons only. And Sasuke truly did not hold back. He immediately chose the weapon he was most skilled with, and also the most dangerous one. That made Kurz and Melissa even more eager to see Kane's actual combat ability. They hoped Sasuke could at least force a little more out of him. Here he came. Sasuke charged forward. The moment they clashed, a dash. Kurz stared in shock. Sasuke had already lost. He had not even seen it clearly. Is that guy even human? Even Melissa could not help saying that. At the instant they engaged, Sasuke's weapon seemed to teleport into Kane's hand. Then Sasuke's body was dropped to the floor, as if he had been thrown with a clean over-the-shoulder toss. The knife Kane had taken from him was already resting against Sasuke's throat. Disarm, throw, blade to the neck, it had all happened in what seemed like less than a second. Was that even something a human being could do? That was why Melissa had blurted out those words. If someone like that was Tessa's bodyguard, then he was practically the strongest bodyguard in the world. Melissa even had the absurd illusion that if anyone wanted to break through his protection, they would need to deploy an armed slave. Otherwise, if it were just people fighting people, no matter how many bodies you threw at him, you still would not be able to kill him. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 138, Chapter 136 1421 words. Supercavitation refers to the phenomenon in which, once a moving object's speed reaches a certain threshold, its surface becomes enveloped in a layer of bubbles. And this technology has also been the subject of attempted military development and application. Especially in naval warfare, if this technology could be successfully put to use, it would bring about a massive leap in naval capability. For example, the supercavitating torpedo uses supercavitation technology to reduce hydrodynamic drag, allowing it to travel underwater at extremely high speed. If the opposing side has not yet made a breakthrough in this field, then once they are locked on, they are basically finished. In this world, this technology had in fact already begun to see some application, but it was still imperfect, and even now had not been truly completed and formally deployed. Because of that, the major powers were all pouring huge amounts of money and resources into this field, each trying to complete development ahead of the others. Once mastered, the ocean would effectively become the backyard of whichever nation succeeded first. Control of the seas would be seized and dominated by that power. So then, what if supercavitation technology were applied not only to torpedoes but to submarines as well? That would be even more terrifying. Such a submarine would become the absolute ruler of the sea. And that very technology was now fully displayed on a laptop computer. This was the gift Kane had brought as part of the trade. It was also one of the very few STCs he had obtained that he himself could open and examine. Its core form looked like an oversized submarine-shaped USB drive. And the connector on that drive had been designed as a universal interface. That port looked like a lump of soft crystal clay. Any plug could simply be inserted into it. And once brought into this world, it apparently could be read directly as well. In the Warhammer universe, though, this kind of technology was basically a toy, almost useless for military purposes. Tessa let out a breath she had not realized she was holding. She had been reading so intently that she had practically forgotten to breathe, only stopping when she began to feel short of breath. Only after coming into contact with it personally did she realize just how absurd and outrageous this thing Kane called an STC really was. And the reason Tessa had apparently acted a little willfully and insisted on participating in this mission actually came from two different motives. On one hand, there was the live stream. According to Kane, if the plot continued like this, they would soon encounter an extremely high-impact scene. In that case, if she could live stream it up close, the effect would be best, and she would be able to earn star coins for herself. On the other hand, Tessa also felt that she could not keep hiding away inside the submarine forever. She wanted to truly take part in the brutal front lines. Of course, she also had a clear understanding of her own combat ability. So for the coming days, she had directly asked Kane to put her through hellish training as well. 10 days would not be enough to turn her into a real warrior, but at the very least it would help her improve quite a bit. If some kind of surprise attack happened in the future, such as the submarine being infiltrated and enemies appearing before her, she would at least not be completely defenseless. And regarding the possibility of submarine infiltration, according to the plot Kane knew, the assault landing submarine TDD-1 really would suffer an infiltration incident. There was also a traitor within Mithril, one who acted as an inside man to let the enemy in, nearly resulting in TDD-1 being captured. According to him, the traitor was within Mithril Pacific Squadron's SRT, though it was not one of the 3 currently out on the mission. The traitor was among the remaining members. Since Kane had said the plot was a little vague here, and he could not clearly remember the traitor's name, they figured that if they listed out the names of the remaining members, it might trigger a sense of familiarity and help him remember. In the end, they roughly narrowed it down to 2 people. One was named Guanhinbi, and the other was named Giordani. That was a serious problem. At present though, there was no proof that either of them had already betrayed them. It was also possible they would be bought off later. But starting today, those 2 would definitely be listed as priority surveillance targets. And beyond that, the traitor might not be limited to just those 2. So another reason Tessa had come along this time, was that the lieutenant commander and the major were going to carry out a deep internal investigation aboard the submarine. To avoid cornering any hidden enemies into making a desperate move and going after her directly, she had naturally accompanied the regular mission as well. Suddenly, Tessa's body stiffened. When she had relaxed and stretched a little, she had accidentally pushed her hand against the face of the person beside her. Her cheeks immediately reddened and she grew embarrassed. "It's fine. Don't worry about it. This feels a little unfair." "A little unfair?" Kane looked at the bashful, beautiful captain beside him with some confusion. "I mean the trade. We're getting far too good a deal." The gift he had given her, and the return gift she was offering were worlds apart. It was like someone handing her a gold model submarine so heavy she could not even lift it, while the gift she gave in return was just a plastic model. That made her feel genuinely guilty about accepting it. "You don't need to feel like you're taking advantage. I may need your help later too, and when that time comes, I'll greedily collect what I'm owed. By the way, Tessa, what kind of trade did you two make?" A voice suddenly cut in. "You want to know? If you find out, then we'll have to silence you." With a sweet smile and an equally sweet voice, Tessa said something absolutely terrifying. That left Sergeant Kurz Weber, who was currently driving, wanting to laugh but unable to. Because at that moment, Tessa had switched into her authoritative captain mode. By then, the group had already left the submarine and come ashore, and they were on their way to the arranged lodging. They would probably arrive around 8 in the evening. Tessa's gaze fell back onto the laptop, and she continued absorbing the knowledge displayed there, intending later to combine it with the technology she already understood in order to develop a new submarine. Or perhaps upgrade the current one. Then she clicked into the next item. What popped up was a video. As the video began to play, a group of children appeared, likely around second grade elementary school age by local standards. These children were also dressed in what looked like military-style uniforms, and were seated before a very futuristic-looking computer, almost like a holographic system that could be operated in midair. The children were using it to construct something. As the video continued, the scenes shifted several times, and eventually the children boarded submarines they had apparently assembled like building blocks, and then competed out at sea. How should she put it? It gave Tessa the feeling of one of those toy commercials on television, the kind meant to show how different combinations and ways of playing with the toy could help develop a child's thinking ability. That was exactly the sort of impression this video gave her. This really feels like an ad. She could not help muttering that under her breath. You can drop the feels like. Kane directly confirmed it for her. That was right. The STC he had brought this time really did come from a toy company. Tessa went blank. It really was an ad. Still, that was not all that strange, was it? Lots of countries ran advertisements for military hardware these days too. However, when the video reached the end and the spokesperson or celebrity guest appeared on screen, Tessa was left completely dumbfounded. This was actually an advertisement from a children's toy company. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 Power Stones 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 139, Chapter 137 1515 words. The date was April 20th. More specifically, it was morning, the time when students were on their way to school. Because of that, groups of students could be seen everywhere along the road, walking toward campus in twos and threes. The high school girls in particular made for quite a pleasant sight at this hour. At that age, they had more or less grown into themselves. And with those JK uniforms on, the sight of their skirt hems swaying over their legs was already eye-catching enough. Add a pair of knee-high socks, and the allure only grew stronger. Kurz suddenly sprayed out the breakfast drink in his mouth, because a heavy tank had abruptly entered his field of vision and even shyly smiled at him. Hey, why was she walking toward him too? Without the slightest hesitation, Kurz jumped into the truck and drove off, as if he were flooring the gas pedal. The truck he was driving had been used before dawn to deliver some things to the target school, and place them in the nurse's office. At the same time, less than 50 meters from the gates of Jean Dye High School, a blue-haired girl was chatting and laughing with several girls beside her. Then suddenly, wah! Kan-Aim Chidori cried out as she stumbled and fell, then immediately felt a sharp sting. Kan-Aim, are you okay? You're bleeding. I'm so sorry. I'll take you to the hospital right away. The short-haired woman who had accidentally knocked her over apologized in a panic. It's fine, really. It's just a little scrape. Don't worry about it. It'll probably be better by tomorrow. No, if it. After quite a long exchange, the short-haired woman finally stopped insisting. Kan-Aim, you should at least go to the nurse's office and have the wound treated. After her friend Kyoko Tokiwa urged her again, Kan-Aim, who did not think it was a big deal, finally agreed to go get it taken care of. Mostly because that woman had made it sound ridiculously serious. She had said that even a tiny wound, if it got infected by accident, could cause all kinds of problems. She made it sound terrifying, saying it could lead to amputation, or a large patch of flesh rotting away from infection, leaving her leg horribly disfigured. That absurdly overblown warning had scared Kan-Aim enough that she decided she should at least go to the nurse's office and put some antiseptic on it. When she arrived at the nurse's office, Kan-Aim stopped mid-sentence, just as she was about to call out for the school nurse. The person in front of her was not the nurse she knew, but someone else entirely, a very young-looking man. He wore glasses and a white coat, and had a refined, intellectual air about him. He really did look like a doctor. Had the school changed nurses? There was also someone else, a girl about her age. She had rare silver hair, skin as white as snow, and exquisitely delicate features. She was unbelievably beautiful. A foreigner, maybe. A transfer student. No, judging by the way she was dressed. She was wearing something like a nurse's uniform, so she looked more like the school nurse's assistant. How strange. The school had replaced the nurse without a word, and the new staff were a handsome young doctor and a beautiful assistant. "I'm the new school nurse, Kane. And this is Miss Testarossa." The young school nurse introduced them like that. Kane immediately returned the greeting politely to the nurse's assistant. "You were hurt, right? Come over here. I'll treat it for you. You really don't need to go to all that trouble, Miss Testarossa. Just give me some antiseptic, and I'll put it on myself." "That won't do. It needs to be treated properly, otherwise." This Miss Testarossa was just as overly anxious as that short-haired woman who had knocked her down earlier. "Come on, Chidori. Please lie down here." Kane stared blankly at one large piece of equipment in the nurse's office. It looked like one of those CT scanners you saw in hospitals. No, seriously, this was just a tiny scrape. Was there really any need to make such a huge deal out of it and run a CT scan? And since when was a school nurse's office equipped with something like this? Wasn't that a bit too advanced? "Oh, right. If you have any metal items on you, please take them off first." That's really not necessary." "It is necessary. You may think you just got knocked over and that it's nothing serious, but do you realize that the impact could have actually damaged your tailbone? And if something goes wrong there and it compresses a nerve, you could end up bedridden for life, unable to move, even losing control of your bladder and bowels." The school nurse named Kane said this with a grave expression, even pulling up a few cases on the nearby computer. Kane was thoroughly intimidated. I understand." So she obediently cooperated. Even though she still felt a little suspicious, this was the school, not some private clinic. In a place like this, they probably were not about to do anything shady. Kane took a few things out of her pockets, then lay down as instructed, and the machine that looked like a CT scanner began to operate. About 5 minutes later, all done, Chidori, the nurse named Testarossa, helped her sit up. The machine was narrow, just wide enough for one person to lie on, so getting up from it was a little awkward without a good place to brace herself. You look perfectly healthy. No problems." After the school nurse said that, he handed her something. "This is..." Kane looked puzzled. It was not the usual sort of medicine for external wounds. Inside was a white liquid, thick and flowing. "This is oral medicine. Drink it and you'll recover very quickly." That made Kane suspicious. They were not using students as test subjects for some experiment, were they? "Chidori, you're not thinking we're experimenting on you, are you?" With that, he took out another bottle, opened both of them, and poured half of each into the other before drinking the mixed contents himself. Kane blinked for a moment, then understood. "No thanks. I'd still prefer the usual topical medicine for cuts." In the end, he really did give her the kind of medicine she wanted, but he also gave her the oral one. He said that if she ever suffered a more serious injury, it might come in handy. And since it was small and easy to carry, Kane stopped refusing and accepted it before leaving. That really was too obvious. Too deliberate. Chidori probably suspects Melissa bumped into her on purpose, just to make her come to the nurse's office. Tessa said this with a slightly troubled expression. And the machine in the nurse's office was, in fact, equipment related to determining whether someone was one of the whispered. Even though Kane had already said Chidori was whispered, making this test seem unnecessary, it was not actually just a simple examination. The device would gradually cause hidden black technology to surface within Chidori's mind. That would also make her realize that she was not normal. It would shatter her ordinary life a little. In a way, it was rather cruel. But since Chidori was whispered, and since she was already being targeted, it meant that living a truly normal daily life was going to be almost impossible for her anyway. If the enemy captured her later and forced that black technology to surface, they would not be nearly so gentle. It would cause her intense pain. So it was better for their side to guide it out slowly instead, like forgotten memories from childhood gradually resurfacing due to some trigger later in life, without causing any real harm to body or mind. And once awakened, she would become smarter too, able to face danger with greater calm and composure. Looking at the scan data on the laptop, data that only Tessa could understand, she confirmed it. Kaname Chidori was indeed one of the whispered. So she is whispered. Kane could not read the data himself, but from Tessa's reaction, it was obvious that this confirmed it. And the reason he had given Kaname the Earth Elixir was naturally to improve her physical condition, so that if she encountered something dangerous, she would be in better shape to handle it than an ordinary person. The Tessa before him had already taken it as well. Tessa nodded. At the same time, the bell signaling the start of class rang out, and under normal circumstances nobody would be coming to the nurse's office now. That meant their free time was exactly the time she would use to undergo training. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 140, Chapter 138 1448 words. Ha! The sound of heavy breathing filled the air, and her eyes stung faintly, as if something had gotten into them. In truth, it was just sweat running into her eyes. The rest of the sweat that had not reached them slid down her pale cheeks to her chin, then dripped off. In fact, her face was not all that pale right now. It was flushed red, as if she had been standing under a blazing summer sun. But it was not summer yet, and the sun was not that harsh. The temperature was still fairly mild. So the cause of this was obvious: intense physical exertion. At that moment, Tessa was drenched in sweat from head to toe as she underwent combat training. Her clothes were soaked through, the fabric sticking uncomfortably to her skin. But more uncomfortable than that was the pain in her body. Real pain. At the very start, it had hurt so badly that tears had streamed out of her eyes. By now, at least, it no longer hurt enough to make her cry. She lowered her body slightly, bent her knees, gathered her strength, and then launched herself forward. Her slender-looking leg whipped toward him in a kick. Yet he caught her leg easily with one hand. But Tessa instantly spun like a whirlwind, her other leg lashing out as well. That one was caught too. Almost at the same moment, a flash of cold light shot straight at his face. It was the blade Tessa had thrown. And yet, just like before, he caught it directly in his teeth. The next second, her body flew through the air like a human cannonball, hit the ground hard, and rolled a long way, almost reaching the edge of the rooftop. Ow wow wow. Boss, stop it already. You're gonna tear the meat off my leg. Kurz tried to pry the hand off his thigh, but the problem was that Melissa's grip was too close to the root of it. He was afraid that if he struggled too hard, he might accidentally grab something he really should not. That would be the end of his future happiness. The reason boss Melissa Mao was acting like this was because she had been watching Tessa's miserable state, and felt so bad for her that she reacted instinctively. Kurz felt bad too. That guy really could treat an adorable girl like Tessa this harshly. What was he, made of stone? As for the two of them, they were not at the school itself, but inside an armed slave hidden by an electromagnetic camouflage system in an open area some distance away, observing everything. This guy trains people at this kind of intensity right from the start. Is he some kind of sadist or what? Melissa Mao really could not stand it anymore. Tessa did have some basic hand-to-hand training, but that was only enough to deal with ordinary people. Giving her training intense enough to break even a normal soldier felt excessive. She was really getting hurt. Anyone looking at this would think their blood pressure was about to spike through the roof. That showed just how merciless this man named Kane was. He did not treat Tessa like a child at all. That made Mao start maliciously suspecting that he had some kind of abuse fetish. Still, in a way, this kind of hellish training might be a good thing. Tessa probably would not be able to endure it. she would probably give up. And once she backed down, she probably would not talk about wanting special training again in the future. Because with Tessa's personality, once she retreated once, she would never shamelessly try again. And a person's strength did not have to be reflected in individual combat ability. There were many other forms of strength, and Tessa's talents clearly lay in research and command. There was no need for her to put herself through this kind of suffering. "If you dare report this, I'll rip that thing off." Mal threatened curs like that. Because she had noticed someone heading toward the school rooftop, and that person was their target. Mal was actually quite happy to see someone walk in on this scene. That would be enough to disrupt Tessa's training. So on the school rooftop bang. The door leading up to the roof was shoved open rather hard. The one who had pushed it open was Kaname Chidori, and she strode toward the two of them with heavy steps. "Excuse me, Miss Testarossa and Mr. Just what exactly are you two doing up here on the roof?" Kaname asked them with a smile. At the moment, Kane was not wearing his white coat, and Miss Testarossa was not dressed as a nurse either, but in sportswear. We're just sunbathing on the roof, and getting some healthy exercise. Building up our strength and all that." Miss Testarossa, hair a little disheveled and body glistening with sweat, offered that explanation. "Is that so?" Tessa's expression froze. Kaname had pulled out her phone and turned the screen toward them, and on it was a video clip. Because of the distance, the footage was not very clear, but it was obvious that it showed the two of them, and from the way it looked, it was basically a man viciously bullying a girl. The angle of the shot made it instantly clear to Tessa where it had been taken from, the top floor of another school building, not the roof itself. That was probably the student council room. From there, you had a perfect view of this rooftop. Tessa cried out in pain when Kaname suddenly yanked open her tracksuit jacket. Seeing the state of the slender body beneath the tight exercise wear underneath, seeing the condition of the exposed skin, Kaname drew in a sharp breath. Then, ignoring Tessa's attempts to stop her, she forcibly stripped more of it away. Quite a bit of skin had been scraped raw, and there were even small cuts that looked like they had been made by something sharp. None of them were large, but that did not make the situation any less serious. Kaname immediately pressed 110 on her phone to make the call, but the phone was snatched from her hand. "Miss Testarossa, does he have some kind of leverage over you? This is exactly the kind of situation where you can't give in. If you do, it'll only drag you deeper into hell." The one who had taken the phone from her was Miss Testarossa. Naturally, Kaname had immediately assumed that this was the kind of situation they were dealing with. "No, Chidori, you've misunderstood. I'm having Mr. Kane train me." "Train you?" "He's teaching me hand-to-hand combat." "Teaching you hand-to-hand combat? Do you think I'm stupid? What kind of combat lesson leaves you looking like this?" As she said that, Kaname pulled Miss Testarossa behind her and glared fiercely at that refined-looking scumbag again. How vicious could someone be, laying such cruel hands on an adorable beauty like this? And this beauty had to have something wrong with her head too. Was she into this or what? What kind of day even was this? First a disgusting military otaku transferred into her class, and now the new school nurse turned out to be a perverted sadist. The two of them stayed locked in a tense stare for several minutes, until the hurried sound of high heels on the stairs reached them. "Chidori, what's going on here?" The moment she heard the voice of her teacher, Eri Kagrazaka, Kaname finally felt the knot in her chest loosen a little. As if she would really come up here alone without backup. She had already secretly notified a teacher to come. "Teacher, look at Miss Testarossa. These injuries on her body were caused by..." Kaname froze. The bruises she had seen earlier on Tessa's body were gone. The cuts, right, there were still faint traces here and there, but not enough to prove they had been caused by any kind of blade. What was going on? Had she imagined it? Otherwise, how could someone's injuries disappear in just a few minutes? Out of the corner of her eye, she looked at that refined scumbag again. He gave her what looked like a friendly little smile. But Can-Aim could clearly feel the mockery in it. She was absolutely going to find proof, and nail him for this. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 141, Chapter 139. 1632 words. Ow wow wow. Can-Aim cried out in pain again, especially from her, but after slamming hard into the ground. Before she could even get back up, another figure came flying over and crashed right into her, making her yelp again. The person who had landed on top of her was Tessa, who had just been thrown by the school nurse Can-Aim had labeled a refined scumbag. Once both of them got back to their feet, Can-Aim picked up the baseball bat that had fallen nearby. It was a metal one. Right now, she looked like a full-on delinquent girl. So why had things suddenly turned into this? How had it become a situation where both she and Tessa were armed and trying to attack Mr. Had she successfully convinced Tessa to fight back? The truth was that Can-Aim herself had gone crazy enough to join the combat training, stepping straight into hell and asking for trouble. On the first day, after failing to find any evidence, she had come back the second day. And right in front of her, on the rooftop, Tessa had once again gone through combat training. If Tessa were really being abused, then there was no way she would be genuinely attacking Mr. Kane with a dangerous knife. And it was genuine. Watching it had made Kanami's heart jump into her throat. Anyone who did not know the situation would think Tessa had gone insane and was trying to kill someone. Every strike was aimed like it could take a life. And yet, in Kanami's eyes, these sharp attacks, the sort even adults might fail to block or dodge, were effortlessly avoided by Mr. Kane, who then countered and sent Tessa flying over and over again. Looking at it that way, this really was Tessa using that kind of method to train herself. But was this even combat training? Did it really have to go this far? This felt less like training and more like learning how to kill people. Still, realizing Tessa was not being bullied or abused was not what led Can-Aim to join in. The real trigger came on the morning of the third day. Some damn biker punks had harassed her friend Kyoko on the street, knocking her down and tearing her arm open with a nasty gash. Can-Aim had been furious, hurling rocks at them like crazy, but they had dodged them all and escaped. Watching the blood pour out, she had been completely at a loss. As it happened, she still had the oral medicine Mr. Kane had given her that day. And remembering how quickly Tessa's injuries had healed, she let Kyoko take it. The result was downright astonishing. In just 10 minutes, the wound had recovered almost completely. To be honest, Can-Aim had been worried there might be something wrong with the medicine, some kind of side effect, so she had taken Kyoko to the hospital that same day. The results of the examination showed that she was absurdly healthy. If there was any side effect at all, it was just that Kyoko had a bigger appetite than usual that day. On the fourth day, Can-Aim came over again during non-class hours to watch Tessa's hellish training. Tessa's counterattacks had become even fiercer by then, and Can-Aim had found it a bit too much, so she had complained a few times. And somehow, things escalated into this. She had joined the training too. If she could just hurt him even a little, make even a single hair fall from his head, that would count as a win. He had acted like he was looking down on her, saying that if she managed to do that, then whatever request she made, he would do it. On the other hand, if she failed to injure him at all during the 6 remaining days of training starting from now, then she would have to pay for both the Earth Elixir and the training fees. And the Earth Elixir was that miraculous oral medicine for external injuries. As for the payment, it was not the dose he had already given her. If she joined the training, she would have to take another dose too, otherwise she was so hopelessly weak that after just a few hits she would end up in the hospital, which would be a hassle for everyone. Honestly, if Kyoko had not already used it, Can-Aim probably would have hesitated. She had been a little impulsive too. Kyoko's injury that day had not really been life-threatening. Taking her to the hospital for bandaging would have been enough. There had been no need to make her drink some suspicious medicine you could not find anywhere on the market. But since Kyoko had already taken it, then Can-Aim figured they would share the risk. If something went wrong, it would go wrong for both of them. And as for this so-called payment, he did not want money. He wanted her bodies. That bastard had deliberately paused after saying body, making her think he was asking for her flesh, so she had cursed him out as a pervert, only for him to look at her with total disgust. From Kanami's point of view, he probably just wanted the detailed data on the Earth elixir. She really had been tricked aboard the ship. She had become a test subject for the drug. That machine in the nurse's office was probably there to analyze her physical data. At this point, all Kaname could do was try every possible way she could think of during training to teach him a lesson, including pulling dirty tricks whenever she got the chance. Also, after successfully injuring him, she had added another demand he would have to fulfill. A malicious, revenge-filled one. She wanted him to lick her feet. And today was her third day of training. Honestly, if Tessa had not kept enduring it too, Kaname really would have dropped out already. But if someone who looked even more delicate than she did could keep going, then there was no way proud Kaname Chidori was going to back down. Tessa, if we do it like this. Kaname and Tessa started discussing a new plan for how to coordinate and land a hit on him. Oh right, Tessa, have you decided what price you'll make that guy pay if he loses? How can you not have one? Kaname looked at her with the kind of expression people used when they were frustrated by someone hopelessly innocent. Tessa seemed far too simple-minded, as if she thought the training and the Earth elixir were already some enormous kindness, and had no idea how to use the chance to get even for herself. If you really can't think of anything, then just do what I am. Make him crawl around like a dog and lick our feet. Tessa could only laugh awkwardly. But for some reason, her mind briefly pictured the scene. She hurriedly shook her head to throw the image out, her face turning red. Honestly, what was she even imagining? Oh right, Tessa, when the school trip happens in a few days, are you going with us? Of course we are. If something suddenly happens to one of the students, having a doctor nearby would make everyone feel much more at ease. The part of the plot Mr. Kane had mentioned was almost here, and the timing really was tight. It was set for the 28th, which happened to be the final day of the 10 days they had expected the delivery to take. Still, for Mr. Kane, there was a little room to spare, because he had paid for 3 separate 100-hour stays. That was a total of 300 hours, or 12.5 days. One of the key figures among the attackers was a man named Goron. Kane had not told them, they would have assumed he had been killed years ago. If things went smoothly enough, then Mr. Kane might be able to kill him before he could hijack the plane, preventing the crisis entirely. That would be best. And over the past few days, Mithril had also been gathering intelligence and trying to confirm his whereabouts. Since he was supposed to target the school trip flight and board it himself, then tracing that route should make it possible to find him in advance. Kane, look. What do you think this is? Kanami's suddenly excited voice snapped Tessa out of her thoughts. She saw that Kaname was holding up a short strand of hair. You said it yourself. Even losing a single hair counts as losing. Kaname grinned like a little thief. Are you sure that's mine? Whose else would short black hair like this belong to? Mine is blue, Tessa's is silver, and this is black. Let me see it. What, you want to destroy the evidence? Then how about this? Let's go to the hospital. I'll pull out one of my hairs, and we'll have it compared with the one in your hand. Those words made Kanami's expression stiffen, and Tessa panicked a little too. Trying to trick him. Having clearly noticed something, Kane bent down and picked something up from the ground with an amused look. Kaname, then whose do you think this blue one belongs to? That made Kanami's face freeze too, especially since the short shape of that strand was kind of awkward. I don't know. Then let's have this one tested too. Give it back, Aya. Red-faced, the girl exploded and charged at him. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 142, Chapter 140 1550 words. This hyperdimensional channel was really starting to feel more and more like that kind of thing. The personal storage space was basically like the old days of getting cloud storage when you signed up online. A free 1 gig account, that sort of deal. Now, though, a new feature had come out. That personal 1 cubic meter storage space could be upgraded. Naturally, it was not free. And the upgrade had tiers. However much additional space you wanted, that was how many energy gold coins you had to pay. On top of that, it was not all permanent. There seemed to be daily plans, monthly plans, yearly plans, and permanent plans. So this time, when Kane came to Tessa's world, he had not brought only the toy company's STC. After all, once he had handed over one tank design STC to the Salamanders, did he not still have 1,000 more? He had brought another one with him. For the moment, however, he had not taken it out yet. He was waiting until their submarine had completed a deep internal search before revealing it. After all, something that large was far too conspicuous. It would be easy for people to notice it and start paying attention. Maybe it would not be easy to destroy, but if someone suddenly tossed it into the ocean while they were at sea, recovering it would be a nightmare. This item was roughly the same size as a Land Raider tank, which meant it needed a storage space about 10 meters long, 10 meters wide, and 10 meters high. In simple terms, it was like upgrading cloud storage from 1 gigabyte to 1,000 gigabytes. The space had expanded from 1 cubic meter into a cube with 1,000 times the volume. After all, a Land Raider tank was roughly 10 meters in both height and length. And this tank-shaped STC was just a little smaller than 10 meters, which was honestly a relief. Also because it was not actually 10 meters wide, but only about 6 meters across, that still left roughly a third of the storage space unused, enough to fit quite a lot of other things. And for Kane, upgrading his storage to that size was a permanent upgrade. The base price started at 100 hours, costing 10 coins. In addition, it granted a matching amount of free transfer bandwidth. For example, a 2's original 1 cubic meter storage space cost 1 coin every time she used it to send something. But now, his current free transfer space was 1,000 cubic meters, and it supported two-way free transfers with that full 1,000 cubic meter bandwidth. And that 1,000 cubic meter bandwidth was shared under the same permission scope. For example, if he sent an object with a volume of 2.5 cubic meters to someone else, then he would have 997.5 cubic meters of transfer bandwidth left. If the other side then sent back something else measuring 2.5 cubic meters, that would also consume the bandwidth. Of course, whatever was sent still had to fit within the receiver's storage size. If it was too large, it could not be transferred. If he tried to send an object with a volume of 0.9 cubic meters, but one of its dimensions exceeded 1 meter, then if the receiving side only had a 1 meter cubic storage space, they probably would not be able to receive it. Also, it was not as though this transfer bandwidth could be shared freely with everyone on hyperdimensional channel. Only worlds he had personally visited could share this free transfer bandwidth. In other words, right now he could freely share that 1,000 cubic meter transfer bandwidth with A2, Busujima Siko, and Tessa. And at present, he had also extended the usage duration of that storage space to match the number of days he planned to stay, meaning he had bought it 3 times. That gave him a total of 3,000 cubic meters of transfer bandwidth. Tessa, I'm telling you, there is definitely something wrong with what this guy gave me. These past 2 days, random math symbols and formulas have started popping into my head out of nowhere. It messed me up so badly on yesterday's quiz that I could barely answer anything. I'm definitely failing it. Kaname Chidori, seated beside him, said this as if he were not even there, bluntly questioning whether there was something wrong with his medicine. But from the sound of it, her hidden black technology knowledge was beginning to awaken. That could. Tessa immediately stopped herself. This was not the right setting to ask Kaname in detail about the strange formulas appearing in her mind. Because they were not in the classroom now, nor in the nurse's office. They were on a plane that had just taken off. The graduation trip had already begun. However, Goron's whereabouts had not been locked down precisely. He should not have boarded the plane. The reason was that Mithril's investigation had still ended up alerting him by accident, which left Tessa feeling rather frustrated. Maybe they should not have investigated at all. Maybe they should have pretended not to know and let him board, instead of tipping him off. But that did not mean the hijacking incident was no longer a threat, or that this graduation trip would now be peaceful. Since the enemy was amalgam, they were not the sort to give up so easily. That meant the plot had now become unpredictable. In other words, they had messed it up. In the blink of an eye, the aircraft had already been flying steadily for 2 hours. Tessa, can we switch seats? I want to look at the sky outside. Of course. Tessa swapped seats with Can-Aim, and Can-Aim moved into the window seat. Can-Aim, the ocean looks beautiful from up here. The speaker was one of Can-Aim's other friends, also seated by the window, her face pressed close as she looked out. It really is beautiful. The clouds too. Can-Aim answered while lifting her camera to take a picture. Suddenly, Mr. Kane slipped something into Tessa's hand. They were 3 tiny pistols. At the same time, he stood up and started walking toward the front. That abrupt movement made Tessa's expression change. So there really were enemies aboard the plane after all. Looking more closely, besides the tiny pistols, there was also something like a badge, a compass. This little thing had probably been attached to the drink cart the flight attendant had pushed past earlier, and Mr. Kane must have removed it. If he had handed it to her, then it clearly had some purpose. Once she laid it flat and checked the direction it pointed, Tessa immediately understood the problem. The flight path had changed. If they were still flying toward the original destination, the compass should not have been pointing this way. Their current direction was almost the reverse. It was practically a full turnabout, yet no one had noticed. There was really only one explanation. The turn had been made gradually, with a very shallow angle, tracing a wide arc. Under those circumstances, you might think it would still be possible to notice by observing the sunlight. But in reality, with the sun positioned almost directly overhead at the moment, it was impossible to judge direction from the sunlight alone. Which meant the enemy had even factored the flight time into their plan. In the end, Mithril's intelligence had still failed, because enemies had made it onto the plane after all. And one of them was probably either the captain or the co-pilot. 3 minutes later, Mr. Kane returned. Had he handled it? Judging from his expression, the situation clearly was not resolved. There are fighter jets below the plane. They've established direct contact with the cockpit, and are threatening the captain using his family's lives. Those words made Tessa's face change immediately. Correction, he did not actually speak. The words appeared as text on his phone screen, clearly typed out in advance. There is another problem. One of the enemy's stupid warning shots accidentally grazed the landing gear bay door and jammed it shut. This new line of text made Tessa's expression darken instantly. If the landing gear could not extend, then they would have to make a belly landing. That could very easily end in a total crash with everyone killed. Then, we're sorry. The in-flight announcement suddenly came on. A flight attendant was informing everyone that turbulence lay ahead, and instructing all passengers to fasten their seatbelts immediately. The oxygen masks even dropped down as well. The plane seemed to be slowing, and also descending. Then, once everything was more or less ready, Susuksagra, I'll leave it to you to close the hatch afterward. After saying that, in full view of everyone aboard, Mr. Kane walked straight to the hatch, opened it, and jumped out without the slightest hesitation. That sight left Tessa staring blankly. The next moment, panicked screams erupted all around. Some were terrified by the fierce suction caused by the pressure difference. Others were simply horrified by what looked like a sudden suicide. The entire cabin descended into chaos. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 143, Chapter 141. 14:0 for words that was one of the aircraft's boarding doors, something that normally served only to open and close for embarkation and disembarkation. Now, someone had finally experienced firsthand what happened when it was opened at high altitude. People had heard all kinds of stories and seen all kinds of footage. Even in movies, once that door opened, it became like a vortex leading straight into hell, sucking people toward it, with an obvious end result, death. But knowledge gained from news reports, videos, and online comments could never truly convey how terrifying it was. Only by experiencing it personally did one understand just how horrifying it really was. If not for the seatbelts holding them in place, the pull was even more terrifying than a typhoon. It would have sucked them away in an instant. Even so, while the passengers themselves had been spared by their seatbelts, plenty of unsecured objects inside the plane were dragged toward the opening. For a moment, everything flew into chaos. Unlucky people were struck by the debris, as if someone had hurled a mountain of trash at them, and cries of pain rose all around the cabin. And the most terrifying part of all I think someone got sucked out. I saw it too. And no, they weren't sucked out. They jumped out themselves. Someone immediately corrected that, their voice shaking with disbelief. What was supposed to be a perfectly normal graduation trip had suddenly turned into this nightmare on a plane. It was horrifying beyond words. That looked like our health teacher. What is he doing? How could he do something that dangerous? I'm telling you, could this be a terrorist attack? That trembling voice made the noisy cabin fall briefly silent. Then the panic spread even faster. And no way. Maybe he secretly planted a bomb on the plane and jumped out to escape. Just now, I think I saw him heading toward the cockpit. Don't tell me. Those words silenced the area again for a moment. The only thing left was the howling of the wind. The next second, the scene became even more chaotic. Instead of wasting time talking, help shut the door. That roar cut through everyone else's voices. Everybody help hold on to Sasuke. After shouting that, the speaker immediately started giving orders. A few burly male students, male teachers, a flight attendant, and one of the male cabin crew all undid their seatbelts. With the surrounding students grabbing onto them to keep them from being pulled away, they moved toward the classmate who had already reached the door and was trying to force it shut. Then everyone pulled together, bang. The door finally slammed shut, and the hellish wind tunnel vanished. Only then did Can-Aim wipe the cold sweat from her forehead. The next instant, her gaze snapped toward the silver-haired girl like a blade. What exactly was going on? Why had Kane, out of nowhere, done something as insane as jumping out of the plane? That was suicide. It was not some case of planting a bomb on the aircraft and escaping. If he really had wanted to run, would anyone be stupid enough to jump without a parachute? She had not seen anything of the sort. Kanami's mind was in complete chaos now. Which meant the girl named Tessa definitely knew something. Tessa, what exactly is going on here? Before Can-Aim could even finish the last word, the corner of her eye caught what looked like a burst of fire far outside the window. Had she imagined it? Something exploded outside. Did the plane's engine blow up? Are you stupid? If the engine had exploded, would the plane still be this stable? It looks kind of far away. I saw it. It was a fighter jet, a Su-27. Something hit it and it exploded. That shrill outburst drowned out every other voice in the cabin. And of course Can-Aim knew exactly who it belonged to, her classmate Shinji Kazama, the military otaku. Was he telling the truth? Sabra, did you see it? That had to be an Su-27. To be precise, an Su-27M model. The all-weather multi-role variant. Sasuke, being just as much of a military nerd, gave an even more detailed answer. And then he pulled a handgun from his person. That couldn't be real, could it? Earlier, one of the teachers had confiscated a gun from him, but everyone had assumed it was just a toy model. Yet after everything that had happened, it suddenly felt frighteningly real. "Al, look, there are fighter jets over here too. Everyone, do not move around. Don't all rush to one side of the plane. Stay in your seats and sit tight, or the aircraft will lose balance and will crash." The flight attendant's voice stopped the people, who had been about to rush toward the other side. "Sagara, don't run around." Their teacher, Eri Kagrazaka, tried to stop him, but Sasuke ignored her completely. "Colonel, 2 F-16s. Does that mean we've entered the airspace over the waters between North and South H?" Hearing that exchange between Sasuke and Tessa, Kaname finally lost patience and grabbed Tessa by the arm. So Sagara really was in this together with her. "Tessa, explain this to us. What is going on?" "Sagara, not good. More S-series fighters incoming on this side. Ah, they launched missiles." Those words made Kaname's face go pale. She and Tessa both immediately turned toward the window on their side, and there really was a missile there. It did not seem to be heading directly for the airliner, but the sheer sight of it was enough to terrify Kaname. Had their plane somehow blundered straight into a combat zone? Wait, that made no sense too, didn't it? Weren't they supposed to be flying to Okinawa? Why did it look like the plane was somehow near the waters by North and South H instead? Then more frantic screams broke out. Someone shouted that there had been another explosion, this time on the other side. With the situation in such chaos, Kaname had no time to question Tessa further. Everyone was too busy praying the fighting in this airspace would not spread to their plane. The S-series fighters opened fire on the F-series fighters, and the F-series returned fire. Somehow, the battle had even shifted right in front of the passenger plane. The burning trails from the jets, the streaks of flares they launched, and the vapor trails of missiles tearing through the air crossed and tangled together, forming what looked like a deadly web. If their aircraft got caught in it, even by accident, they would be flying straight into hell. And then, at that very moment, something changed. It was as if some impossibly thin line had sliced through the air, so thin it was almost invisible, so faint it might well have been an illusion. Then, in the next instant, the fighter jets twisting around each other in combat suddenly began dropping from the sky like birds with broken wings. What was happening? Their wings had literally been severed. It looked as though some force had sliced through them cleanly, and one after another they spiraled down like marionettes with their strings cut. Some people noticed it too. Something had flashed past those fighters at incredible speed. It seemed that tiny object was what had brought them down. But before anyone could process that, the next development was even more terrifying. People screamed. One of the missiles had apparently lost control, and was now hurtling straight toward the passenger plane. It seemed certain to hit the fuselage in the next second. It was coming right toward the window by Kaname's seat, and then something shot in front of the missile in an instant. The missile exploded. At the same time, the fireball and the flying shrapnel were intercepted, blocked by what looked like an energy shield. And that shield came from a figure so futuristic it looked like it belonged in science fiction. After the wing-like structures extending forward from its back withdrew the shield, the figure vanished with a flash, darting off to somewhere unknown. Although most of its body had been covered in metal, Kaname found the silhouette strangely familiar. Could it be? End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on key at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 144, Chapter 142 1585 words. The landing gear problem had already been dealt with. The fighter jets tangled in that dogfight had also been turned into falling wrecks with clipped wings. As for the missile that had gone out of control, it had been too close to the passenger plane to destroy from afar. The only option had been to rush straight at it, detonate it point blank, and activate the energy shield at the same time for protection. But that first fighter that exploded had been different. Kane had blown that one apart directly. There had been a reason for the different treatment. That jet had deliberately lured him away from the airliner, so he had simply destroyed it outright. The later jets, however, had been too close to the passenger plane. So instead of blowing them up, he had just sliced through their wings and sent them crashing down. At those speeds, if the explosion had scattered shrapnel into the airliner, one mistake could have meant total destruction and everyone aboard dying with it. The reason he had not intervened immediately in the aerial battle was because he had been dealing with the landing gear issue first. It was not merely a case of the landing gear hatch being jammed shut. The internal landing gear mechanism itself had a problem. Because of that, he had even been forced to act as a welder for a while, carrying out temporary welding and reinforcement. After that, as the aircraft fighting outside drew closer and closer, he simply turned those winged birds into birds with broken wings. However, the crisis was far from over. The danger in the air might have been temporarily removed, but the aircraft itself still had serious problems. There was not enough fuel left on board for a return flight. Because of the threat, the pilot had dumped a large amount of fuel. In other words, the plane only had enough fuel left for a flight of roughly 12 more minutes, just enough to reach an airport on the North H side. If they did not want to crash for lack of fuel, they had no choice but to land there. That was not the only issue. Using the transformable powered armor that had just been transmitted over from A2, Kane intercepted the fighter jet's communication signals. After analyzing them, he learned that the threat might also be coming from below from warships on the sea. One of the fighter jets had requested support from surface vessels. Missiles might be launched to attack him. But with a target as small as he was, could they really capture and lock onto him? He had detected an attack coming from the sea. So they really had fired. Had they actually locked onto him? To avoid endangering the airliner, Kane dropped to a lower altitude and pulled farther away. But he quickly realized that the missiles were not failing to find him at all. Correction, it was not that they could not find him. They were not targeting him in the first place. The true target made his face darken. In that case, he would not be holding back either. After dealing with the missiles, he would simply use the ion cannon to destroy the warship below. At the same time, in a patch of ocean some distance away, there was a ghost lurking in the deep sea. On the bridge of the TDD-1 Tuatha De Danann, the assault landing submarine, Executive Officer, we've detected a submarine nearby. Comparing the sonar data, the model is. Listening to the sonar operator's report, Richard Mardukas did not show the slightest change in expression. With that submarine's capabilities, it should have been impossible for it to detect the TDD-1. The problem was that they had already received notice from Mr. Kane, including the exact situation. The airliner would most likely still be forced to head for the destination the enemy wanted. If the TDD-1 wanted to provide support, then it would almost certainly be discovered. Especially if they dispatched a transport aircraft to rescue the hostages, sent armed helicopters as escort, or loaded AS units into rockets and launched them toward the enemy. Any of those would require the submarine to surface, making it an easy target. And even if the helicopters successfully departed from the submarine, they would still come under attack. As for launching armed slaves by rocket, they were confident the enemy would not have enough time to react and intercept. But no matter how one looked at it, today was clearly no ordinary day. Unless the TDD-1 launched a preemptive strike first. With the TDD-1's capabilities, it really could wipe out the enemy force directly. However, if they did that, the consequences would be enormous. At present, North H had already announced to the outside world that the airliner had been hijacked by terrorists, and was on its way to carry out an attack. In short, they were presenting themselves as the innocent party. Mithril, meanwhile, did not yet have conclusive proof that this operation had been directed by that government. If Mithril took the initiative and destroyed North H's naval forces, that would amount to Mithril declaring war on a sovereign nation. Moreover, the waters here did not contain only North H vessels. A warship from the northern great power was nearby as well, supposedly on a friendly visit. If Mithril launched an attack first, it would put Mithril in an extremely dire position internationally. In fact, both of those countries were probably being manipulated and used. The true mastermind was Amalgam, hiding behind the scenes. As for why the TDD-1 one was already in nearby waters, the answer was simple. They had moved into position in advance. If they had waited until the hijacking actually happened before heading over, it would already have been too late. Executive Officer, we've confirmed activity from the surface fleet. 2 missiles launched into the sky from a North H frigate, and Richard's expression immediately darkened. Target analysis in progress. It's the passenger plane. Those words made everyone on the bridge go pale. Several crew members immediately began readying the TDD-1's missiles. The launch hatches opened, and they would be able to fire interceptors into the air at once. Damn it. Richard, normally a model of composure, could not help cursing at the enemy's sheer madness. He immediately ordered an interception. That sudden decision to destroy a civilian airliner, an outrage that would shock the entire world, made him begin to suspect that Tessa's intelligence had been leaked by an insider. Over the past several days, they really had conducted an in-depth investigation into the TDD-1 and had indeed caught a traitor. And that traitor was not even one of the 2 Mr. Kane had mentioned. The mole probably had no way of knowing Tessa's exact destination. But if the enemy analyzed the leaked intelligence, combined it with Mithril's hasty reaction, and widened their net of suspicion, then the passenger plane becoming a target was highly likely. The enemy would naturally suspect that Tessa had gone to contact the very target they had originally intended to seize. If so, that person might also be aboard the plane. As for the possibility that the captain's family had been taken hostage and used to coerce him, of course they had considered that from the very beginning, and had assigned personnel to protect them. And yet the enemy had still succeeded. That security failure had almost certainly been caused by the same mole leaking information. 4 SM-3G anti-air missiles have launched. Everyone stared at the screens, praying that the interceptors now climbing into the sky would succeed. No, they had to succeed. As the 4 markers representing their interceptors drew closer and closer to the 2 enemy missile markers, everyone's nerves tightened further. It was as if they were all holding their breath, waiting for the exact instant of interception before daring to breathe again. What is that? The enemy missile markers suddenly vanished from the display. It did not look like they had hit their target. Something else had happened. In any case, Richard did not believe the enemy missiles had suddenly developed the ability to turn invisible. It was probably Mr. Kane's doing. In his last communication, he had mentioned the dogfight between the North H and South H fighters, but he had also said the danger had already been eliminated. Judging from his tone, there was an 80% chance he had been the one to bring them down. And the sea-launched missiles had most likely been intercepted by him as well. But from aboard the plane, how had he managed that? This was not the time to dwell on it. Since their interceptors had lost their targets, they could only be ordered to self-destruct. However, the moment that self-destruct order was given, new developments caused Richard's face to turn ashen. More missiles had launched. They were not from the same ship that had fired the first salvo. The launch point was too far away. Even if the TDD-1 launched interceptors now, they would never make it in time. And the number was still increasing. The screen was rapidly filling with flashing markers. Had they fired every missile they had? Now Richard and Andrew could only hope that Mr. Kane would be able to intercept them all. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 145, Chapter 143 1728 words. On the helipad of one frigate, where its helicopter would normally be parked, there stood an AS. But it was covered over and disguised, so from the sky it was impossible to tell for certain that it was an armed slave. The machine was already active, and through what looked like the scope on a sniper rifle, its pilot was tracking the movements in the sky. This is getting interesting. The pilot inside the AS laughed, and the sound was almost beast-like. He had already transmitted the captured visuals to the commanding officer of the frigate. In response, the officer had proposed 3 methods of shooting down the target. The first was to launch missiles directly at the passenger plane. The target would definitely move to intercept them, and that would create an opening for him to snipe it. However, the first 2 missiles had been useless. The target had destroyed them with absurd ease. So now the captain had gone all in. Following the pilot's further suggestion, he ordered every missile on the current ship to be launched. The previous 2 missiles had come from a different vessel, not this one. In other words, the airliner was currently between those 2 frigates, while the one carrying the AS was closer to the coast. That meant it was effectively ahead of the plane. In truth, the 2 frigates and the airliner were not perfectly aligned in a straight line. The plane was indeed between them, but slightly off-center, so the 3 points formed more of a triangle. Still, if the missiles were launched from the ship he was on, then the submarine hiding under the sea behind and below the tail of the airliner would not have time to intercept them, so it would not interfere here. And after that, if they could bring down the target, they would most likely be able to obtain the technology on its body. Who could resist technology that far ahead of the times? Faced with that temptation, the captain had agreed without hesitation. Then came the beautiful, continuous roar of missiles tearing through the air. One after another, they climbed from the sea trailing fire, racing toward their designated target. Sure enough, the target moved to intercept them. And yet whoa. Isn't this just cheating? What kind of model is that? It's a nightmare to aim at. Not a single missile got through. All of them were shot down. But at least now he had confirmed the method being used. That thing had suddenly stopped moving, and was now hovering in midair. The wings on its back were shifting shape. Oh, this looked bad. Judging from the angle, the muzzle was aimed straight at this ship. And yet he had no intention of making the AS immediately abandon ship. He stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. At that moment, he entered a level of concentration he had never reached before, fixing his aim completely. The Lambda driver activated as well, further reinforcing the sniper cannon in his hands. This shot would turn the weapon into a one-time use arm. It would also produce the greatest power it had ever fired in its history. Target locked. But he still felt it was not the right moment. Just because the target was hovering in place did not mean it could not react in time. He needed to seize the one true opening, the moment when he could absolutely hit it. At the exact instant the target flashed, the weapon in the AS's hands roared as well. The gun shook itself apart, almost like it had catastrophically burst from the strain. The AS itself was hurled off the frigate by the enormous recoil. Before it splashed into the sea and was completely swallowed by the water, the camera captured one final scene. That beautiful beam of death had struck the frigate. As for whether his own snipe had hit or not, the beam had been too dazzling to see clearly. But he felt sure it had connected. Time rewound a little. Not far below and to the right of the plane, flames and black smoke blossomed over the sea. It was obviously an explosion, and of course people noticed it. With things like this happening, it became even harder to avoid suspecting that the airliner had entered a war zone. The only thing no one understood was why it was happening in their own country's airspace. Had war broken out right after they boarded, spreading all the way to these waters? Sagara, that robot definitely did it, right? I don't know. This is so cool. I never imagined technology had already advanced this far. The military nerd's voice was so loud that Can-Aim badly wanted to shove something into his mouth. But this military geek thought it was a robot. Well, that was understandable. It really did look like some kind of flying combat robot from a sci-fi movie. Then again, maybe it really was one. If that really was Kane, then considering how absurdly overpowered he was, and how what he showed was so far beyond what a human should be able to do, and how he never treated her or Tessa like girls at all, and was never the least bit polite. Then maybe he really was a robot. Like a Terminator from some science fiction movie. Wait, that did not make sense either. She had seen him eat, seen him snack, and he had clearly enjoyed it. He was even a total glutton. Maybe robots needed to consume huge amounts of food to extract energy. But could a robot also have such infuriating emotions and such a rotten personality? Like using a single hair like that just to toy with her emotions. Look, over there. The military geek screamed again, pointing toward another part of the sea. Even though she was annoyed by his shrieking, Can-Aim looked over too, and saw things launching up from the ocean one after another. Those are missiles, right? No question. There are so many. Did they just fire everything at once? It looked like there might be over 100 missiles, climbing rapidly with smoke trails behind them. The scene was spectacular and shocking. Doesn't it kind of look like they're coming at us? And no way. Why would anyone need to launch that many missiles just to shoot down a passenger plane? Could they be targeting that flying robot from before? That suggestion from the military nerd was immediately accepted by a lot of people. As the distance between the missiles and the airliner seemed to be cut in half in the blink of an eye, some people began to panic, worried that the plane might get caught in it and be hit by mistake. But before that panic could fully spread, fireballs started blooming one after another in the sky, like a festival of explosions blossoming above the sea. Awesome! This time, the military nerd's reaction got plenty of people agreeing with him. It really was incredible. Even though they could not clearly see the humanoid figure, everyone could tell it was the one taking them all down. It's hovering now. What's it doing? Is it getting ready to fire some kind of attack? The moment he said that, Can-Aim strode over and snatched something from his hands. That's my binoculars, Chidori. I'm borrowing them. She did not return them. Instead, Can-Aim stared through them and saw the figure really was hovering motionless in midair. The mechanical wings on its back had shifted shape, and part of them seemed to have separated and formed a massive cannon in its hand. Was it charging up? She could see arcs of electricity dancing around the muzzle. And the instant the light grew so intense that the barrel itself started to blur. Wah! It's a laser cannon. Why does this feel so weird? It's like some futuristic guy doing Avatar stuff. In any case, that unmistakable beam shot made everyone who witnessed it cry out in amazement. They practically forgot that they themselves were still in danger, getting swept up in the excitement as though they were watching some giant sci-fi blockbuster. And in the sea area where it struck, an explosion visible even to the naked eye erupted. That had to have blown the warship apart. But at that same moment, Kanami's face tightened instead of relaxing, full of tension. Because before anyone else, she had noticed something else. The one who fired the beam had problems too. It looked like after firing such an attack, his own equipment had overloaded and exploded. It was not his own equipment malfunctioning and exploding at all. He had been hit by something from below. Colonel, it looks like Staff Sergeant Kane was hit by an attack from below. He should be fine. He'll live through it. He's someone who really did come back alive from hell. Tessa could not help murmuring that. She had, of course, been observing through military binoculars as well, and had already realized he had been attacked. She could more or less guess what type of weapon it had been. Probably the kind of heavy sniper weapon used by an armed slave. Still, even though she said that, she also knew Mr. Kane was online in her stream. That was right, her stream. She had already opened it. That way she and Mr. Kane could communicate freely without needing real-world communications equipment. And since he was still showing as online, that confirmed he was alive. But that did not mean he was unharmed. An attack like that would definitely have injured him. That had been an AS-class weapon, after all. He might even be gravely wounded and in urgent need of treatment. The thought made her inwardly panic with fear and unease. A reply came through. He was telling her not to worry. That let Tessa breathe a little easier. But saying not to worry did not mean he was truly fine. Death might not be on the table, but he was definitely hurt. He just was not explaining it clearly because he did not want her to worry. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 Power Stones 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 146. Chapter 140 for 1922 words. The assault landing submarine Tuatha Delaware Danone, TDD-1, was now diving even deeper. It would move closer to the coastline before finally surfacing to launch a surprise raid and rescue the hostages. As for the plan, there were two versions. The current plan on the surface had been drawn up by the executive officer on the assumption that Mr. Kane's strength could no longer be counted on. After that last beam had completely destroyed a frigate, they had tried to contact him, but could not get through. Moreover, one of the observation devices they had deployed on the sea surface had captured fire in the area where the beam had been fired, suggesting an explosion. In other words, something had very likely happened to Mr. Sergeant Mao, Sergeant Weber, as deployment complete. In the hangar, the two of them were already inside their armed slaves, beginning warm-up procedures. Begin installation of the folding flight wings. To put it simply, this meant fitting the AS units with short-range flight equipment, since the submarine could not approach the coast too closely because of the heavy artillery positions of this new enemy. The Arbalest is ready as well. The Arbalest was Mithral's newly developed experimental unit, equipped with Lambda driver technology. It would be launched out by rocket, and then, under the cover of Sergeant Mao and Sergeant Weber, Susuk would board it together with Captain Tessa, and use it to escape. Of course, there were precautions in case it fell into enemy hands, so self-destruct measures had also been prepared. Chief, just how much energy would it take to fire a shot powerful enough to blow a frigate apart like that, and all from something so small? Inside the cockpit of his M9 armed slave, Kurz replayed that death ray again and again. If the energy consumed by that shot were converted into electrical output, he had no idea how many times it could fully charge an M9. And that kind of power, according to the observed data, had come from a humanoid mechanical frame only about 2.5 meters tall. That thing had also shot down all the missiles. He could not imagine how absurdly powerful it really was. You think that thing has something to do with that brat? So Kurz stopped asking. He knew that if he asked a third time, Chief would stop responding to him entirely. In that case, he might as well close his eyes and rest a little. After all, chances to storm a military base and exchange fire like this were rare. Dangerous, yes, but thrilling too. By now, everyone on the passenger plane knew what kind of situation they were facing. They knew a special hijacking incident had occurred. They knew the plane was not heading for Okinawa at all, but for the northern peninsula. Even though there were no terrorists left on board now and the cabin itself was safe, the plane still could not turn back. There was not enough fuel. They could only land at the nearest airport, and that meant an old military base airfield. Most of the passengers felt deeply uneasy about that country, since it had remained hostile to their own for so long. Tessa stared in surprise at the phone screen Can-Aim was showing her. On it was the message Can-Aim had typed. You're not really Interpol, are you? So who exactly are you people? At the moment, Susuk had already revealed his identity as an Interpol officer in order to calm people down. He said that they had received intelligence about a terrorist attack from the start, which was why they had infiltrated Jindai High School under false identities. As for why the two of them looked so young, the explanation was naturally that they simply looked younger than their actual age, and were in fact already in their 20s. And to make the lie more convincing, they had even produced identification documents, fake ones of course. Naturally, they were not stupid enough to announce the whole Interpol story to everyone on the plane. That would have been asking to die. That identity had only been disclosed to the captain and a few others, including Can-Aim, after which the captain informed the other passengers of part of the situation and tried to keep them calm. As for the question itself, it was perfectly normal for Can-Aim to be suspicious. Her experiences had not been the same as everyone else's. Can-Aim had interacted with them far more than anyone else. She had taken the Earth Elixir and had even undergone an examination in that machine. None of that looked remotely like something Interpol officers would do. Still, at the very least, she believed that they were on the side trying to save everyone. Can-Aim muttered in a low voice as she nudged Tessa, about to answer. Right now, she had an absurd idea weighing on her heart like a stone. This hijacking incident might very well have started because of her. Over the past few days, her mind had occasionally been filling with all sorts of bizarre formulas and diagrams, had it not. She was not stupid. There was no way she believed this was just her own mind becoming disordered. At first, she had thought that machine might be some kind of learning device, one that had stuffed knowledge directly into her brain. But now she thought another possibility was far more likely. It felt as though something that had been sleeping deep in her mind, some kind of innate body of knowledge, was being awakened. Things she clearly did not know still felt strangely familiar, as if they had always belonged to her. Tessa typed a reply, but what she wrote made Can-Aim brace herself. Then I'll tell you. The real target of this terrorist attack was you, Can-Aim Chidori. The moment she read that, Kanami's expression froze. It really was the possibility she had least wanted to face. She typed back with trembling hands. Because you are a whispered. A whispered? What was that? Only after Tessa explained what a whispered was did Can-Aim finally begin to understand this kind of special person. It sounded so absurd that she did not want to believe it. But given everything that was happening right now, if she really was a whispered, then it all made sense. Especially that flying sci-fi robot from before that was Kane, wasn't it? He isn't actually a robot, is he? He's not a robot. He's wearing transformable powered armor. Hearing that he was not a robot made Can-Aim feel a strange sense of relief. And yet the way this girl named Can-Aim reacted was exactly like someone feeling relieved after confirming that the person she cared about was a normal human being. She herself had not even realized that yet. After all, she had never fallen in love before. She had no way of understanding what kind of feelings she had been developing toward that person over these past few days. Then he's really okay, right? Can-Aim typed the question again in a rush, the heart that had just eased a little now tightening once more. He had been shot down, and flesh and blood could never compare to a body of steel. He's fine. That was a lie. Can-Aim noticed something off in Tessa's reaction. There had been hesitation in the way she typed those two words, and she had pressed the keys a little too hard, like she herself was worried. Can-Aim Chidori, next, if you. Tessa guessed that after the plane landed, Mithril's rescue might not arrive in time. Kane might not make it in time either. If that happened, Can-Aim would almost certainly be taken away and tested to determine whether she was a whispered. If Can-Aim could deceive them and make them conclude she was not a whispered, then there was still a good chance she could return to a normal life afterward. Because Tessa had already guided her in advance and started awakening her whispered abilities, the enemy's devices would probably have much less effect on her. As long as Can-Aim could endure it, act like an ordinary person who was not a whispered, and look completely baffled, she might still get through this. Remember this. If they show you any special formulas or diagrams, absolutely do not stare at them too carefully. That could trigger your whispered abilities and make you answer instinctively. When that happens, force your mind to think about something else. Tessa added that final warning. Understood. Thank you. That was where the conversation ended. Because the plane had already begun its descent. Through the windows, they could see the landscape outside. It was a foreign land. And not only that, it was a military base. Weapons of war were visible everywhere. And giant machines called as units, armed slaves. On a stretch of coastline, a figure emerged from the sea. The equipment on his body was no longer the gear from a two's side. There had been a second suit over there. Correction, counting the one on Seiko's side, there were 3 in total. The third one, however, was not yet fully completed. So he had changed into the Mark X powered armor and crossed the sea in that. It had to be said, that shot really had been frighteningly precise. If his bodily reaction had been even 1/10 of a millisecond slower, half his body would probably have been blown away. That referred to the reaction of his limbs, of course. His nerves had registered the danger far earlier. If he were not in a hurry to get here, he would have gone to search the enemy waters first. That guy was probably fine too. After all, right before the frigate was destroyed, the enemy machine had already detached and fallen into the sea. A silver-armed slave, huh? Could the one who sniped him have been Goron? If so, then the other man would definitely show up at this base too. He would return that shot properly. This would also be a good chance to confirm how much of the Mark X-powered armor's performance could still be brought out here. After all, some of its technologies were related to psychic power, and had an almost mystical quality to them rather than being purely scientific. In this world, that meant some functions might be ineffective or greatly weakened. This ability still worked. Optical camouflage. Though to a great sage like him, it felt rather underwhelming. It worked well enough against ordinary people, but experienced mercenaries could still detect it. The only reason he had insisted on including this function at all was because he had requested that if they ever made him suitable powered armor, it should have this feature. After all, digging up STCs was not the kind of thing that would usually attract regular soldiers. What it attracted instead was random nuisances and low-level pests, and this was enough to deal with that sort of interference. Of course, there were more advanced stealth technologies, but those could not be applied while keeping the powered armor this lightweight. In that case, it was time to begin the assault on the military base where the plane was landing. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 147, Chapter 145 1583 words. The plane had already come to a steady stop, and the engines had been shut down. More than 3/4 of the people in the cabin were students, and they were the most nervous. Their age alone made that understandable. Compared with the adults, they had less life experience, and their thinking was naturally less mature. But precisely because of that immaturity, some of them actually felt less danger than the adults did. Instead, they even felt a strange sense of excitement. After all, getting caught up in a terrorist hijacking almost felt like some kind of badge of honor, something they could brag about afterward. Looking out the window at the armored vehicles, the armed slaves, and the soldiers in combat gear approaching, Can-Aim could not help swallowing hard. These were the real thing, fully armed and carrying live weapons, not model toys but actual instruments of killing. Still, they did not come too close. They kept circling around, clearly trying to confirm that the passenger plane posed no threat. There was also the sound of rotor blades overhead, which obviously meant helicopters were circling above as well. At some point, she heard something land on top of the plane, but by then she was no longer in the mood to be startled by every little sound. This went on for half an hour. Only after they seemed to have scanned the aircraft and confirmed there were no dangerous devices aboard did they finally roll the boarding stairs over. At that moment, the captain appeared. He walked toward the cabin door, clearly intending to open it. From the look on his face, it was obvious he was not doing so willingly. The cockpit had probably received some outside communication threatening him into opening it. If he refused, it would not be hard for the soldiers outside to force their way in anyway. That would only frighten the students even more, and might even lead to someone getting hurt by mistake. In any case, now that they had already come this far, it was better to cooperate. Resisting the people outside would only mean making themselves suffer. As the cabin door opened, several men in black suits carrying guns entered, along with a woman in a white lab coat. The woman leading them swept her gaze across the cabin. The moment she saw Can-Aim, her gaze stopped moving. Then, with the faintest curve at the corner of her lips, she walked over. "This student here. Could I trouble you to cooperate? It's very simple. We need to record a video to send to the media, to prove the current situation aboard the plane." In simple terms, they wanted to show the outside world that everyone was still alive, and that the hijacking incident had nothing to do with this country. Of course, they were not about to let everyone go just like that. If they released the passengers too easily after a civilian plane had intruded this deeply into their country, that would only make it look more suspicious, as if there really were terrorists aboard. And so Can-Aim would act as the representative of all the passengers and deliver a little speech. So we'll be troubling this student. It looked like they thought she was simply the most suitable candidate. That was a lie, of course. They really intended to take her somewhere secret and test whether she was a whispered. No, you can't do something like that. The voice that cut in belonged to their teacher, Eri Kagrazaka. But before she could even finish, one of the men in black beside her had already drawn a gun and pressed it against her forehead. Wait, I'll go. Don't hurt my teacher. Now that's more like it. The woman in the white coat nodded in satisfaction. Can-Aim then followed them out, passing by her teacher, who looked as if she had been completely scared senseless. And as she stepped out through the cabin door, the corner of her eye also swept toward where Tessa was sitting. Tessa was in a seat farther back now. That way, it would be easier to avoid these people noticing her and possibly recognizing who she was. As for that, Can-Aim had figured it out herself. The Interpol story was fake, but Tessa was definitely no ordinary person either. She was clearly part of some force opposed to the people behind this terrorist incident, and if any of the enemy recognized her, there was no way they would not seize her too. So after Can-Aim asked, Tessa had straightforwardly told her her real identity. She was the captain of a submarine belonging to an organization called Mithril. And she had said it with a completely serious face. Also, her name was not really Tessa, but a shortened form of Talitha Testarossa. Can-Aim had not dug any deeper into whether the girl was joking with her, but after realizing Tessa truly was worried about being recognized, she of course took the initiative to keep her distance. Right, and Tessa was also a whispered, the same kind as her. She had said that submarine had been built from the black tech knowledge in her head. In that case, maybe the whole captain thing was actually possible. Colonel, it isn't Goran. As the cabin door shut again, Sasuk spoke quietly to his superior. Among the black-clad men who had entered with that woman, there was no one he recognized as Goran. If he really is involved in this operation, then with his personality, there's no way he wouldn't show himself. Sasuk continued in the same low voice. But he did not mean to say that Mr. Kane's information had been wrong, or that Goran had not come, or that he was no longer alive. There was another possibility for why he had not appeared. They still can't confirm whether there might be another suit like Staff Sergeant Kane's hidden somewhere, right? So he's observing from the shadows. The colonel gave that answer, which was almost exactly what Sasuk had been thinking. He probably saw what Staff Sergeant Kane could do. So now he's waiting, trying to confirm whether this prey really exists. That was right. Given how well Sasuk understood Goran, he knew the man was not just hiding because he was afraid. He was more like a hunter, quietly concealing himself, waiting in silence to hunt an exceptionally valuable target. The prey has already appeared. The real question is, who exactly is the prey? That thing was not prey at all. It was a savage beast that had clawed its way out of hell. That was how Tessa silently amended the description in her own heart, and she smiled. The heart that had been hanging in suspense this whole time finally relaxed. More precisely, it relaxed because the bomb that had been planted beneath the passenger plane, in the area below the cargo hold, had already been dealt with. Those madmen had just opened the cargo hold and placed a bomb inside. Clearly, they had never intended to preserve the lives of the more than 400 hostages. Now, however, the bomb had been handled. All that remained was to wait for the submarine's support force to arrive and coordinate with them to resolve this entire incident perfectly. As for Kanami's situation, Tessa had already informed him. If possible, he would help trick the enemy into confirming that Can-Aim was not a whispered, allowing her to return to a normal high school life. Can-Aim followed the woman in the white coat into what looked like a TV station satellite broadcasting truck. But once inside, she immediately saw that it was not broadcasting equipment at all. Instead, there were 3 devices inside that looked very similar to the one in the school infirmary. The biggest difference was that these had glass covers. If someone lay inside one, it would be much harder for them to roll out. This is. Naturally, she had to put on some kind of act. What are you babbling about? Strip, then put this on and lie down. As she said that, the woman tossed over something like a hospital gown, then turned to close the door. Can-Aim suddenly noticed something strange. Her hearing picked up a faint sound, as though some invisible figure were moving around inside the space as well. And it felt. The disturbance she had just noticed sounded almost like the woman heading over to shut the door had nearly bumped into that unseen presence head-on, forcing her to shift aside and making that noise. The heavy sound of the door slamming shut interrupted Kanami's thoughts, and she did not dwell on it any further, assuming she was just getting paranoid because of the situation. That. Her voice cut off abruptly. There it was again. A gun pointed at her. She had no choice but to raise her hands in surrender and cooperate reluctantly. In the blink of an eye, she was lying inside one of the cylindrical devices with a half-transparent cover. A strange goggle-like apparatus had been fitted over her eyes, and within it all kinds of symbols and diagrams were flashing non-stop. At the same time, corresponding pieces of information seemed to begin surfacing inside her mind. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 Power Stones 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 148, Chapter 146 1291 words, so this is what they mean by black technology, huh? Even though she had never seen any of it before, she understood it perfectly, more clearly than anyone else in the world. More and more knowledge surfaced in her mind. Her lips parted slightly, and then she suddenly jolted and forced out a fake yawn. She had almost started reciting it aloud. I mean, seriously, I'm falling asleep here. What can I do about that? How long have I been lying in this thing already? This is all completely ridiculous. If you want to run some kind of experiment, then just get on with it. But instead you've done nothing. You just made me wear these weird goggles and keep watching all kinds of random nonsense. I don't get any of it. Still random nonsense. You don't recognize any of it at all. Recognize what? I've never seen any of this before, so why would I recognize it? Why not put on that TV drama everyone in Tokyo's obsessed with lately? At least then I wouldn't be dozing off. At that point, Can-Aim suddenly saw the woman pull out a syringe, and she immediately swallowed hard. What are you going to do? What am I going to do? Weren't you the one who said I should just get on with the experiment? That evil woman doctor walked over, and Can-Aim panicked and struggled, but her hands and feet were already restrained. So the needle went right into her body. Was this quack even capable of giving a proper injection? Now then, next came the real performance. All of Kanami's complaining had been deliberate. She was provoking the woman on purpose. Because Tessa had already warned her that this would probably happen. To speed up the verification, the enemy would most likely inject her with something nasty, and that drug contained a kind of truth serum. It could seriously affect a person's mind and might even drive them insane. Then wasn't she just asking for trouble by going along with this? She had asked that too. How could Tessa be so certain she would really be immune? Can-Aim had pressed for an answer, and Tessa had rather guiltily admitted that they had already tested her. Back when Can-Aim and Tessa were enduring that hellish training together, hadn't he been giving them extra drinks to stay hydrated? They had secretly put it in those. Not a full standard dose all at once, of course. They had started with an amount an ordinary person could still tolerate, and in the end confirmed that it had no effect on Can-Aim at all. They had also confirmed that her body was in excellent health. To reassure her further, Tessa had said she had tested herself too. And incidentally, the reason Can-Aim had felt unusually energetic all day, so energetic it was almost unnatural, was because the yogurt Tessa had treated her to that morning had also been mixed with a little earth elixir, just to make sure she would be in top condition. So after hearing all that, Kanami's feelings had become extremely complicated. Those two had actually been planning for a situation like this in advance, and had already been setting things up behind the scenes. In other words, now it was time for her acting skills. If she really were a whispered, then under the effect of that drug she would start muttering formulas and reciting the knowledge surfacing in her mind. But if she wanted them to conclude she was not a whispered, then she had to look equally deranged while talking complete nonsense, without touching on any of the knowledge rising in her head. So she had to act like a lunatic, just not the kind of lunatic who sounded like a mad scientist. She had to sound like the kind of lunatic who belonged in a psychiatric ward. After roughly estimating that the drug's effect should be kicking in around now, she began. Mommy. Ee-hee-hee. I'm gonna transform into, ah-ha-ha-ha. Kneel before me and call me your majesty. Still like this. We went to all this trouble, and she really is just an ordinary person. What the hell is wrong with the intel? Useless trash. By the time her throat felt dry from talking so much, and she herself felt like she was genuinely about to lose it, the woman finally started believing her. So now she had to commit even harder. Her expression had to be more convincing. Her mouth had to twist more, her eyes had to go crooked, even her speech had to sound warped. Maybe she should even fake wetting herself. La 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 la. She sang wildly off-key. Honestly, it sounded so beautiful that even Can-Aim had not realized she possessed such a talent. She almost wanted to cry. That's enough. The woman looked like she was the one about to be driven insane. She opened the cover, tore off the strange goggle-like device, and then MMPH. She shoved a strip of cloth into Kanami's mouth. It was her panties. That damned woman. If she ever got the chance, she was going to stuff panties into that woman's mouth too. Can-Aim suddenly noticed something again. That strange feeling from before, like there was some invisible presence moving around in the room. Now the woman was walking right past that spot, and the unseen thing shifted again. The movement was slight, but Can-Aim still caught it. That was Kanami noticed an even subtler detail. The invisible thing moved into another corner, and there, the air suddenly rippled slightly, like the faint disturbance on the surface of still water. A tiny section of the scene blurred for a moment, then immediately returned to normal. If someone had not been watching very carefully, they would have assumed it was just an illusion. So there really was something invisible over there. What was it? Then again, was it possible that the drug that woman had injected really had given her hallucinations after all? Suddenly, a phrase surfaced in her mind. Optical camouflage feasibility. Optical camouflage. So there really was someone there, hidden by futuristic stealth technology. At once, one person's face appeared in her mind. After all, he had already pulled out things in midair that clearly did not belong to this era. So it would not be strange at all if his equipment also had technology like this. At that moment, Can-Aim let out a quiet breath of relief. Just knowing he was here protecting her made her feel unexpectedly reassured. Suddenly, a scream made Can-Aim jump. The woman who had just opened the door and was about to leave collapsed instantly. What happened? A small female figure wearing a hat was now standing in the doorway, holding a crackling stun device in her hand. Because the brim of the hat was pulled low, and it was already dark outside, Can-Aim could not make out her face clearly. But when the girl raised her head, and the light from inside fell across her features, Can-Aim finally saw who it was. Even though the upper half of her face was covered by a black eye patch, Can-Aim could tell at once that it was her. And just as Can-Aim was about to cry out boom, an explosion thundered from outside, startling her again. At the same time, the area she suspected had been hidden by optical camouflage really did lose its invisibility. What emerged was a fully silver-armored figure. He looked like some kind of robot king. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 Power Stones 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 149. Chapter 147 1292 words. In the end, Tessa did not stay obediently aboard the plane. Once night fell, she chose to move together with Sergeant Sasuksagra. Under the cover of the dark night, made even darker by the bad weather, the two of them secretly slipped down through the landing gear hatch by the plane's wheels. Under normal circumstances, Sergeant Sasuk would never have allowed her to leave the plane and take part in something this dangerous. However, the co-pilot on the aircraft seemed unable to bear the pressure of being trapped any longer. He could not sit still and repeatedly contacted the base again through the communicator. In the end, the fool let it slip that there was Interpol aboard the passenger plane. The moment the captain came over and informed them, Tessa and Sasuk had no choice but to move immediately. They had nearly been trapped aboard with no way out. If they had been even a few seconds later, the dimly lit tarmac would have been flooded by powerful light sweeping across every corner, and the two of them really would have had nowhere to hide. After that, they split up. She went to extract Can-Aim, while Sasuk went to create chaos and draw the enemy's fire as far away from the passenger plane as possible. Because Mithril's reinforcements were about to arrive. Once the fighting began, they needed to keep the battlefield from spreading over the plane as much as possible, so that it would not get hit by mistake. As for the airliner itself, of course it could not take off, nor would anyone refuel it and send it back into the air. That would take far too long. Mithril had directly dispatched transport aircraft. They would load all the hostages aboard in one go. There were 2 transport aircraft in total, one of them a backup. After landing, they would have only 5 minutes to move more than 400 people. It sounded absurdly rushed, but according to the calculations, it should be enough time. So the critical part was holding off the enemy's fire for those 5 minutes. The reason she came to get Can-Aim was to bring her to the transport as quickly as possible, so that Can-Aim would not affect Mr. Kane and become a burden on him. And the reason she found Can-Aim's location was not because Mr. Kane told her. She had not notified Mr. Kane before coming at all, because he definitely would not have approved of her doing this. Now, with the disturbance Sasuk had triggered, the enemy's attention had been drawn away, which made it easier for her to get Can-Aim out. So when she saw Mr. Kane suddenly drop his camouflage as well, she felt even more relieved. Sure enough, he had been right beside Can-Aim all along. And the powered armor Mr. Kane was wearing was not the one Miss A2 had provided. It was his own suit, and this set actually had optical camouflage too. As for why he had not used that function back when fighting the Tyranids and demons, the answer was easy enough to understand. Optical camouflage worked fine against ordinary people, but against monsters like those, it was basically useless. You're not wearing that protective suit. There wasn't time. Put it on right now. Tessa nodded and answered, then saw Mr. Kane take out another set and hand it over to Can-Aim. This protective suit had been provided by Miss A2. It had not been sent directly into Tessa's personal storage, but routed through Mr. Kane first. And it was not just the protective suit. There were other things too, like a piece of high-tech equipment that looked like an eye patch, which was what had allowed her to find this place without alerting the enemy. I have to wear this. Unless you want to get killed by stray rounds. Of course, if the firepower was too heavy, the suit would still be torn apart. But against ordinary light weapons, it would keep the wearer from suffering much damage. As for heavy weapons, it would at least help keep the body mostly intact. Combined with the effects of the earth elixir, that made it much less likely the wearer would die. As for why Can-Aim looked so conflicted right now, that was because the protective suit looked like a full-body latex outfit. If it were any thinner, it would practically be a full-body stocking. It even looked a bit like the battle suit from that MVU work Kane had once seen. Right, like in that one detective series with the elementary school boy, where every time the culprit appeared before being fully revealed, they looked like they were wrapped head to toe in black rubber with only the face showing. This protective suit covered the body to about that same extent. Put it on quickly, Chidori-san. I know. This really was not the time to stand around being embarrassed. And with him nearby, that only made it even harder to stay calm. If she wore this, it looked like she would have to take everything off underneath first. That was just too humiliating. Looking at Tessa, she was blushing like crazy too and clearly just as embarrassed, but she was not dragging things out, so Can-Aim could not either. Then what are these? Can-Aim noticed there were 3 small items as well. One was C-shaped, while the other 2 were a matching pair. And she did not even need Tessa to answer, because Tessa's actions already told her what they were for. It was like when something was sealed inside a bag and then vacuum-packed, with the remaining air sucked out. Those 3 items were attached to the body to make the protective suit tighten further and cling closely to every part of the skin. The areas where they had to be attached made Can-Aim's mouth twitch slightly. Grinding her teeth, Can-Aim did as instructed, and then let out the same kind of sound Tessa had. After that, she quickly put on not her school uniform, but the clothes he handed her next, a black long-sleeved dress and a pair of black thigh-high boots. According to his explanation, this outfit, which he called the Warhammer No. 2 type beset, was also high-tech equipment. To a certain extent, it deflected light rather than reflecting it. That way, it would be harder for people to spot her, especially in dim surroundings where she could blend into the darkness more easily. Finally, she put on an eye patch. But then wouldn't that block her vision? Can-Aim stared in surprise at what she could still see. The eye patch was actually another piece of advanced technology. When she turned back toward Tessa, Tessa was operating the equipment here, apparently altering or deleting something. And it was right then that more gunfire, cannon fire, and explosions erupted outside. It was as if an actual war had broken out. It's done, Mr. Tessa had successfully dealt with some of the data on the machines here. That way, the enemy would most likely conclude that Can-Aim was not a whispered. And with that much commotion outside, it was obvious Mithril's support force had arrived. Then the 2 of you be careful. Please be careful too. He was going out to join the fight himself, to draw even more of the enemy's fire, and make Mithril's hostage rescue operation go more smoothly. And all Tessa could do here was offer him her blessing. Please do not get hurt again. Please come back safely. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on key at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 150, Chapter 148 1447 words. Dense chunks of metal tore through the air at supersonic speed, and slammed into him in a continuous barrage, producing heavy, dull clanging sounds. There was no need to dodge this metal storm. It simply did not have enough power to threaten the powered armor. Even so, taking the barrage head-on still restricted his movements somewhat. After all, when enough bullets struck with enough force, the accumulated inertia still added up to a considerable impact. The reason Kane was seemingly foolish enough to march straight through the enemy's machine guns, pistols, rifles, and all the rest of their gunfire was simple. He wanted to create terror. If he dodged, the enemy would realize he was wary of bullets. They would think that by forcing him to evade, they could hurt him. But if he advanced with what looked like an almost leisurely stride through the impact of countless rounds, those soldiers would gradually begin to fear him. They would come to see him as an indestructible killing machine. Once that happened, their morale would take a devastating blow. The moment the first few men broke, panic would spread like wildfire, and the whole line would collapse like a landslide. Suddenly, an RPG came screaming in. Fire and black smoke swallowed the metal monster in front of them, and every soldier stared with churning hope and dread. They hoped that RPG had finally destroyed the thing. They feared that once the fire and smoke cleared, the monster would still be standing there unharmed. But before the smoke could even disperse, a figure pushed through it on its own and strode out. The fear on their faces deepened instantly. You've got to be kidding me. That still didn't hurt it. What kind of monster is that? Then, all at once, the metal demons stopped stupidly taking their attacks head-on. The humanoid metal monster raised an oversized handgun of unknown design, and leveled the muzzle toward them. It was about to attack. Who got hit? The soldiers at the front, already panicking, instinctively glanced at the men on either side of them. Those 2 were still there. But in the next instant, terrified screams came from behind. When one of the soldiers turned, he saw that 2 men had somehow lost half their bodies. The wounds on what remained were glowing a hideous red, like iron taken fresh from a forge. Another heavy gunshot rang out from the metal monster. This time, the soldier saw one of his comrades get swallowed in an orange-red flash and simply vanish. At the same time, another man standing beside him lost part of a limb, as though that section had been vaporized out of existence. What kind of weapon was that? The terror made his whole body go limp, and he collapsed to the ground. He could not even get back up. Then he heard it. The footsteps of the metal monster were drawing closer from behind, and his fear surged even higher. The instant those heavy footsteps landed right beside him, he felt some kind of heat being released. Then the thing walked right past him without even looking his way. And he laughed. He laughed and laughed and laughed. The soldier's mind snapped. Move aside. At that roar, the soldiers who had already wanted nothing more than to get out of the way scattered without hesitation, allowing the dozens of tons tank behind them to roll up to the front. Its cannon swung toward the metal monster, which was still advancing. A thunderous shot erupted, so loud it nearly ruptured their eardrums, and the ground itself shook from the recoil. As for the monster, did the shot miss? In the next second, strange explosions erupted on both sides behind the monster. What was going on? No one could understand it. The tank loaded a second shell and fired again with another deafening blast. Again, it missed. Again, 2 strange explosions went off behind the metal monster. And at last, some of the soldiers realized what they had just seen. The monster was already holding a sword. A sword of all things. A cold weapon. It had clearly made a slashing motion. And if that was combined with the fact that the tank shells should have struck directly but instead exploded in strange bursts behind it, then the truth could only be one thing. That monster had split the incoming tank shells in 2. This time it was not the tank firing. It was the monster. And then the soldiers saw the steel beast they called a tank melt, as if it had been made of cheap foam. It was like being struck by thermite. In an instant, a third of it had burned away into glowing ruin. Bang, bang. A few more shots followed, and at once another armored vehicle and another tank fell silent. At that moment, the soldiers' expressions finally began to collapse into something unmistakable. There was no way to win against a monster like this. Fighting back was nothing but suicide. So they might as well imitate the comrade who had already broken down, dropped his weapon, and stopped resisting. Then they heard it. The sound of helicopter rotors. They looked toward the source and saw one of their own armed helicopters. In the next instant, rockets ignited and tore through the night sky, 4 of them racing into the supersonic realm at once. Boom, 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 boom. What happened? No one understood. The rockets had not even passed over their heads before they exploded in midair. But something about the explosions was wrong. It was almost as if they had partially failed to detonate. The explosives had not fully gone off, yet the intense heat had directly melted the metal casings into flowing iron. Some of the soldiers' pupils widened. A few of them understood the truth. They had seen the movement of the humanoid killing machine. Its gun was angled upward, and just now it had pulled the trigger in rapid succession. It had shot the rockets out of the air. You've got to be kidding me. The helicopter turned into a fireball and crashed. Their hope had become despair all over again. Just surrender. Just stop resisting. But then, at that very moment, giant mechanical figures the size of 3-story buildings suddenly burst out from the structures on both sides. At nearly the same instant, the roar of autocannon fire erupted. Armed slaves. The kings of land warfare in this era. The enormous guns in their hands fired rounds so large that on any other vehicle they would have counted as cannon caliber. They opened fire in a frenzy. In an instant, the area where the enemy stood was blasted apart under a rain of shells. The asphalt itself was pulverized. When the firing finally stopped, the dust settled, and what was revealed was utter devastation. The entire stretch of ground had been shredded and sunk by roughly a meter. But there was no sign of the enemy. Had it been blown to pieces? But if that were true, would it have vanished so completely without leaving even fragments? "You up there?" A trembling soldier pointed at the sky. They looked up. At that exact moment, they saw a figure descending from above, completely unharmed. In the next second it disappeared. More accurately, it moved too fast for the eye to follow. Their dynamic vision could not keep up. By the time the soldiers noticed the new development, they realized that the weapon in the right side AS's hands had already been cut cleanly in half. Then the metal devil moved again with terrifying speed, almost leaving an afterimage. The instant it came to a stop, the AS collapsed like a pile of building blocks. Before it could even explode, the metal devil vanished again. An explosion followed. Less than 2 seconds later, another explosion sounded, and the soldiers turned with deadened expressions toward the second AS. It too had been chopped to pieces and blown apart. At that moment, every last shred of their will to fight was destroyed. The strongest king of land warfare mankind possessed had just been torn apart as easily as a giant toy made of plastic. And in that instant, they all understood. If this metal devil truly wanted to slaughter them, it would be effortless. The sluggish, plodding way it had walked earlier. That had not been because it was slow. It had just been playing with them. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones, 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Novels Wonderland.